What? Hello, people of the YouTube intro. I'm your host, Sean Tyler. Oh, and Twitch intro. I'm just gonna redo that. Hello, people of the YouTube and Twitch intro. I'm your host, Sean Tyler, and we're back with more Umineko. That's pretty much all I got. I didn't mute Umineko this time, so the audio is not a problem anymore. I just have it muted in Stream Elements, which update is still doing the things that it always does, which is flash black, and it's only on this game. I'm personally avoiding talking about a specific something that happened. And also, I will say this, because of my internet kind of being out, and the fact I couldn't really, edit, I need to add things pulled from the internet to my videos, the video won't be out until Tuesday. But it's still not going to stop me from streaming. So it should still be out, hopefully, on Tuesday. If not, I completely forgot to edit it. And that's it. I'm almost done with it anyway, so I have the thumbnail made already and everything. Let's see. Yeah, so let's just go to the live scene. I don't need to watch the intro. I watched it about 200 times already. So, if anyone remembers where we left off, I will not personally speak about a certain character that is behind the text of the logo for mental reasons. So, I put episode 4. Really, we're still kind of on episode 3, but the question marks are kind of in the middle. So, I'm not really counting it. I'm going to go grab the notebook because hopefully, with this new episode, I do not go insane, but we'll see. I'm gonna keep calm about a certain something until something happens, and then I'll go probably hog wild. Line has been drawn underneath the statements that I no longer believe the red statements because they're not the red truths. They're red statements. Now I'm gonna mention something real quick. I just realized why the Na in Naku was red. It's because red is a color for the things I just mentioned. Yeah, that brain power really through the roof here. I'm just gonna get started. This is 100% where I left off. I know that for a fact. You're lucky I'm still playing this, and that's only because 12 years later. Oh wait, this might be how Ange gets into the thing. October 4th, 1998. But okay, good. It starts off with me reading, so I can actually say this. If I remember what the hell I was gonna say. What was I saying before this? I don't know. I don't know what I was saying before this. red statements. The red in Naku being because of that. What the hell? I must be insane. We're just gonna go. If I remember it, I remember it. A monotonous electronic sound. Now I remember. The only reason why I'm still playing this is because I have dedication to finish something that people are watching on my YouTube channel. I was gonna say finish series on my YouTube channel, but there's about like 5 of them. Well, really 4, maybe 5 that I haven't finished, but that was because 1, I didn't care to finish them, or 2, like 2 people watched the first episode, and if I don't care enough to play it a second time, there's no reason for me to play it a second time. This has got both. I care enough to play this a second time, or more times, and people are watching it, so it's like the double. A monotonous electronic sound kept on repeating. The room was colored with hygienic tones, in other words, an emotionless white. It was a room at a certain university hospital. Neither her doctors nor the person herself had any doubts that this room, which had a price so high that no commoner could afford to spend a single night there, would be the last room she ever saw. Was the person on the bed Ava? Even if someone told you that was so, she was unbelievably aged and worn out. The well-built man in a suit waiting in the corner near the door was having a whispered conversation through an intercom with someone outside. He was a guard protecting Ava's person. So it's Ava. After she killed everybody. Okay. After telling the person on the other side of the intercom to wait, he approached Ava's bed. Ava had been awake for a short while. However, she stared at a single point in empty space as though her mind was not in the same place. For a long time, Ava didn't answer. However, bit by bit, her eyes began to regain their focus, and she gave a small nod, indicating that she didn't mind if they called Ange. It had been Ava who called her, and she was right on time. By this point, Ava would refuse anyone who wanted a meeting without an appointment. The room was dark, even though it was still light outside, because the curtains were always closed. There was always one guard waiting in the room and 3 more waiting in the corridor in the lobby. They were all there to protect Ava's person. Eventually, there was the sound of a knock. Also, there was a message from the intercom that the guest body check had been completed with no problems. The door was unlocked, then opened, and a high school-aged girl was standing there. Ava reacted and turned her face towards the guest. However, instead of reacting to the guard's call, maybe it would be better to say that she reacted to the smell of Ange's makeup. After being shut up in this room for so long, Ava was sensitive to even small changes in smell. Ange walks up. Why'd you kill my brother? Heart attack, death. See ya, folks. Hats off. Bow, roses. Somebody throws an underpants. I'm assuming. Yes. Also, more people. Let me just. It was Jessica. Yeah, Jessica. Missing, she was indeed joined with Cannon in the Golden Land. They apologized to each other for their cowardice and told each other their true and honest feelings, and they hugged each other until the final moment. Afterwards, she was chewed to bits by demons and went to hell. It's okay. Cannon is with her. I don't know if that's an okay. Shot and killed by Ushiromiya Ava inside the mansion. The murder weapon was a sawed-off rifle from Kinzo's collection. Jessica lost her eyesight. There was only her and Badler. Wolves and sheep puzzle. Don't bring up the wolves and sheep puzzle, because I didn't even understand it when I was trying to determine the actual solution the first time, and me being an idiot. Corpse discovered in the hallway outside the servant room in the mansion. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. One last push and he too would probably have been home free, but at the last possible moment she did not permit him that. I read that. But I didn't read this. Rudolph and Kyrie's daughter, Badler's younger half-sister. She didn't get to see Badler often, but they got on extremely well and she greatly respected him. Since she was absent due to illness during the family conference, she always survives in solitude. Unfortunately, she has become emotionally disturbed, always carries a huge amount of cash with her, and has the bad habits of throwing it around to make sure she never has to wait. Anything on the witch side that I need to be wary about? You know what? I shouldn't have gone to the witch side. This doesn't exist. This button doesn't exist anymore. This right here, this button, this doesn't exist anymore. On Ava's face, there was no trace of a person warmly welcoming their niece, and on Ange's face, you couldn't see the expression of one pleased to meet with their aunt. Ava warmed her arm, which had grown as thin as Ava waved her arm, which had grown as thin as a withered branch, and motioned for the guard to leave. The guard bowed silently and went out into the hall. Bold of you to assume that I'm not the hitman. Their discussion was quite morbid for an aunt and a niece. However, they didn't look like they were joking. At the very least, Ava believed that someone was after her life. All of the Ushiromiya family's massive fortune had come into the possession of Ushiromiya Ava. It was said that this fortune also included the 10 tons of hidden gold that Ushiromiya Kinzo was rumored to have hidden. While this vast wealth lay in Ava's cunning, sly, and suspicious hands, no one was able to complain. But it was rumored that as soon as it was passed on to Ange, who was no more than a young girl, certain people were plotting to snatch it away. By now, Ava and Ange were Kinzo's only descendants. If Ava died, all of the wealth would go to Ange. And if Ange were then to be killed as well, that wealth would go to the family of Ange's mother, Kyrie. In this sense, not only Ava, but Ange as well, were in a position where it wouldn't be odd at all for their life to be targeted by some unknown person. And Ava had hated Ange for a long time. This was because she knew that, after losing her only precious son, George, the inheritor of her own wealth would be none other than the girl who had been absent at that family conference 12 years ago, and who had survived. Ava shunned Ange, disliked her, and even hated her. But you killed George. So you can't complain because you shot your own son. She isolated Ange in a special school and separated her from the youth and happiness normal people have, trying to keep her as a pet until death. However, Ava had succumbed to an incurable illness, and ironically, her remaining life was estimated to be the same as Kinzo's had been at that family conference 12 years ago. Both Ava and Ange hated each other. Even though they were each other's last blood relatives, they hated each other so much that they hoped the other would die quickly. Not the Soviets, man. They putting that Demigorgon blood in them. Yeah, by me. This always happened. They immediately deviated from the main topic, distorting it into a more unsettling discussion. Ava, who was absolutely paranoid, believed that someone was always after her life. And in actual fact, after inheriting the vast wealth of the Ushiromiya family, she had used wild methods just like Kinzo had done in the past, repeatedly making money by any means necessary and creating many enemies along the way. With a massive supply of capital, she had plotted to aggressively buy businesses that were starting to have rapid growth, making them buy it back at a high price under the guise of reconciliation. Ironically, it was the same type of action that her husband's company had been hit with 12 years ago. She had repeated this constantly for 12 years. She had also earned a lot of hatred. If her husband had heard of this from beyond the grave, he might have defended her, saying that the loneliness from losing her family fueled her actions. However, of all the people who knew her now, none would defend her. For some time, Ava eloquently spoke of how her life was being targeted, listing off names of people who hated her, and sneering at the fact that she still hadn't been killed. Even though Ange heard her own name included in that list, there was no particular change in her expression. She waited indefinitely for Ava to tire herself out. Yeah, nice. And then you killed him. Maybe next time don't kill your kid. Or maybe next time, make sure the 19th person doesn't. For a time, Ava had searched for the founders of several strange and new religious cults, perhaps seeking peace in her heart. But they gave her heart no relief, and if anything, they ended up increasing her paranoia further. I'm listening. Interest peaked? You're gonna give me the money. By... That would probably be the best option. Are there slave traders back in 98? That you know a slave trader. That's the one takeaway I got that. Would you quadriplegic? I probably wouldn't. Why does Ava know a slave trader? That's the takeaway. I'm only like 20 minutes into this stream, and these people are already going nuts. I'm gonna cut your arms and legs off, sell you to a slave trader, and they're gonna have their way with you. Who says that to somebody? So then people target her? What? So she really wants her to be like a target at this point. I don't want to hear that laugh. Is that just supposed to be yokai? Or is that actually yukai?
せばブルジョワだと叩かれ、渋れば主戦度だと罵られる。本当に素敵な毎日よ。そんな日々に若くて先の長いあなたをぜひ紹介。
Look how nice Ava really is. I'll actually give you my inheritance.
本当に素敵でしょ。
あんたのしてきたことに対する世間の正当な評価でしょ。
そうね、そうでしょうね。いいわ。好きなだけ私を罵るといいわ。そしてその評価をあなたが背負うのよ。製品が善人、金持ちは死ねというのが日本の文化。あんたはやがて何をしてもしなくても日本中から妬みと恨みの象徴に祭り上げられていく。そんな生活の中で生きていく。
Well, Ava,
あなたのこれからの人生
I'm like John Cena. I rise above hate.
なものなのかしらね。あんたの味方は誰もいない。
Except when it's a certain character.
あんたの悩みなど誰も聞かない。あなたを罵ることは公然としたスポーツになる。そしてそれを
And me being a self-certified psychiatrist, I cannot state that character through patient confidentiality.
本当に楽しみよ。あんたはどんな人生を送ってどう終えるのかしら。世界中の誰も信用できず、誰も愛せず、誰とも語り合えない人生をたっぷり満喫しなさい。その苦労話を持って地獄へ落ちてくるのを私はのんびりと待っているわ。
Oh, she's dying right now, though. Her insane laughter turned into a painful cough. Without changing her expression in the slightest, looking completely unconcerned, Anne stared at the only survivor of Rakanjima. Perhaps because he found the violent coughing suspicious, the guard gave a short knock on the door and rushed in at the same time. Ange glanced at him, wordlessly making it clear that she didn't intend to move a step from where she was. Ange was prepared for some kind of trap to frame her in Ava's death. However, that was fortunately a needless fear. As the guard rubbed Ava's back, he poured hot water from a thermos into a mug. As he did, Ava kept coughing, apparently in pain. Ange figured that this was probably the last she'd see of the Rakanjima Witch's final days. Rakanjima what now? Eventually, the coughing subsided and Ava regained her normal breathing. However, the glittering madness inside her eyes hadn't subsided in the slightest. I accept you laughing like this now because you literally, if you laugh normally, you die.
後ろ三宅投手の家督、そして黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの名を今こそあなたに譲るわ。魔女の名にふさわしい狂って歪んだ生涯を楽しみなさい。
そんなのいらない。
I'm feeling it build up.
それより教えて。
That name doesn't exist.
六軒島で何があったの？事故
All
だったの
right.
私は信じない。あの日に何があったのか、父さんと母さんと兄さんがどうして死んだのか、本当のことを教えて。
I shot him.
ああ、それが一番の嫌がらせよね。
Yeah, just tell him you killed him.
何が
Oh, I shot him. It was a bloodbath, let me tell you that one.
何があったのか、なんて言葉を残して3人が死んだのか知りたいわよね。教 た黄金は残す。でもね、あんたが望む真相は私が地獄まで持っていくわ。それがあんたにできる一番の嫌がらせよ。悔しい？聞きたければ地獄まで行ってあんたの家族に聞いてみるといい。
There are some pretty good, like, one-liners in here. You want to hear it so much? Go to hell and ask your parents.
今すぐへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。
There are some good, like, lines in here. In this game. Or visual novel, because I haven't really played anything. That laugh continued until she started coughing again. And that cough did not subside until she started moaning and going into convulsions. October 4th, 1986. On Rakajima, the Ushiromiya family's customary and final family conference was held. And on the next day, October 5th, an extremely unfortunate accident occurred and the Ushiromiya family was wiped out. Fortunately, Ushiromiya Eva escaped from that, and inherited almost all of the Ushiromiya family's fortune. However, due to the many turbulent rumors surrounding the Ushiromiya family, the way Eva acted afterwards, and her unnatural actions at the time of the unfortunate accident, the public was in an uproar over whether this might have been a conspiracy to get all of the inheritance for herself. Under pressure from the public, prosecutors repeatedly tried to investigate the matter, and the media began tracing the outline of a conspiracy they called the Rakajima suspicion. But in the end, they weren't even able to find the proof that this unfortunate accident was a crime. I have a better name, Rakajima Gate. However, because the media continued to give the impression that the Rakajima suspicion was a conspiracy of Eva's, public opinion began to believe that she was the true culprit. Of course, that was also influenced by the bad impression caused by all that easily condemnable, overbearing financial activity, which she had carried out using that vast wealth. Every time she did something and the rumors started spreading, the media would bring back the Rakajima suspicion, blaming the criminal justice system by saying that she was the true culprit, and that the only reason she hadn't been arrested was because even the police had been bribed. So the impression that she was a great villain grew stronger and stronger. Her heart eventually degenerated, and ironically, it began to transfigure her into the kind of human that the public expected. By now, Eva had no one she could trust, and no family. After her beloved husband passed away, the talk shows occasionally mentioned his company, saying that it was run recklessly while criticizing and disgracing its former accomplishments. Even her beloved son, George, was dramatized as the stereotypical rich, lazy son that the public expected, and no one even wanted to know what a simple and honest character he had possessed. As to how much all of this hurt Eva and ran her to ruin, no one cared. The public was only interested out of curiosity, about how a super rich, evil woman who killed her whole family lived her pitiful later years. So it happened more and more, and eventually, Eva's personality was transfigured into people started calling her a lunatic. It was said that this sometimes reminded her of her father, whom she had once admired in his later years, and that she laughed at herself with scorn. And on the day of that final family conference, because Ushiromiya Rudolph's daughter Ange had been sick and had stayed with her mother's family, she had not participated. At the age of 6, she had lost her family and gained Eva as her guardian. Since Ange had become Eva's only blood relative, Eva took very good care of her. She had imposing guards surrounding Ange's person at all times to prevent her from coming to harm. Ange had even her right to play with friends, to come home from school together, and to enjoy the seasons together, stolen away. So that she can live a full and pleasant school life, Eva had sent Ange to an elegant boarding school that took care of her every need, completely isolating her from the world. She didn't even know the popular songs that girls her age might hum. She was never given a chance to enjoy window shopping with her friends or stuffing her mouth with crepes, much less an encounter with a member of the opposite sex to make her heart throb. Why the fuck did that even matter? Why? Why'd that matter? Ange did not have a single friend. If anyone carelessly acted friendly with Ange, they would be scolded by the guards or else the teachers. All of them were strictly ordered not to let shabby humans approach the daughter of the esteemed Ushiromiya family. During that time, the talk shows were always mentioning Ushiromiya Eva, always spreading rumors about her countless financial misdeeds. Those who knew who her daughter was naturally began to keep their distance. Even now, she was called a witch at school, and anytime something bad happened, even if there was no proof, it would be whispered as though if it were absolute truth, that she had imposed her will on the school staff. The environment makes the person. By now, she had a heart as wild as those around her feared. No one trusted her, so she never bothered to believe in anyone. No one loved her, so she never even tried to love. And when Ava caught an incurable illness on top of all this, it was whispered that this too was a conspiracy, and this time, Ange was set up as the mastermind. Everyone whispered that the daughters of witches are witches too. Even the talk shows and the weekly magazines whispered that. So Ange too accepted it as though it was as though it was obviously true. Therefore, since Yori believed that she was a witch, when she heard that the name of the Golden Witch was being turned over to her, she only felt like saying, "You just figured that out now?" However, she was at least sure of one thing. This title of witch that she had inherited would definitely never be inherited by anyone else. She would be the last head of the Ushiromiya family and the last lonely Golden Witch. Thumbnail, I guess? Ange could be seen on the roof of a skyscraper. Compared to the winds of the world that had beaten down upon her until now, this strong cold wind was warm and pleasant. Below her lay a beautiful nighttime scene and a dazzling river of red and white lights. It was supposed to be clear out that night, so there really should have been countless stars stretching out over the sky. However, the light from the ground was too bright, so you couldn't see them at all. Ange couldn't help but think that what she truly sought must lie in that unseen starlight. The world of reality below her looked so far away from here. She could imagine that this place was the closest to the world she really should be in. There was only one thing that Ange cursed. Why had she not been able to go to that family conference on that day 12 years ago? Even though if she had gone, it would probably have been possible for her to stay with her family forever. Lately, she had been dreaming about her family over and over again. The person I was 12 years ago calls out frantically, urging them not to go to the family conference. But both Dad and Mom are too far away and my hand won't reach them. Badler Nissan always loved me a lot and he'd always pat my head. But even though it looks like that hand's about to touch me, even it does not reach. For some reason, I started having that dream over and over. Every time I had the same dream, I uselessly tried to stretch out my hand even more forcefully, over and over and over. Even if only Badler Nissan had lived, then perhaps we'd at least be able to support each other in my cold and lonely reality. But his hand never reaches me. Even if I climb to the roof of this tall building, I'm so far away from all of them. Probably because according to Ava, they're not up, they're down. In hell. A mysterious girl appears in my dreams and urges me. She urges me to find the truth of what happened 12 years ago. Who is this mysterious person? Your answer will decide whether or not I scream. There is no way that anyone would answer that question for her. I get it. In this world, I have no family or friends. So, let's go. Let's go home, to where my family is. From the start, Ange's figure had been on the outer side of the fence. The scenery below her eyes was distant, beautiful, and so fantastical that it actually didn't give rise to fear. Okay, so we start off with somebody jumping off a building. If I look down, I'll surely be swallowed up by the world below. Better thumbnail. So I looked up, because I wanted to be taken to the world above, the world where my family was. Who cares about vast wealth? Who cares about cursed gold? Who cares about the Golden Witch? I don't know, it was kind of weird. It didn't show a name for me. It was just like a black bar. What I really want, even a mountain of gold couldn't get me. What I need for that is to take a single step forward, just that little bit of courage. At that moment, I definitely heard a voice. It was a voice I knew. A voice that had called to me in my dreams for so long. Before my eyes, in other words, in midair above that jet black nighttime scenery, there was the figure of the girl I'd seen in my dreams. She spoke again with the same voice I'd heard in those dreams. So, I think I need to lay off the drugs. I just realized I forgot to grab liquor before this stream. I said I was going to, but I guess my body just wants water. I didn't think about it until now. When I asked the question I'd most wanted to, the girl cruelly stopped talking and hung her head. This beat kinda funky. This beat kinda go a little hard. I wouldn't be able to. I was thinking more cocktail. I don't like bitter, and that's what liquor is. It's just bitter. I prefer taste instead of just like coffee. You know, I wouldn't be able to do whiskey. And I'm not pouring myself shots. Is there supposed to, is the final, like, was there supposed to be a word there? Fireball isn't bitter, it's delicious. Well, I'm not gonna buy Fireball, first of all. I'm gonna drink water, because I'm healthy. Who is? I have no idea who we're talking about. Yeah, there's Bernacastle, Lambda Delta, and then that other one I can't remember. So hey, at least this is telling me how Anne showed up. I'm not gonna... Can we get this image off my screen, please? Ange understood the meaning of that dream. The dream where it seemed that with just a little more stretching, her hand might be able to reach at least Badler Nissan. Thank you. Yeah, we get that 0.001. I will say this about any form of alcohol, is that I gotta be the family-friendly streamer who doesn't drink and who doesn't swear that much, because that means I'll probably get more views if YouTube's like, this guy is fine to not to show to children in a non-trying to talk to children mini lad way. I shouldn't have said that. His lawyers are going to be on me. I'm going to have an email to me. That was a joke. I don't care about mini lad. It's just that I watched the Nogla Terrorizer meme stream recently, and naturally, that's where it ended up. None of this is making into the video. Or if it does, I'm literally just gonna cut it at... The instant she proclaimed that I was a witch, I'm gonna instantly cut it at the mini-lad part. So, I'll be looking out for any papers getting served my way, but I will state I am a certified lawyer, and you will be talking to me. The instant she proclaimed... I felt dizzy, as though something inside me had changed drastically. I stopped because I read that line. At that time, I heard a clunk. It was the sound of the door that opened to the staircase to the roof. It was Aunt Ava's guards. They're only guards in name, aren't they? I couldn't read that. I literally couldn't read that. What the okay. I guess I won't know what that says until I rewatch. We rock it out here, broys. And again, I just see black text, the final golden witch. Okay, yeah, joy despair. Look, they put the truth in quotes. That's a sign that the red truth is not the truth. Man, I feel like I should end the stream already because usually I only, like, see this at the end of the streams. I'm actually full of energy for this, I guess. ZTS, get your ass off my screen. You copyrighted me. Special thanks to me. Isn't there supposed to be a figure behind Koroni? Oh, hell yeah, Sean. What? Looking annoyed, Bruno Kestel turned on her heels. In the jet black sky, can I hit H and, like, see? Yep, alright. The only guards in name. Aren't they the cage that wraps the tightest around me, shutting me in? They saw that I was already on the other side of the fence and dashed forward, horrified. Watching that perfectly casual gesture, I followed her as though it was completely normal. She hit the line, boys. She hit the line, boy. That's the thumbnail. That's... She hit the line, boys. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, wow, wow. Jessica was the only one who accepted who accepted Beatrice as the new witch. Shouts out Jessica, you're the only one taking to the Golden Land. Solve the witch praise. Yeah. What's the score sheet? No. An Imperial Guard Corps formed by the Dragon King Pendragon in celebration of the Red Dragon's flight and composed only of sisters. They were originally subordinates of the Dragon King, but because of a long relationship with past blacked out letters, he permitted 2 of the Imperial Guard soldiers to be lent out. The sisters are beings with false life created by magic. The mechanical rabbits seem to really be hitting right here. The sisters are beings with false life created by magic. You can call electricity magic. For that reason, sisters with a great variety of personalities were even now being created as their number continued to increase. Manifesting into the human world requires a great cost, and summoning them is difficult even without taking their tremendous fighting power into consideration. For this reason, they are often summoned as honor guards at special ceremonies. One of the pieces of sniping equipment belonging to the Chester Sisters Imperial Guard Corps, the arrow's trajectory can be controlled at will, but it takes a special talent and special training to master its true potential. Therefore, the equipment itself is a sign of a high-class sniper's prestige. It is a masterpiece anti-armor sniping bow, capable of penetrating a wide variety of armors and barriers, and with a rich variety of selectable ammunition for the arrow's warheads. Furthermore, the ones primarily used throughout the story were wire-guided winged piercing rounds. Because they are wire-guided, they are capable of highly deceptive long-distance precision sniping in complicated indoor terrain battles. In the noble families of witches, family secrets are often inherited by a single child to prevent the unchecked propagation of hidden arts and the decline of quality. It is the same with the Endless Witches, where the greatest hidden art goes to a single child and the predecessor retires after passing it on, protecting even more strongly against the spread of the hidden art. Custom dictates that a witch from another sect must make a recommendation for the succession. Ava's reference was Lambda Delta. Angie's reference was Berna Kessel. It is unknown who recommended more black text. I'm not seeing anything after recommended. Short for gal games, girl games, the term generally describes non-adult visual novels that feature attractive girls as a main hook, including but not limited to dating sims. The definition of the term is fuzzy, and it may also be used in a wider sense that includes adult games. Get this off my screen. Wait. It doesn't let me execute her. What if I... Oh, hey, right here. Did I read? I'm pretty sure I read everybody. Change? Oh. The final witch, born in 1998, named by Ava as her successor and accepted with Berna Kestel as her guardian. She is starting from zero as a witch, but as her body is located 12 years in the future, she possesses ultimate magic resistance that prevents her from being targeted by any of magic. This game must be messed up. Additionally, completely converts to her older brother's magic resistance. She has a natural talent for attacks against magic types. Her potential in both attack and defense is of the highest level, but the distance is great. 12 years really is. I'm sure there's supposed to be something here instead of a black bar. Alright, well, I guess that means we officially start episode 4. Alliance of the Golden Witch. Good morning. I could never have imagined that you would not have surrendered by now. At this point, even I must expect great things from you. The game is played not only on the board. Perhaps this time you should take a small peek beyond its borders. As they say, if you know your enemy, you need not fight 100 battles. If you know yourself and you know your enemy, you shall win every battle. The difficulty level depends upon you. How you have chosen battle up until now will influence the difficulty. What the hell does that mean? I guess we'll find out. This story is undoubtedly nothing more than fantasy. It could not possibly have any relation to real persons, organizations, places, or events. The first day, October 4th, 1986. This must be the plane. Thumbnail? Excuse me.
大丈夫かバトラ君。もう地上やで。これ以上は落ちへんで。
Depends on how well you're able to catch onto the handsome Mao. Okay, so in the lobby of the Nijima airport, Maria dashed around in excitement. Badler's uproar on the plane must have been hilarious. So, difficulty level is, by my calculations, about to my ceiling. It's going to be extremely difficult. I swear to God, if I have to make choices in this, I am going to just choose whatever I feel like is right. I'm not going to think it. I'm just going to look at it and go, you know what? I think this is probably right. And then that's it. I'm not going to go nuts on it.
こらマリア、いい加減にしなさい。ごめんねバトラ君。気を悪くしないでね。
情けねえ男だなお前は。
Yeah, let's just all crap on the guy right now. Rudolph, take your pants off. Yeah, I know one of mine.
今度おばさんと一緒に海外旅行に行きましょうよ。ヨーロッパとか行かない？半日も飛行機に乗ってればきっと克服できるわよ。
母さんもよしなよ。バトラ君の乗り物嫌いはきっと遺伝だよ。
ああ、アスムさんの？
あいつどういうわけか乗り物系がダメでな。自転車と車以外はほぼダメだったぜ。どこか遠出しようとすると、あれはダメだ、これはダメだ。怖い怖い、落ちる落ちる、ギャーギャーと。
ギャーギャー。
子供は親が苦手があるものを危険だと学ぶものです。きっとバトラ君はアスムさんのそういうところを見て、乗り物は怖いものだと覚えてしまったんでしょうね。
アスムさんの遺伝子ってわけかしら。
さあな。だとしたら迷惑な遺伝子だな。アスムの話はよせ。今ここにいるのはお前だ。そうだ。
そうね。ごめんなさい。
おい、ハイヤーが来たで。ちょうど3台や。乗るで、乗るで。
Cars? That is a very reliable thing to ask on a rickety airplane.
待て待て、待ち上がれ。くすぐりの刑に処してやる。
元気でいいわ。バトラ君とマリアちゃんがいてくれなかったら、機内の空気はさぞや硬かったでしょうね。
ありがとうよ。言葉通りの意味で。
Why are you so chipper?
ほら、ガキども。
I'm suspecting Ava again.
お遊びは後にしろい。
Maria, can you stand in the middle of the road? So then it's just
マリアもバトラ君ももうはしゃがない。
like 10 flips.
使うわよ。
lands on her feet. The tone of Aunt Rose's voice grew a little frightening. When even Badler realized they were fooling around a bit too much, just as expected, he bumped into someone. My bad. Ange. After George urged him to hurry on, Badler apologized to the person he had bumped into and ran up to his parents, who were telling him to come quickly. With a clunking sound, the doors on the 3 taxis were shut one after another, and they departed for the harbor. As their taxis dashed away, the entire world grew suddenly dull and slowed to a halt. I just lost my color. I can't see. Voices, the wind, and even sound. All of it stopped, and all the people who were trying to move froze like the instant someone took a photo. Coming to a halt. People and machines and clock hands, even the dust dancing in the wind, were frozen. Some people who were walking froze with one leg still in the air. Scraps of paper dancing in the wind were pinned in midair, frozen in place. Then among the shadows, standing still in this unmoving world, a single one stirred. It was a girl. The girl Badler had just bumped into. Though she had moved, it was a truly subtle thing. Her gaze dropped, her shoulders lowered, a minuscule amount, and she sighed. That was all. In a normal world, that probably wouldn't even be taken as movement. But in this still world, it looked very out of place. Then something else moved. It was a black cat wandering around the shadows near the taxi rank. It came up right behind the girl, and leisurely changed its form into that of a human. This was no cat. It was a witch. Of course, the girl was also a witch. As the witch stood still, her gaze still downward, she muttered.
みんなが六軒島へ行くのを私は止められないのね。止められないわ。1986年10月4日にあなたはここにいない。私がここにいたならみんなを止めることも不可能ではなかったの。6歳の女の子がどう立ち回れば
Put me there!
彼らを引き返させることができるのか。
I'll do some work.
私には想像もつかないけど。
Let me run up on this family. I'd be robbing
も
them.
しこの場にいたなら
That'd stop them from going to this island if I stabbed one of them in the stomach.
ゼロでない確率ならば私は奇跡を探し出せる。私が体調を崩して置いていかれなければ。
With their head facing downwards, the witch tightened her fists. They were trembling very slightly.
あなたが寝込んだのは1986年10月3日。
God knew to keep you away.
ベアとのゲーム版は10月4日から切り取られている。あなたに体調を崩さない可能性が与えられていない。つまりあなたは本来絶対にゲーム版に上がれない存在なのよ。
Whose game board?
お世話しくてありがとう。分かってるわ。こうしてお父さんやお母さんやお兄ちゃんの元気そうな姿を見られただけでもこれはとても素敵な奇跡なんだって分かってるの。
Anja tried to stand in the way of her family, attempting to stop them from leaving the airport and heading towards Rakanjima. However, it was impossible for her to exist on October 4th, 1986, so she couldn't do it. Even though her brother had only bumped into her and apologized. Even though he hadn't known that she was his sister, it had been such a miracle that she could cry.
嫌味を言ってごめんなさい。私はあなたにもらった奇跡を無駄になんかしないわ。頼もしいわね。さあ、彼らと一緒に行きましょう。六軒島へ。駒たちがもうすぐすべて揃う。第4のゲームが幕を開けるわ。ベアともバトルももう席についてる頃よ。六軒島へ。私の、いや、みんなの運命を変えた1986年10月4日の六軒島へ。
What happened on that day? I'll expose it. I'll learn what it is, and I'll bring them back. As she stood there with her fists still clenched, she surely turned her face up to the heavens. A single teardrop from the depths of her eyes dripped down into the air. And when time started moving again, the two witches' figures were swallowed up by a blowing gale and erased in an instant. Oh, we get to see the opening again! Hooray! You don't realize how many times I've actually heard this song. Because the thing is, I have to listen to it again while editing. So it's double the number that I have sitting here recorded on stream, plus the amount sitting before the stream starts. There's no way I can sing it by hand. By hand? I meant by heart. I feel like I need to slow dance with somebody to get the effect of the song. Weird that some of these images are kind of blacked out. The new guest. Don't. We are actually real close. We are real close. I'm gonna tell you right now. You might hear me scream. Son of a bitch! I hate you! I despise you! I knew as soon as I saw this damn scene that I would see your dumbass face. I don't know if I can play this game. I can't. She needs to get off my fucking screen right now. I knew it. I knew it as soon as I saw the damn curtains. That's what I said, don't. Renov popped up and I hoped for a millisecond he wouldn't say anything. It would just be Renov. He would just mention something. But no, he had to say my lady, and then this bitch decides to show up. Yeah, sweetheart, huh? It seemed that she truly had been so excited that she hadn't gotten any sleep. Did she show absolutely no signs of lacking sleep because she was young, or because she had the mind of a little kid? Renov chose not to say that out loud and laughed poo-coo-coo instead. She has the IQ of a child! Every time I hear this voice, the anger is just rising. The anger is just actually rising. Stop reminding me! I swear to God, if this was like Sword Art Online and I could be in the game, I'd be choking Beatrice out every fucking time.
あやつめいい年してちょっと素直すぎるとこ
I would make her die.
ございます。そこが魅力とも申しますが。
Can we be done with this scene? Can we? Can we?
まあそれでだ前回のあれあやつめコロッと引っかかってくれたであろう
They're really just pouring it on thick.
生まれてからただの一度も人に騙されたことのない無垢なバラのつぼみにも似た純粋さをお嬢様が存分に住人を
I might have to stop. I might have to.
美しき親切の平原を存分に駆け回って踏みにじり尽くす喜びにも代え難いでしょうな。お嬢
I will walk away. I will walk away.
実に痛快に豪快に無残に無慈悲に無教養に実はちょっぴりやりすぎちゃったんじゃないかななんて不安になってしまうくらいに暴虐の限りを尽くされましたと普通ならへこむでしょうな
I'm not crushed. I'm filled with rage.
二度とお嬢様の顔も見たくないくらいに
分かっておるではないかわらわは
I'm gonna take. I don't want to hear her speak. I'm taking off my headphones every time she starts speaking.
始まるというのにもしもあやつが意気消沈していて卓に
Like actually, I don't want to hear her speak. That's how mad I am. I just can't. I can't. That last stream messed me up.
お前に先にそれを問うたわけだ
You can probably hear it. Cope.
うーん
Oh, it's Renov.
でしたらやはり
I don't know what you mean by cope.
された方がよろしいでしょうな残念ながらバトロ様はお嬢様の例の北風と太陽作戦でかなり
I still don't know what that is. I didn't look it up because I didn't care.
ほうショックというとどのくらい
Look, I don't trust you. I'm not saying her name. Lowered her voice slightly, asking timidly. Renault followed suit and lowered his voice in the same way. I'm not giving her the satisfaction of me saying her name.
膝を抱いてうずくまられてもうだいぶになります
I'm not giving her the satisfaction of me saying her name.
何度かお声をおかけしたのですがお返事をされます
Let's not act like we care now.
ですが手を触れた様子もありません
それは難儀だなあやつそこまでへこんでおったか
Again, IQ of a child.
無理もありますまい何しろお嬢様が徹底的におやりになられましたからな普通なら人間不信になりましょうな
ほう人間不信なら好都合人間など見限って魔女を信じるとよいぞすまぬふざけが過ぎた
I had tried to joke about it, but the situation seemed to be quite serious, so that even she took the hint and hid her laughter.
そんなにも深刻なのか
Put your ass back on the 1/3 of the screen. Put Renov in the middle. Get out. You don't deserve that spot.
ゲームの開始はもう少し待ってやった方が良いか
I dictate whether or not you appear on my screen.
おいでになっておりますので第4のゲームは速やかに開始された方がよろしいでしょうただお嬢様はバトロ様に多少気を使われても良いかもしれませんな
Why do we care now? In fact, this is probably some BS anyway.
あやつは落ち込んでいるのだから
They throw it in the win section.
そうだな元気づけてやるとか
Talk about funky. This one's funky. Badler, the one man I can trust. Give me that croissant. No, let me get a piece. Badler's stomach involuntarily growled at the fragrant smell of the croissant. His breakfast plate was empty, but Badler hadn't eaten any of it. The biggest glutton of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Beelzebub, had waited for Renov to leave and had then come to snatch the food away. Badler had noticed, and they'd been really noisy ever since. Even though Beelzebub only had to give it back immediately or else throw it into her own mouth right away, she intentionally ran around in circles, making fun of Badler. Give me back my croissant. Where are my eggs, too? I'm trusting the Purgatory steaks more than I'm trusting the other one. What you mean by that one? I'm not a cannibal, but shit. I might be. Ooh. His horniness is really still there. I'm in a better mood now because of this music. This game took my bits! I guess I didn't need to add the cheering that time. I can't take it. I can't take it. The insanity is gonna stay. They fucking cheered. They put the cheer in. What, this? Beatrice is not best girl. No, wait. Damn it, I said her name. But you get one. You get one. She is not best girl. Best girl is somebody completely different, and they aren't even in this damn game. That's what we're at right now. They did the damn cheering. Best girl, my ass. No, don't end the music. She flung the door open, like a marathon runner drawn on a certain caramel box. With her hands held high, an idiotic cheeriness appeared. For some reason, flags from around the world and confetti scattered about, perfectly completing this magnificent entrance. Badler and Beelzebub, who had been fighting over the croissant, completely forgot about their argument, speechless. Shove a whole croissant in this man's mouth. Badler, how good was it? Tell me how good this croissant was. Why was it worth chasing this person around? Don't even... And Badler looked at each other. Seemed neither had a clue what was going on with the other.
バトラーどういうことだロノウェ元気そうじゃねえかよ膝抱いてないし返事してるしというか食事中だったし
Renove, yes. Let us all gang up and beat the absolute living hell out of the character that I do not want to mention.
お目覚めの時間をお知らせしたのですが、まるでお気になられず、食事をしようにも、いたずら猫が迷い込んでそれどころではなかったようで。
Renove is best girl. And I'll take that to my damn grave. How's it feel? Huh? How?
でっかく騙してくれやがったじゃねえか。事情はさっぱりだが、朝からいい気味だぜ。とりあえずロノウェ
She deserves worse. Way worse.
恐れ入りますバトラー様。
The two men stuck up their thumbs as though they understood each other, chuckling together. For a while, was very energetic, trying to hide her embarrassment. She only got one.
俺をあんまり舐めるんじゃねえ。まさか俺
I am not saying her name.
まだいじけてるとでも思ってたのかよ。
前回あれだけ悔し涙を流しておったのはどこの誰だというのかあの涙をたっぷりと小瓶にでも集め化粧水にすればよかったわ
うるせえや。あれはてめえの下手くそな芝居の超展開にちょいと驚かされちまっただけだ。みっともねえとこ見せて
I'm heavily considering deleting that message you put in chat still, because every time I have to look over and I see it, the rage builds. I probably won't because that's unfair. But still, it's tempting.
俺はくじけるたびに強くなる男だってことを教えてやるぜ。だがな、ベアト。
なんだ
二度とするな。
ほうなんでだやはり絡めては苦手か
I will kick your ass if you do.
絶対に手を取り合うことはないってことを俺はもうはっきりと理解した。だからもう二度とそれを
Don't tempt me again, because I will eliminate your face off of everything in general.
そうは言うがなそなたの弱点と知って
I thought they were still joking around, but that tone had disappeared from Badler's expression some time ago. Same with mine. Felt as though his eyes were like the surface of black tea that had cooled down.
いいな。二度とするな。
わからんぞ
This could be your redemption arc, but it's highly unlikely that I will ever enjoy you as a character again. Pierced by a strong and forceful gaze, held her tongue. Maybe she was certain that Badler would break that silence with laughter. However, Badler's serious expression didn't change in the slightest, so to break that silence, had no choice but to start laughing herself. I wouldn't tempt it, lady.
それでよいそなたとわらわは好敵視どのような良好な関係になろうとも敵同士であることの一線を越えることはないそなたがそれを勘違いしなかったならわらわはそれで十分だ
そう お前が敵であることを一瞬だけ忘れかけた。二度と同じ醜態はさらさない。お前の絡め手にかかることは二度とない。二度と。
第4のゲームが待ちきれないのはどうやらわらわだけではなかったらしい。
I can wait.
嬉しいぞバトラー。さあ
Not to see you, but just so that I don't have to deal with you.
望むところだぜ。もう小手先の騙しは効かねえぞ。
生きがるな。前回のゲームの最後の謎、南條殺しの謎も降参したままのくせに。
今はまだ答えを保留するさ。だがな、くじけたわけじゃねえぞ。
My answer for all of them is still on hold.
魔女を否定してみせる。
良い心意気だ。やはりそなたは不死鳥のごとき男よ。わらわの見込みを裏切らぬ。それでは第4のゲームの幕を開け。
And like a phoenix, I will rise above hate, except when dealing with you.
新しい客人を迎えなければならないよ。
客人？
そなたも覚えておる？前回のゲームの最後で招待状もなく現れ、余興を台無しにした謎の女よ。
あいつか。
わらわたちのゲームに加わりたいというのでな。正式に招待状を送り、この席へ招かせていただいた。ロノウェ、客人を呼べ。
その必要はないわ。もういるわよ。
The voice that answered her call came from the darkness in a corner of the room. When Badler turned around in surprise, he could now see that mystery girl there.
おやおや、そなたも人が悪い。来ていたならば、挨拶の一つもすればよいもの。
私、殴る前に挨拶する習慣ないの。でも、
I already know who the best girl is.
してあげるわ。
ほう、なんとする？
Good night. Have a nice dream.
I already know who the best girl is.
笑える。じっ
And it's Ange. Those two lines right there. I'm not even going to read that other line. But that was only... And nothing rose to Badler's face except a bitter smile.
あんた、武闘派だな。
Badler and the girl's eyes met, and he shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. But the girl didn't answer, giving only a cold stare in return.
前回は土壇場で世話になったな。礼を言うぜ。
礼なんていらない。あなたがぶったるんでただけよ。私は目を覚ませと言っただけ。
そうだな。バトラはぶったるんでるな。
I hate this bitch. Tried to laugh as though sympathizing with her, but didn't reach the girl's ears. She did absolutely nothing except stare at Badler with ice-cold eyes.
どうやら俺は嫌われてるみてえだな。
あなたが本気で戦ってないからイラついてるだけよ。
俺が本気じゃないだろ。
まさかあの低たらくが本気だったとでも？バカにしないで。いつまでこんな魔女の茶番に付き合ってるつもりなの？
俺は俺なりにベアと戦ってる。もちろん本気でだ。
本気で？笑わせないで。魔女といつまでも永遠にお茶を飲んで談笑しているだけのあなたが本気で戦っている？冗談は髪型だけにして。
そりゃ
Oh, fuck!
俺も最初は
Best girl, best girl. Keep the jokes to your hair, dude, dumbass. Best girl, best girl.
ようやく戦い方やそのコツが見えてきたところだ。俺のこれまでの無様さがあんたには本気でないように見えたのならそれは誤りだぜ。
そう？
確かに俺がベアとの胸ぐらをつかみ上げるのに必要な距離はまだかなりあるだろうと思う。しかしその距離はどれほど 頂戴であろうとも有限だ。
It's
そして
infinite.
俺はゲームを重ねるごとに一歩一歩確実にその距離を詰めている。時間はかかろうともあの魔女を追い詰め必ずチェックメイトする。それには奴がよく口にするように1000年をかけるかもしれねえ。だがそれでもいつか必ず打ち勝つ。なぜか俺が絶対に負けを認めないからだ。絶対に立ち止まらない。追い詰め続ける。だからつまり言えることはただ一つ。俺はいつか必ずあの魔女に勝つってことだ。
I don't care about winning. I just want to end her.
あなた勝つ気あるの？有限もその扱いを間違えれば無限と化す。今のあなたはすでに亀すら追い越せないアキレスなのよ。なるほどね。私が必要なわけだわ。こんなざまじゃ何億年をかけようとも無限の魔女に勝てるわけがない。
お前は何者なんだ。名前くらい聞かせてくれたってバチは当たらねえだろ。
At that point, the girl fell silent, gazing straight into Badler's eyes. At first, Badler faltered under the firmness of that look, and his gaze wavered slightly, but then his eyes gradually began to be sucked into the pupils that were staring at him. Then, inside those eyes, he saw a light that he'd seen some time before. Badler was struck by how strongly they resembled the eyes of a girl who definitely couldn't be here, even though that was completely impossible.
そんなバカなとは思うんだが、なぜかそんな気がするんだ。
We get this child talking to me with the music again.
でもそんなことあるわけがない。まだあいつは6歳のはずだ。お前まさか。
Kind of from the future.
なのか。
そうだ。と言ったら、あなたは信じるの？言い方を変えるわ。私はあなたの味方よ。だから信用して。と言ったら、あなたは信じるの？初対面の正体不明の女が自分の知人になんとなく似ているからという理由だけで、あなたは無条件に信用してしまうの？そんなお人よしだから、前回のゲームであっさり騙されて、悔し涙をボロボロこぼすことになるのよ。あなた、自分で言ったわ。その子は6歳なんでしょ？私が6歳に見える？にもかかわらず、私がその子だと自称したなら、それを鵜呑みにするの？
それを言われると弱えな。すまん。そうだな。俺はお人よしだ。そいつを前回のゲームで思い知らされたはずなのにな。お前が言う俺が本気じゃないってのもそういう意味か？
そうよ。あなたは魔女と戦っているつもりでしょうけど、ただ慣れ合って遊んでいるだけ。チェスで仲良く戦って遊んでいるだけなのよ。あなたたちにとってそれは真剣勝負でしょうけれど、それを離れて見ている私には仲良くルールに守られて、ただ遊んでいるようにしか見えない。
きついな。
でもその大遊びに勝てない限り、あなたはここから解放されない。だから私が来たのよ。このゲームに決着をつけるためにね。今のあなたは魔女を追い詰めていると称しながら、車輪の中を延々と走り続けるハムスターみたいなもの。
あれか。夜な夜なくるくると車輪の中を走り続けるあれか。
車輪の中を走り続けることは一見無限のように思えるかもしれない。無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ、まるであなたのことね。そしてその車輪の中で戦ってるつもりで滑稽にいつまでも走り続けてい
Like
るの
nothing
だ
to add here.
これはゲームじゃない。彼を永遠に閉じ込めているだけのカゴでしかない。
ほう。わらわの無限をネズミが遊ぶ車輪風情に呼ばわるか。面白い面白い。
ある次元における無限はより高次元において無限をなさないものよ。 メンガーのスポンジが無限の表面積を持つのは3次元未満の世界での話。3次元の現実においては 質量ゼロ。
A Mentor sponge?
存在さえできない。
威勢のいい女よ。わらわの敵を名乗る程度の資格はあるらしい。
あんた何者なんだ。
私はあなたの味方、そして魔女の敵よ。もちろん信じなくていい。私が本当にあなたの味方であるかなんて誰にも証明できない。むしろ私のことをうさんくさいと思うくらいの警戒心の方が望ましいわ。
そうだな。前回ひでえ目に遭わされたんだ。そのくらいの用心深さは必要だな。俺ももう二度と騙されるのはごめんだぜ。
You probably will. Laughed in a truly pleased way, which is humiliating only to
人
Badler.
はいきなり騙されたりはしない。自らの確認を怠り、それを他人に委ねたとき騙される。他の人が渡り始めたからもう信号は青になったと思った。じゃあ事故の言い訳にはならないってこと。わかる？
ああ、わかるぜ。与えられた情報を鵜呑みにするんじゃなく、自分の頭で考えろってことだろ。俺はベアトに見せられた魔法を鵜呑みにしていた。考えることをやめていた。だからダメだったんだ。
Badler grimaced as he remembered his many painful losses. The witch watched and laughed again, putting on a bold appearance.
私はあなたが有利になるように助言する。もちろんあなたは私のそれを鵜呑みにすべきではない。私が味方であることの絶対の保証なんて誰にもできないのだから。
In the last game, Virgilia, who I thought was an ally, was actually on the witch's side. Badler couldn't rid his head of that eerie smile worn by Virgilia, a person he'd once even thought of as trustworthy and reliable.
だから私を無条件で信用なんてしなくていい。故に私の助言も参考意見程度に留めてもらって大いに結構だって、魔女とのゲームを戦っているプレイヤーはあなたなんだから。
そうだな。外野の指し手に従って打ったから負けたなんて情けねえ言い訳だもんな。
そうとも。わらわの相手はバトラよ。そなたなど外野に過ぎぬわ。それをわきまえているとは良いことだ。
いいえ、外野じゃないわ。ベアトリーチェと後ろ宮バトラー、そしてそれを俯瞰する私がまるで三角形のような形になって戦うのよ。一見これは共闘ではないけれど、一緒に戦うばかりが共闘ではない。
ほう、珍妙なことを言い出す。
さっき彼は戦うことをあなたとの距離を詰めると表現した。でも一つの目では距離は測れない。二つの目があって初めて物事は立体的に見え、その距離も測れる。そして
I guess, yeah, your depth perception does kind of get messed up with one eye closed.
離れている方が魔女を正確に測ることができる。
異なる立場から異なる角度で撃つ十字砲火ってことだな。面白いぜ。
異なる立場から異なる角度で撃つ。だから私は誰とも慣れ合わない。自分の立ち位置をずらし魔女を挟み撃ちにするために。
いいのかバトラー。その女は実はわらわが差し向けた伏兵かもしれぬぞ。もっともらしいことを言ってそなたを信用させようとしているだけかもしれぬぞ。
かもな。こいつはさっきからそれをずっと重ねていっている。だからこいつの助言はもちろん鵜呑みになんかできないだろうさ。
The only person I can trust is Badler.
それが信用に値するものか否か、俺は自ら考えて取捨することができる。俺が自ら考えることをやめない限り、俺はもう誰にも騙
後ろ宮バトラ。そこまで言い切ったそなたをコロリとまた騙してみたいぞ。そして再び騙されたことを知った時のそなたがどんな顔を浮かべるのか、わらわは見てみたい。
Except it won't happen again.
なあ、あんたは俺の名を知ってるようだが、俺はあんたの名を知らない。名前を聞かせてくれ。
For a while, the girl remained silent without changing her expression even once. She looked as though she couldn't decide whether to say her name or not, or possibly as though she was deciding on the name she'd say on the spot.
グレーテル。
Gretel! Where's Hans?
グレテル？
Ghetto?
バカね、名前よ。私のことはグレーテルと呼んで。
じゃあ、俺は
ハンソル
ヘンゼルとでも名乗った方がいいか？冗談さ。俺は後ろ宮バトラ。バトラと呼んでくれ。
よろしく。握手は嫌い。気を悪くしないでね。
そうだな。悪い。お前が味方と決まったわけじゃないしな。警戒心を持てって言われたばかりなのにな。
Badler drew back his right hand, which he had stuck out. His bitter smile disappeared and was replaced with a strong resolve directed at this new fourth
バ
game.
トラ、
Yes.
あなたはどうして魔女に勝たなければならないのか、よく考えて。気に入らないからやっつけるなんて抽象的なものではダメ。
I don't know. Everybody lives?
この世界から抜け出すという強い信念を持って。あなたの帰りを待っている人が必ずいるから、その子のためにも。
Maybe there was something she wanted to say. Gretel clenched her fists in front of her chest and hung her head in silence, at a loss for words for a short while. As those smashing through that silence spoke up in a forceful voice.
よし。これにてグレーテルとやらの自己紹介も十分である。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。10月4日に何があったのか。第4のゲームの幕開けであるぞ。
At the same time as though it had been blown by a sudden gust of wind, the clock that had been turned back to October 4th, 1986 started to move. While we remained in the witch's tea room, the blue-gray sea and the green Rakajima spread out beneath us, and we could see a boat heading there, its wake trailing behind it. The sky was already cloudy, and seemed that the barrier of the typhoon would soon shut the island away. There was the boat docked in the harbor, and Goda helping to unload it. Then, once all of its passengers had disembarked, the boat began to separate from the shoreline. The relatives were gradually swallowed up by the island.
マリアは相変わらず元気だな。
マリアちゃん、気をつけないと転ぶよ。気をつけて。
The long-missed cousins I had loved dashed across the beach, getting swallowed by the forest path that led to the mansions and disappeared. And of course, Oni-chan could be seen among them too.
くっそー。待て待てマリア。こんなすばしっこいやつ。
Maria One-chan, whom I loved, started dashing and Oni-chan chased after her. They were swallowed up by the forest. Following them, father and mother were also swallowed up. The rest of the parents were swallowed up. They were swallowed up, leaving only me behind.
バカ。いつまでこんなところで魔女と戯れて遊んでいるのよ。早く帰ってきてよ、お兄ちゃん。 私を一人ぼっちにしないで。そして気がついて、残された私がどれだけ辛く寂しい世界で孤独を強いられるかを。
Ange's future, St. Lucia Academy, after 1986.
ごきげんよう。ごきげんよう。
Good day to use the standard greeting used here. No matter how many years pass by, the style of greeting still feels very awkward. Even though I'd responded to the greeting in order to stifle that awkward feeling, the classmate who had spoken looked at me blankly.
違うわよね。
The choice of words and manner were certainly what you'd expect from a school for rich girls. But the actual meaning was as innocent and cruel as you'd expect from kids of that age. It seemed they found it funny that I mistakenly thought the greeting was directed at me. No, must be the opposite. Maybe they didn't know how to react after being suddenly greeted by a gloomy, quiet kid like me. Now, judging by the gazes of my classmates who were looking this way over their shoulders and whispering to each other, looked as though some of them considered this refreshing morning ruined. I was dark, because I was disliked. So trying not to get in the way of everyone's refreshing morning anymore, I stooped lower and entered the classroom. Almost like I was cutting through the aisle in a movie theater while the movie was running. This is an all-dorm school, St. Lucia Academy. It's not a school that anyone can get into by taking a test. It's a hidden rich girl school, known of only by a select group of celebrities from various fields. For lofty nobles who truly wish their daughters could be raised like saints, this is probably the ideal school in which to protect them from the impurities of the common world. But at the same time, it was probably also convenient for nobles who wanted to confine daughters they didn't want out in public. As well as an academy isolated from the impurities of the common world, it also had excellent potential as a prison school. I was truly among the latter, and was confined in St. Lucia Academy, forced to live my life in darkness. Of course, there weren't that many students like me, and you couldn't tell us apart at a glance. However, even if we never fessed up about it, you could usually figure out who we were by watching how we acted. After all, we were always hanging our heads with an expression on our face as though the whole world had abandoned us. Anyway, every class had one or two kids like that, so even if they didn't speak up about it, you could guess who they were. Therefore, even though I never confessed I was one of those kids, at some point everyone in my class knew about it. Just like how the seriousness of an injury becomes a sign of status in a hospital room, how noble a birth one had become a sign of status here. Those girls who couldn't be acknowledged in public were probably nothing more than filth to the others. They must have thought that getting involved with such students would dirty them as well. When a rumor sprang up about a particular student, those fastidious girls would grow cold and distant, chasing that student out of all social groups. Thanks to that, I led a quiet school life like this all by myself. Well, that's only if hearing people whisper behind my back, finding many things lost or broken all the time, and having everyone pretend like they didn't know anything, can be called the quiet school life. Even this early in the morning, I must look worn out. I can almost understand why my other classmates who had a refreshing morning looked at my face and wanted to click their tongues. Consciously trying to do as I should and avoid tainting my classmates' morning, I quietly took my seat. Then, unusually, someone came to talk to me. It was the class leader.
ごきげんよう、白宮さん。朝からご機嫌斜めなご様子ね。ちゃんと睡眠は取られてる？
何かご用ですか？
学年発表会のアンケート、まだ提出してないの。後宮さんだけよ。昨日までが提出日だったの。お忘れ？
I'm pretty sure I heard something about that last week. But I thought that the questionnaire hadn't been passed out yet. The details would be written there, so there shouldn't have been any need to remember them beforehand.
アンケート用紙もらってないですけど。
そんなはずありませんよ。寮長から全員にちゃんと配布されてるはずです。なくしてしまったならそうと素直におっしゃればいいのに。
なくしました。今すぐ書きますから。 養子をいただけますか？
Again, either someone lost my sheet or they intentionally didn't tell me about it. But I have no way of knowing who was behind that. In the end, treating it as though it was my own carelessness would settle everything more quickly.
書いたらご自身で生徒会室のアンケートポストに投函されるように。うちのクラスだけですよ。夕べまでに全員のが揃わなかったのは。
As I hung my head at the class leader's scolding, I could hear the giggles and whispers of people watching coming from no direction in particular. Ushiramiya-san did it again. She's just so careless. She doesn't deserve to be in this school. She has no dignity and no manners either. Sorry, girls, but I've dealt with much worse when it comes to unfair personal attacks. As I froze my heart and let those arrows of ridicule pass by, I quickly filled out the questionnaire. When I learned that father and mother and brother and all the rest of my family had died, I was at the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. The only survivor of the accident was Ushiramiya Eva, our only Aunt Eva. Even at the time, I hadn't really liked Aunt Eva. At a glance, she would act kindly, but even as young as I was, I could see that she was somehow making fun of father and the rest, and I hadn't liked it. So when it was decided that Aunt Eva would take care of me, I was pretty miserable. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered if that gentle Uncle Hideyoshi and George had been with me, but I hated the thought of living all alone with Aunt Eva. I frankly said that to Grandpa, hoping to live together in his house. However, Aunt Eva had been very insistent that she should be the one to look after me. She had no desire to remarry, so as her successor, I was essential if the Ushiramiya family was to continue. Aunt Eva felt very strongly about the family. She insisted that she take charge of me right away so that she could give me an education and lifestyle fitting for her successor. After that, it seems that confusing negotiation with lawyers took place. But in the end, I was forced to go live with Aunt Eva. After doing that, Aunt Eva told me something. You might bear all of the glory and history of the Ushiramiya family, and in order to make you a fitting successor to bear that, the rest of your life will be dedicated to frantic studying. Sacrifice the rest of your life for the Ushiramiya family. That's what she said. At first, I thought she meant that literally, but I quickly realized that wasn't the case. Because even now, in Aunt Eva's eyes, the one most fitting to succeed her was the late George. At our first meal together, I received strict instructions and questioning about table manners. I was forced to listen to her abuse Mom and Dad as though they'd been neglected in their discipline. I also received the same strict instructions regarding manners at my first party, and my clumsiness had been disparaged in front of anybody, forcing me to endure insults to Mom and Dad as well. After that repeated over and over, I eventually began to understand. And Eva didn't really want to make me her successor. She thought George was the only one truly suited to be her successor. And she couldn't figure the fact out that it was to be me instead. So she insulted me in front of lots of people. She humiliated me. And she made it known exactly how I was inferior to George, to both acquaintances and strangers. Surely in a place of a memorial service for a dead son, or rather, she must still be mourning his death. However, that wasn't something I could endure. I couldn't possibly live together with Aunt Eva. I was kept like a pet, my life continually compared with her dead son's. I understood that even when I was still in elementary school, I tried to escape the Ushiramiya house and ran off to the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. However, Aunt Eva had already foreseen that. No, thinking back on it, she might have lured me into escaping. I was caught by the guards and brought back. And for being a coward who had smeared the Ushiramiya family crest with mud and tried to throw it away, in a way that makes my whole body shake and shiver just remembering it, I was punished. How should I describe what Aunt Eva was like when she punished me? In a frenzy? Gleeful? I saw the anger and sadness of losing her beloved son, as well as the hatred and pain for me stealing that inheritance from the son who should have received it, and the dark pleasure of being able to let those feelings out on me. I was hit with all those negative emotions at once. Then, all of my free time and freedom to act was stolen, and I was put under surveillance around the clock. I may have lived in a gorgeous mansion, dressed in expensive clothes, but my heart and my dignity had been trampled upon, and I was the Ushiromiya family's slave, its cattle. Compared to that lifestyle, the derisive laughter of my classmates here was calm and pleasant. It caused my heart no trouble. After burying almost all of the fields of the questionnaire with nothing in particular, I folded it and put it in my pocket, because if I left it in my desk, it might disappear again. During lunch break, after dropping it off at the postbox in the student council room, I finished lunch by myself as usual, headed behind the school building where no one could be seen. Only my time by myself could protect me from the derisive laughter and gossip. Since I was Hayden and didn't have a single friend, my time alone was the most kind to me. After checking the surrounding bushes to see whether some malicious classmates were hiding and threatening my time of quiet, I finally relaxed the tension from my entire body, knowing that I had gained some true peace. Then, I let out a sigh. It faltered, heavy, as though it was the first time I had breathed out today. My old favorite place behind the vegetable garden storehouse had been found out by my classmates, and I had been teased, and so this was my new lunchtime hideaway. There was nowhere to sit behind the school building. As I crouched near the wall in the shadow of the bushes, I opened my bag and took out a book with an elaborate, old-fashioned binding. Just glancing at it, you'd probably think it was a religious book or something written in the Middle Ages. But this wasn't a book. It was a diary. Of course, it wasn't my diary. There weren't any special things worth writing about in my daily life. Every single day was just gray, cold, and dry. And in those completely unchanging days, there aren't any changes worth writing down. This was the diary of Maria One-chan, a girl I'd been very close to. She'd been a bit strange and 3 years older than me, but Maria was always a warm, wonderful cousin. She would always grab me by the hand and let me join in on some fun games. I remember that being able to see her was the most fun part of our family gatherings. When I opened that diary, the characters, which were made fairly skillfully considering that this was an elementary schooler, were packed close together, though they were written on every other line. Was she just hopelessly obsessed with jotting everything down in her diary? Probably not. To her, writing her daily life down in a diary was probably like having a conversation with another part of herself. So rather than an object on which the events of her day were written down, Maria's diary was written like a letter to another part of herself telling of the events of that day. I found this diary among her belongings after her death and secretly took it home. At first, I felt that reading someone else's diary might be boorish and satisfied myself with just keeping it at my side. But I couldn't help flipping through the pages and reading through it bit by bit. And by now, she had become my only friend. I gently opened to the page with the bookmark.
Maria お姉ちゃん、お待たせ。また、お姉ちゃんのお話を聞かせて。
At the same time, a very, very soft breeze blew, tickling the paper. I thought the open diary might have sparkled faintly. The weather's good today. Maria loves the wonderful rays of sunlight, so I'm sure she's in a good mood. On the pages of the open diary, no, in the world of the diary, Maria showed herself. Thumbnail. I'm pretty sure she was 9 when she died, so her form was already younger than me. But I call her Maria Oni-chan, so she affectionately calls me Ange.
いつも混んでるわ。仲良しグループたちが席を陣取ってる上に、食事を終えた後も席を塞ぎ続けてるから、食堂に行くのが遅くなると致命的ね。今日は片付けの当番だったから。
マリア、ご飯食べるの早い。早く食べ終わるとその分いっぱい遊べるの。
Maybe she realized I was holding a grudge because that duty had been forced upon me and shortened my lunch break by a bit. Maria brightly changed the subject. Grateful for that act of kindness, I responded by saying I was a slow eater. Maria calmed me down, saying something about teaching me the trick to eating fast. I read about it in her diary. No, I heard it from Maria. She was ranked number 1 among the girls in the speed eating ranking for her grade's newspaper. She was apparently very proud of that, but a little disappointed that her mother, Aunt Rosa, hadn't praised her very much for it.
じゃあ今日のお話を始める 昨日はどこまでお話をしたかな。お
What is this?
ここまでよ。マリアお姉ちゃんがサクタロをプレゼントしてもらったところまで、サクタロの話を聞かせてくれる約束になってたわ。
サク太郎のこと話すよ。サク太郎はね、とっても可愛いぬいぐるみなの。演者もきっと気に入るよ。
うん。そのお話を聞かせて。マリアお姉ちゃんにお話を聞かせてもらえる昼休みだけが学校で一番心を許せる時間だもの。
マリア話す。サク太郎はね、
Well, I looked at Maria, who was always in a good mood, and made my heart feel warm as well. As I listened to her tale, I began to get absorbed into her world.
Happy birthday, マリア。ごめんね、帰りが遅くなって。
ママもお仕事お疲れ様。マリア、ママが忙しいの知ってるから、遅くなっても泣かないで待ってた。
It's weird seeing this kid without the crown.
うん、マリアは偉いわね。お行儀よく待ってたご褒美に、今日は何でも好きなものを注文していいわよ。もちろん食べきれる分だけだけどね。
今日はコーンスープをオニオングラタンスープに変えてもいい？
ええ、いいわよ。
Corn soup?
200円高くなるけど、プロシュートピッツァに変えてもいい？
ええ、いいわよ。本当に食べられるならね。でもいっか、誕生日だしね。ちゃんとお行儀よく待ってたいい子のマリアにご褒美もないとね。
じゃあデザートにエンチェラーダチーズ
Enchilada cheesecake? What the hell?
シェフの気まぐれフルーツサラダにキッズフライドポテト。メロンソーダも飲みたい。マリアはいい子、マリアはいい子。ママに褒められた。
ちょっとはしゃぎすぎよ。もう少し静かにしないと他のお客さんに迷惑よ。
When Rosa gently admonished her, Maria stuck her tongue out and eased up a little. But it seemed that she was having a hard time repressing her excitement at being able to eat out with her mother after such a long time. Today was Maria's birthday. Rosa always tried to let Maria spend her birthdays at great restaurants. When Maria had been in kindergarten, they sometimes invited other kids from the neighborhood over and had a party at home. Rosa would make a wonderful cake and snacks and decorate the house itself, making it a huge celebration. But when they moved and Maria no longer had friends in the neighborhood, Rosa had started splurging at expensive restaurants instead. However, today they were in a normal family restaurant. It was also a little late in the day for a kid like Maria to eat there, even with a parent. Actually, she had gotten reservations at a fantastic place that would surely have pleased Maria. Of course, she had also prepared a wonderful cake with Maria's name written on it. Rosa just hadn't been able to finish up her business and had been forced to cancel. Since that plan had been traded for a local family restaurant, Rosa felt a little indebted to Maria. So she was prepared to spoil Maria a bit and let her have whatever she wanted tonight.
マリアお姉ちゃんってあんまり食べないんじゃなかった？
What is this? Can the GWB get in here and start killing some folks? If you understand, if you don't know what GWB stands for, it stands for Golden Witch Bitch.
こんなに頼んで大丈夫なの？
あんまり食べられないけど、いっぱい並ぶのが好きなの。お誕生日のテーブルはね、赤、青、緑に黄色、いっぱい色とりどりだと幸せになれるの。
そうね。お誕生日のテーブルってカラフルだと幸せな気持ちになれるわね。うちの誕生日は マリアお姉ちゃんのところにはだいぶ負けるけど、駅前のケーキ屋さんで買ってくるケーキがいつもとても華やかだったっけ。
And she thought back to her own birthday nostalgically. Even though Dad was busy, he sometimes came home just to show up at my birthday party and then went right back to his company. At that time, I was sad, but now I understand how important I was to Dad. Of course, Mom also took very good care of me. In particular, her birthday presents were always in excellent taste, and she sometimes arranged for them several months in advance. Even though we always sent an invitation to Badler, he didn't get along with Dad or something, so he kept not coming. So when he did come, I was really happy. The birthday parties when the whole 4-person family gathered made for fun memories that I'll never forget.
エンジェのお誕生日もとても楽しそうだね。バトラとルドルフおじさんがすごく賑やか。わいわいキャッキャ。
And both are perverts.
バトラジュースかけられてる。
Maria peeked into my happy memory. As I sat quietly wearing the origami helmet that Dad had made for fun, I was a little embarrassed. In my hand was a paper gun that Badler had folded for me, and Mom was taking a commemorative photo. It was the happiest moment of my life.
でもマリアお姉ちゃんの誕生日だって負けてないよ。それで今日もらえるんでしょ、作太郎は。
すっごく楽しみだった。ママのカバンの脇にあるプレゼントの包みを早く見せてもらえないかなとずっとワクワクしてた。
Sakutaro is the name of a stuffed animal that Maria was to receive that day. For quite some time before then, Aunt Rosa had been making a stuffed animal to give Maria as a present today. Hearing that it was a cute lion stuffed animal, Maria had already given it the name Sakutaro, even though she hadn't received it yet. Today, she was looking forward to meeting Sakutaro even more than her own birthday. Aunt Rosa ran a clothing design company. It seemed to be some kind of brand name. What was it? Anti-Rosa? It seems their catchphrase was, "I can't forgive the me of yesterday." Unfortunately, I've never met someone who knew of that brand name. Maybe it wasn't that famous. So Aunt Rosa was pretty skilled with her hands. I heard that she made some of the clothing she wore herself. So making a stuffed animal had to be well within her capabilities.
手作りのぬいぐるみなんてちょっと素敵。
I want to see this animal.
ところで作太郎って名前どういう意味でつけたの？
And does it look like Cone from Bleach?
本当はさくらってつけたかった。でもオスライオンのぬいぐるみだから男の子の名前にしなさいって言われたの。だから男の子っぽく太郎を加えてさく太郎。最後の「う」はいつの間にかなくなっちゃった。
なんでさくらなの？
テレビアニメの主人公の名前。
It was the name of the main character in a TV anime that was popular at the time. The fact that she'd simply borrowed the name of the character she liked was, how should I say it, as innocent and cute as you'd expect from someone that age.
ママサク太郎まだ。サク太郎も一緒にお誕生日混ぜてあげたい。
プレゼントはいつも最後でしょ。今広げると汚しちゃうわよ。食事が終わるまで我慢しなさい。
じゃあ早く食事を終わらす。
As soon as she proclaimed that, she started tearing into her meal. Aunt Rosa got mad at her, saying that was rude. It seemed that she expected this would happen right away. I also thought that given how straightforward Maria was, that was probably what she'd do. So it was kind of pleasant when my expectations weren't betrayed. In the end, Aunt Rosa lost to her daughter's eyes, which were sparkling with anticipation, cleaned up the table, and took out the long-awaited wrapped present.
Happy birthday, Maria!
Wow, a scene where Rosa does not hit her fucking child. So far.
なかなか時間が取れなくて、あまり上手に作れなかったんだけど。
ママの手作りなら何でも嬉しい。
This kid is too pure for this mom. Aunt Rosa spoke a bit humbly, but Maria was happy even before opening the wrapping. I could really understand that feeling. It's not a problem of quality. Just the fact that it was a handmade present was more pleasing than anything.
開けてもいい？開けてもいい？
本当はお家に帰ってからにしてほしいんだけど、ちょっとだけよ。ちょっと見て挨拶したら一度しまうのよ。ちゃんと挨拶するのはお家に帰ってからにするのよ。ここはお外なんだからはしゃいじゃダメよ。約束できる？
約束する。だから開けてもいい？開けてもいい？ママ。
はいはい。ちょっとだけよ。
Her birthday is the only day of the year she doesn't. Before Rosa finished talking, Maria started unwrapping it. Do I get to see it? Wait, I'm gonna look away so I go. Oh my god, it's Cone! Like I was gonna say earlier, I highly doubt that she does not hit Maria. It's gonna turn midnight and she's gonna go, I can finally hit my daughter again. Maria! Here's Rosa! As soon as she did, yellow and orange peeked out. Now, I have a question. Thumbnail. Also, the question, would you want this as a kid? If somebody gave you this as a present, what would you keep it? Would you be like, you know what, it's mine now? Because I'm going to be honest. I want this now. I want this now. I am 22. And I want this stuffed animal. As soon as she did, yellow and orange peeked out. What appeared was a slightly blank-looking lion stuffed animal, with cute round eyes and a white chest. It was about the size of a small pillow. Stop. Can you not zoom in on it? It's making me want it even more. Look at the face. It looked pretty big next to someone as short as Maria Onichan, but it probably wasn't that large. From the perspective of someone who didn't know better, it would probably look like something cheap bought from a department store or something. But to Maria, it was her mother's handmade stuffed animal, the only one of its kind in the world and irreplaceable. Thumbnail. This is too happy for me. Maria, I need you to start doing some wild shit. And I need Rosa to take out a gun and shoot you.
そんなに褒められるとかえって恥ずかしいわ。全然時間が取れなくて大したものを作れなかったの。本当は抱えきれないくらい大きなのを作るつもりだったのにね。
これでいい。このくらいの大きさならいつも一緒にいられるもん。一緒にお出かけできるもん。さくたろう、お姉ちゃんだよ。ふりゅー。
本当に可愛らしいぬいぐるみ。
But I've noticed something. What the hell is with the star? Why is this music getting louder? I have to scream!
には一緒に行けないけど、お家ではいつも一緒にいる一番のお友達なの。さく太郎はね、とっても無垢で可愛らしくて、そしていつもマリアに優しくしてくれるの。マリアに元気がない時には励ましてくれて、マリアが元気な時は一緒にいっぱい遊んでくれるの。だからマリアはもう寂しくなんかない。ママが仕事で忙しくて一人ぼっちでも寂しくないし、学校で誰も遊んでくれなくても全然寂しくないの。ねえ、さくたろう。ふりゅー。
It's like a huge volume increase on this music. At school, Maria had lived in the same kind of environment as I did. Compared to the other kids in her class, Maria's tempo was always a little slow. Her sensibilities and ways of viewing things were a little peculiar. I accidentally hit space. And a little too idiosyncratic for her to blend in. Her grades were low as well, and since she was talkative about everything related to the occult, her specialty, she was treated like a weirdo by everyone else in class. If you were touched by Maria, you'd be cursed. Stuff like that. Apparently, everyone in her class acted like she was disgusting, made fun of her, and avoided her. If a boy bumped into Maria Onichan, he'd start rubbing that part against the other boys as if he'd gotten some scum on him. They'd pick up her stuff like it was something filthy and chase the other boys around with it. That's just what grade school boys did with girls in general. We can't compare this just to Maria. It seems the girls thought even speaking to her was unpleasant, so they ignored her all the time, only giggling and sneering at her whenever she made a mistake. This is not a classic case of boom boom, different era.
マリアはいじめられて悲しいけど、でも仕方ないと思うの。
仕方ない？どうして？
だってクラスには一人いじめられっ子がいないといけないってルールなんだもん。
最低なルールね。それを作ったやつの後頭部をレンガで殴ってやりたいわ。もちろん角で。
もしもマリアがい
I made the rule. Come knock me out with a brick so I don't have to do this.
新しいいじめられっ子に選ばれる。マリアが我慢することで、マリアはその子をかばってあげられるの。
As she said that, she smiled faintly. Maria Onichan's way of thinking really is unusual. According to her, from the beginning, a witch had resided in that place called a school. No, she says that any place where a lot of people gather will have a witch residing there. The witch tries to steal the students' souls through death by disease or accidents. Apparently, she sometimes also corrupts those souls, leading them down that path of evil. She says that an angel came, not content to let that continue.
天使様はね、魔女をやっつけようとした。
Am I still in the same game? What happened to the GWB, the Golden Witch bitch, trying to get me to say she's a real witch?
でも魔女は兄弟で、戦いは7日7番に及んだんだけど、それでも決着しなかった。疲れ切った魔女は休戦しようと言ってこう提案したの。
前に聞いたわ。私
That was a water bottle I threw.
クラスの生徒の半分を病気にしたり怪我をさせたりしてきました。でもその代わりに残りの半分の生徒は病気と怪我から守ってきました。だからもしもクラスの一人を私への生贄にいじめられっ子にしてくれるなら、その他全員の生徒を病気や怪我から守りましょう。だったっけ？
おう、天使様は考えたの。クラスの半分が不幸になることに比べたら、クラスの一人だけが不幸になることの方が。
It sounds like that angel is not a good person.
魔女は力で他全員の生徒の安全を守ってくれるという。
クラスに40人の生徒がいるとして、20人の犠牲者が1人に減って19人が助かるというわけね。実に
19, you say? I wonder if there's some theme behind this fairy tale. If it's a creation by Maria Onichan, a 9-year-old girl, that'd be pretty impressive. 19, you say, almost like the number of people on the island.
天使様はその提案を飲むことにした。だから一人の生贄によって19人は救われた。だからマリアの役割は大切なの。魔女は19人を守ってる。
私たちが生贄になることによって、その19人に感謝された覚えはないけれど。
Maria Onichan's idea was too compassionate. Both of us are suffering from a very similar type of misfortune, and yet maybe a small difference in our way of thinking changes how peaceful our hearts are.
それでマリアお姉ちゃんは悲しくないの？
Sounds pretty damn happy to me.
うん、悲し
Mario Nichan hugged the Sakura Taro stuffed animal, playing both sides of the conversation herself. I don't understand it, but that's exactly why I don't want to reach Mario Nichan's level. So I was intensely drawn to her tale and her words.
エンジェは一人ぼっちだから辛い？
What?
辛いわ。でもマリアお姉ちゃんとこうしていられる時間だけは別。一人ぼっちじゃないから。
ならサクタラもお友達になればもっと楽しくなるよ。
Sure, give him here.
じゃあ
I'll become his friend.
サクタラもエンジェの新しいお友達だよ。ね、サクタラ。
No. Don't put me near her, she's disgusting.
フリュー？僕、エンジェのお友達？フリュー、エンジェ！
Skillfully moving the stuffed animal like it was a puppet, Mario Nei-chan expressed Sakutaro's emotions. She was controlling him, but the charming way he waved his short hand and cocked his head to the side made it feel like he really was a new friend called Sakutaro. Of course, looking at it with cold eyes, it would only appear that Mario Nei-chan was comforting me when I was grumpy, but a soul had definitely been sent into that stuffed animal, the soul of Mario Nei-chan's love. So I acknowledged the existence of a being called Sakutaro inside that stuffed animal.
エンジェもサクタラに挨拶して。
Hello!
ほら、サクタラもご挨拶。フリュー？エンジェ、怖い人？
I'm terrifying. As Sakutaro timidly looked at me, he unexpectedly met my gaze and hid behind Mario Nei-chan's back in surprise. Mario Nei-chan really is good at playing with stuffed animals.
大丈夫だよ、サクタラ。エンジェは怖くないよ。とっても優しい女の子だよ。うん。どうも。サクタロウです。ウリュウ。
はじめまして、サク太郎。エンジェよ。新しいお友達になれて嬉しいわ。
I held out my hand as though asking for a handshake, and Sakutaro's short hand was stuck out towards me, lightly touching my index finger. After all, when a human and a stuffed animal shake hands, their sizes are too different. This greeting by touching each other's fingers was our handshake. Somebody strolls up. What the fuck are you doing? What are you talking about? We were right, this person's crazy as shit.
これでもエンジェとサクタロウはお友達だよ。一人よりは二人、二人よりは三人の方がもっと楽しいよ。うん。うりゅー。
Mario Nei-chan had given the name Sakutaro to the stuffed animal she was to receive on her birthday, and had warmed and expanded his existence in her heart for a long, long time. Therefore, even before she met him, his existence was sublimated into a personality. Even at the first moment they met, they were already friends. Of course, there wasn't anything extraordinary in Mario Nei-chan's eyes, although I don't think she'd personified and loved anything quite as much as Sakutaro. She loved the things she owned very much, treating them just like friends or beloved pets. Maybe Aunt Rosa hadn't let her keep a pet at some point in time, so she felt like treasuring objects instead. And maybe she was so isolated that she'd been forced to find a friend nearby. Because of all that, what happened that day wasn't anything extraordinary from her perspective. Even so, Sakutaro, no, maybe I should call it Sakutaro, like Maria Onei-chan. There's no doubt that Sakutaro was a stuffed animal. No, a friend whom she loved more than anything or anyone.
もしもし、ママよ。上機嫌ね。お友達が来てるの？うん。サクタロウと遊んでるの。サクタロウったらね。
It was already about 9 at night. Rosa had asked because this wasn't a good time to have a friend over, and she'd been just a little surprised. But when she thought about it, Maria didn't have any friends who would come over to play, did she? Even so, to think that she'd have so much fun playing with that stuffed animal. Rosa was very pleased that Maria had liked her birthday present so much.
ごめんね。ママ、どうしても仕事が片付かなくて、来期のラインナップが難航してるの。ようやく少しずつ注目され始めたみたいで、なんとかここで
A kid's not gonna understand this. Wait, she's 9. A kid's gonna understand it.
頑張ってママ。
そうありがとうねマリア。ママのお仕事のことを分かってくれてありがとう。
Rosa was surprised that Maria had accepted so easily that she wouldn't be able to come home from work. To Rosa, having to tell Maria that she'd be coming home late or staying overnight was a huge burden. Maria would start crying about how lonely she was on the other end of the phone, and it took a lot of time and effort to calm her down. To think that Maria would accept it in such high spirits. Is this also thanks to Sakutaro? Rosa was once again pleased that she'd given her daughter such a good present.
明日のこの時間には帰れるようにするわ。明日は一緒に夕食をとりましょう。マリアは夕食はまだよね。コンビニでお弁当を買ってきて食べてね。
You're gonna send your kid out?
ジュースもダメよ。
Your 9-year-old child to buy a bento.
シートも入れておくのよ。わかった？
はい。サクタロとお買い物、サクタロとお買い物。
こら、サクタロはダメよ。お留守番させなさい。
From Maria's manner of speech, Rosa got the feeling that Maria might have gone shopping with that stuffed animal without her knowing about it. Rosa's forehead creased, and after sourly saying that Maria definitely mustn't do that, she hung up.
おお。
I want the penguin.
サクタロ
Give me the penguin.
ダメだってママに言われた。
Give me that penguin right now. Penguin and top hat is mine.
ウリュウ。マリアとお買い物に行けない。一人でお留守番、寂しい。なんでママ、サクタロとお買い物行っちゃダメなんて言うの？
He's gotta watch the house.
もう
Somebody breaks in, Sakutaro's gonna handle their
ウ
ass.
リュウ。
He's gonna put his dukes up,
僕がマリアと一緒にいるのを見られると恥ずかしいんだよ。
and he'd be strolling up,
恥ずかしい？
going,
なんで？
I'm gonna mess you up.
ママはよく僕を外に連れて行っちゃいけないって言うし、マリアのことをよくもう何歳になったんだからダメとかそういう言い方をするし。マリアはサクタロと一緒で全然恥ずかしくないよ。僕はライオンだけどぬいぐるみだし。ライオンでぬいぐるみだけどマリアのお友達だよ。だから一緒にお出かけしよう。
Star.
ママがいない
For no
時
reason.
内緒で。ひょっとしてサクタロも恥ずかしい？僕は恥ずかしくないけど。ウリュウ、ちょっとお外の人が怖い。
Oh no. The lion's gonna get lost, isn't he?
サクタロが怖くなくて一緒にお出かけできるようにする。マリアに任せて。便利なのがあるの。
Maria started fishing around her messy room. Rosa often told her to clean it up, but Maria apparently didn't like doing it. However, Maria herself knew more or less where everything was. So much so that if it were to be cleaned up, she would have trouble finding where anything was. I'm gonna say right now, there's no way Maria, who has all of this, especially the candy here, reads that many books on this damn bookshelf. There is no way.
ほら見てサクタロ。ナップザック。
Maria proudly held it up high. Sakutaro looked at the knapsack, which was gaping open, squirming as though saying, "Are you serious?"
ウリュウ、マリア、もしかして。
Maria, you ain't telling me to get in the bag.
これなら一緒にお買い物に行けるし、サクタロも怖くないよ。
Maria held Sakutaro up and started stuffing him into the knapsack. At first, she tried to stick him in head first, but then he'd be upside down and suffocate. Meanwhile, he's busy going, "Get your mitts off me, you woman! I don't want to be stuffed in no backpack!" So she pulled him out and tried pushing him in again, feet first.
きつい、狭い、暗い。ウリュウ。ほら、大丈夫だよ。頭を出せば狭くないし、暗くないから怖くないよ。景色も いいよ。うん。無理本当だ。これならマリアと一緒にお買い物に行っても
I mean, if anything, it's just a decoration on your bag,
大
so.
丈夫だよ。今日のお夕食は何がいいかな。さあさあ、お出かけしよう、さくたら。
マリアお姉ちゃん楽しそう。
What the fuck am I looking at?
一人だったら寂しくてつまらないこと。
What am I playing?
さくたらが一緒なら何でも楽しい。どんな人間のお友達だって夕方になったらお家へ帰らなきゃならない。でもさくたらは帰らないし、いつまでも一緒にいてくれる。一緒にテレビも見るし、お布団の中だって一緒だし、雷が怖い夜には手だって握っていてくれる。クローゼットやベッドの下のお化けだって追っ払ってくれるんだよ。さくたら頼もしい。ウリュウ、マリアを怖がらせるお化けは僕ライオンだから勇気を出
This
して
is
追っ払うよ。
reliable.
ウリュウ、
This is peak male right here. They're so close that it made me a little envious. I'm supposedly older now than Maria Onechan was then. But Maria Onechan really is my Onechan, and I still haven't reached her level. If only I had a friend close by like Sakutaro.
マリアもサクタロもエンジェの身近なお友達だよ。いつもマリアたちはエンジェのすぐそばにいる。でもエンジェの魔法が弱いから、こうしてマリアの日記を開かないと知覚できないだけ。
知覚？マリアお姉ちゃんは難しい言葉を知ってるね。
According to her, this world is full of magic and spirits, and they're as natural nearby as a light breeze.
風って普段は気にもしないし見えもしないけれど、お線香の煙とかがたなびくとそれを見ることができるんじゃない？
そうね。そしてそれは見えなくても普段から私たちの身近にあるものだわ。
そういうこと。マリアもサクタロもいつだってエンジェのすぐ近くで一緒なんだよ。神様や精霊、守護霊も私たちのすぐ身近にいるの。でも意識しないと存在を感じられない。目では見えない風のように。でもそれは確実に私たちの身近にあって。
Well, I've actually not said nearly anything, I feel like, during this whole stream. I thought I'd only be able to meet Maria Onechan while this diary was open. But from what she says, she's always with me, and I can meet her at any time if I truly desire to.
自分の日記に日々の記録と一緒に自分の魂のかけらを残しておいたの。だからこの日記にはマリアの魔法の力が宿ってるの。でもそれはとても微弱なもので、エンジェ以外の人には誰も感じ取れない。
私にだけはわかるの？
うん。だってエンジェはマリアと同じで魔女の力を宿しているもの。エンジェだってちゃんとお勉強すればきっと将来立派な魔女になれるんだよ。
魔女？それは楽しいのかしら？
うん、楽しいよ。そうすれば日記を開かなくてもマリアやサクタロがいつも身近にいるのがわかるようになるよ。そしたら毎日がとっても楽しくなる。そしたらエンジェにマリアは他にもたくさんのお友達を紹介できるよ。そしたら毎日が忙しくてとっても賑やかになるよ。
それは楽しいかもしれない。マリアお姉ちゃんが残した魔導書も持ってるわ。今度真面目に読んでみるわね。そしたら私も一人ぼっちじゃなくなるかな。
Maria Onechan and Sakutaro said that at the same time, happy that I developed an interest in the world of witches. Thumbnail. With her knapsack on her back and half of Sakutaro's face peeking out of it, she triumphantly walked through the shopping district late at night. Well, it was that time of day after all. Everyone in the shopping district was either a shop owner lowering the shutters on their shops or an employee rushing or else staggering on their way home. Amidst all that, Maria, who was in a good mood like someone on a hike, probably looked quite merry. Every once in a while, passing employees would glance at her back with the eyes of someone seeing something out of place. Office ladies giggled at the cute stuffed animal poking its head out of the knapsack. The supermarket had been closed for a while by this time. However, convenience stores, which have been growing in popularity lately, stayed open until midnight. It was very convenient for Maria, whose mother's return was often late. Maria lowered the knapsack from her back and, carrying it like a child in her arms, she headed over to the sweet buns corner. She pointed to a sweet bun she had eaten before, explaining to Sakutaro that this one was delicious. And that one was pretty good too. Sakutaro seemed to be enjoying it a lot. Hey, your mom said bento. She's gonna check the receipt and then beat your ass, lady. Get a damn bento.
これ一つでね、あんことクリームといちごジャムが食べられるの。でもたまにウグイスあんだったり白あんだったりするの。あんこは一種類でいい。うりゅう。いろいろ入ってて面白そう。
Bean jam.
あとはマリアはフルーツヨーグルトにする。フルーツ入ってるけどお菓子じゃないよね。きっとママも大丈夫。
Yeah, yogurt should be fine, actually. The bun is a little more sweet than the yogurt. The yogurt is yogurt. If your mom has problems with yogurt, I'll beat her for you.
だからサクタロにも好きなものを買ってあげられるよ。一緒に食べよう。サクタロもヨーグルト食べる？
Oh, apparently this was something. The Japanese confectionery company Glyco, also famous for producing Pocky, began its business in 1922 with boxes of Glyco caramels, which featured art of a running man, triumphantly smiling with his arms raised. The marketing was that a single caramel gives you the energy to run 300 meters. The Glyco running man became an iconic trademark and a mascot that the company still uses today. Have I ever seen this running man in my life? That is the main question we must answer right now. Is have I seen this running man? I have never seen this running man in my life, actually. This might be the first time of me seeing this man. Shotoku Taishi, or Prince Shotoku, 574-622, is the extremely culturally influential Japanese regent depicted on the old 5,000 yen and 10,000 yen Japanese banknotes issued from 1958 to 1986. His name was used to refer to those notes informally. In modern Japan, 10,000 yen notes are sometimes referred to as yukichi, after Fukuzawa Yukichi, figure on the new 10,000 yen banknote that entered circulation in 1984. When Maria made to grab another one of the same fruit yogurt, Sakutaro bent her head, slightly worried.
でも僕大きいのは食べられないから小さいのでいい。おお。じゃあこの小さいお菓子ヨーグルトは30円だね。安い。うりゅ。僕はそれでいい。マリアと一緒にヨーグルト。サクタロと一緒にヨーグルト。
Yogurt! Let's go! What's it got? Yo play? Maria put the 3-colored bread and the 2 yogurts into a shopping basket and brought them to the register. The man running the register had been in charge of the tobacco shop that had been here until last year.
この時間によく見かけるね。偉いけど、今度からこの時間のお買い物にはお母さんと一緒においでね。
ママがいいって言ったから大丈夫。ママはいつもお仕事で帰りが遅いけど、マリアたちは寂しくなんかないの。ね、サクタロ。うりゅー。
そっか、そりゃ大変だね。ほら、ジュースを1本おまけしてあげるよ。
The man working at the store took a can of leftover soda or something from behind the register and packed it into the bag with everything else. And that's when Maria gets in trouble because her mom's not gonna believe her that the man gave her a free fucking soda. Thank you, man in convenience store. You just got this child beat.
よかったね、サクタロ。うりゅー。
Since she had been told not to buy soda, she couldn't take it back home. So she decided to drink it on her way back and not bring the empty can back home. Big brain, with the vinyl bag with the sweet bun in it around her elbow, holding the knapsack with Sakutara in it with that same arm and drinking her soda, the two of them walked home.
柚子胡椒ソーダって微妙。サクタロも飲んでみる？おりゅおりゅおりゅおりゅおりゅおりゅおりゅ。わあ。おりゅ。マリアひどい。まじゅい。だよね。
Of course, it's not like she could actually make a stuffed animal drink soda. She just put the can to Sakutara's mouth and pretended to tilt it. But it was fun for Maria to share the taste of this weird drink that she had gotten for free with Sakutaro. There was a huge moon in the sky. At times, that moon had been clouded by tears when she'd been unmanageable during Rosa's overnight stays, and when she'd been scolded by her mother. But this moon was very warm, and it seemed to watch over the two of them as they enjoyed their trip home by themselves. Maria and Sakutaro. And to watch the two of them go from behind. She looked so warm from behind. After looking at the backs of Maria One-chan and Sakutaro together, it became very hard to remember all of those long nights when she cried because her mother hadn't come home. I couldn't say it to Maria One-chan, but if I'd been in the same position, I may have given a stuffed animal the name Sakutaro, but it wouldn't have been anything more or less than a stuffed animal. Anyone can make a relationship that only distracts you from your loneliness, but Maria One-chan was different. Sakutaro isn't a stuffed animal or a toy. He was a real friend, and far from just distracting Maria from her loneliness. He changed the nights without her mother into a fun time where they could play all by themselves. Was it because Sakutaro was a special stuffed animal? Because her mother had made it herself? Because it was very, very cute? Probably not. If there's a secret here, it doesn't lie within Sakutaro. I think it probably lies within Maria One-chan. This is too happy right now. I thought Maria was gonna get beat. And I'm disappointed that she didn't get beat. If even I, locked up in an academy with a single friend, had power like Maria One-chan, I wonder if I can make my days just a bit richer. I wonder if I'll be able to honestly shed tears on nights I felt like crying, to smile on gray nights.
できるよ。エンジェはできる。だってエンジェにだって魔女になれる資格があるもん。魔女になる資格。マリアも魔女になれる資格あるんだよ。だからまだまだ勉強中の修行中なの。きっと素敵な魔女になって。
Witches don't exist.
お空をかけてケーンで虹を描いて飴玉を空から降らせるの。マリアはきっとできるよ。そしたらエンジェにも見せてあげるね。きっとそれは素敵な夢の中のような光景だから。
Maria One-chan said that, making absolute promise with her smile. There's no way I can become a witch. I feel like the chip in my molar has gotten worse. But it also feels the same. Maybe it's because I haven't, focused on it in a while. But if Maria One-chan says that, it makes me feel that maybe I really can become a witch. Because, in reality, on that desolate night when no flower of a smile could possibly have bloomed, her magic surely gave birth to a smile.
なれるよ。エンジェは少し年齢を重ねちゃったから魂が少し重力に惹かれちゃってる。だからマリアよりも修行は大変かもしれないけど、でもきっとなれるよ。だってもうエンジェは魔法の一端に触れてるもの。
Oh, the book! I was confused. I was like, what magic? But it's the diary.
もうこの世にはいない私をこうして呼び出して語らっているよ。
これは魔法なの？
Which again, this is like some shonen type shit.
魂のかけらを
My soul's infused in this book.
私を蘇らせてる。
I feel like this is like a Black Clover storyline that they're doing. Which I'm gonna say this, and I know people are gonna hate me for it, but Black Clover was not that good. It wasn't.
マリアお姉ちゃんが保証する。
I watched 170 episodes. I watched the whole damn thing, and it's a 4 out of 10.
開いた時にしか会えないと思ってるけど、本当はいつも身近にいるって。私に魔法の
At some point, I'm gonna have to go over the Sean seal of approval and the shows that have almost made me cry.
お姉ちゃんと会話ができ
They're
る。
two different
い
lists,
つでも
but
いつでもお話できるよ。
at some point, I will have to go through them.
いつもそばにいるし、授業中だってそばにいる。退屈な授業は私とお話しして気を紛らわせようよ。
Maybe that'll be once this is all over, and we'll see where this ends up.
お昼休みだってこれまでのようにいつも一緒にいようよ。放課後だって一緒にいるし、もちろん寮に帰ってからだって私はいつもそばにいる。日記を広げた時にしか私を見てくれないだけ。
日記を閉じてもマリアお姉ちゃんは私のそばにいてくれるんだよね。
いるよ。だからエンジェが私を見ようとして、そして話そうとしてくれれば、私はきっと答えられるよ。しっかりと見て、
Okay, let me
話
try
そうと
that.
してくれれば。
私やってみる。
簡単じゃないよ。いきなり上手くなんてきっといかないよ。
わかってる。きっと。
Well, I'm not seeing the person I wanted to talk
で
to.
も私マリアお姉ちゃんみたいになりたい。
I'm sorry, Maria, it doesn't work.
じゃあ、私をよく見て。しっかり見て。うん。ゆっくり目を閉じたり開いたりして。いきなり長くつむっちゃダメ。私の姿を瞳に焼き付けては、それをまぶたの裏に染み込ませていくつもりで。
うん、やってる。
まぶたを閉じても私をイメージできるようになったら、そのままゆっくり柔らかく目を閉じていて。どう？まだ私が見えている？
うん、多分見えてると思う。
じゃあ、一度目を開いて。いよいよ本番。心を落ち着けたら、日記を閉じて。その時一度、マリアの姿は消えてしまうかもしれない。でも焦らずに、心を落ち着けて。そして、まぶたの裏に染み込ませた私を、逆に瞳に染み込ませていくつもりで、ゆっくりと、虚空に私をイメージして、私を、虚空に見て。
うん、大丈夫。じゃあ閉じるね、日記。
おう。
Slowly, I closed it. When I did so, gray reality filled with dull air unfolded. Of course, Maria Onechan's form disappeared. Give it all you've got. Have courage. Take the first step into the world of witches. I felt like Maria Onechan was cheering me on inside my heart. She's cheering me on. Really? Or do I just think that she is? No, that's wrong. It's because I think that I cannot see her. Maria Onechan is always by my side. Even now, she's definitely there, cheering me on to do my best. That reached my ears, so I must ignore it like it's my imagination or the voice of my own heart. I believe that Maria Onechan is there. I mustn't doubt. I believe. Onechan said she'd always be by my side. I must not doubt that. But looking at that empty space by the empty back wall of the school building, amidst those almost heartlessly boring rays of sunlight, calling out her name was unexpectedly difficult. The chains of common sense that had clung to me until today sneered at me, telling me that calling out to the empty air was ridiculous. It was almost like being told to take a step forward off the roof of a skyscraper overlooking a sea of lights. Shouts out, you already did that! It's Maria Onechan saying it. It's alright, she's saying that I'm someone who can do it. Stop thinking that you might fall, or that'd be foolish to take a step off a roof, and free yourself from those chains of common sense. Don't actually do that in real life. If you take a step off of a roof, you will die. I studied my breathing. I concentrated my mind. Make the vivid form of Maria Onechon in the empty space before you. Rise to the surface. Understand magic. And see Maria Onechon. I'm gonna start reading this in a different voice because I want to see how funny it is to me.
Maria, お姉ちゃん。誰かいるの?
At that time, I was answered by a rustle in the bushes and a wild cry, and I came to my senses. It looked like I wasn't the only one behind the school building. No, since I'd been so immersed in the world of the diary, I hadn't noticed someone coming. I recognized a group of 3 beyond the bushes. They were kids from my class. From their appearance, it felt as though they'd come behind the school building to gossip about someone or talk in secret. I hurried out of that place, because if it became known that I'd been alone in a place like this, mumbling to myself, it'd become a pain again.
言ったよね。言ったよね。マリアお姉ちゃんとか言ったよね。やばくない？心霊とか見えちゃってんじゃないの？あれ。
It doesn't matter what I'm seeing.
後ろ宮さんって面白い。
I could hear the shrill, loud laughter from behind. Irritated and feeling that Maria Onechon had been made fun of, I left that place at a quick pace and then a jog once I turned the corner. And I might have made it to Onechon's world with just a little more time. It was frustrating, aggravating. Why does everyone get in my way? I haven't gotten in anyone else's way, not even once. I ran and ran. But it still felt as though I could hear the shrill laughter. The future 12 years later. The world 12 years later. October 1998. Beep. Okay, stop honking at me. I can't move. I'm stuck in traffic. Thumbnail.
噂じゃ、エンジちゃん。あんた、ビルのてっぺんから飛び降りたんだって？
追っかけがうざかったんで、ちょっと巻こうと思って。
Ange and an old gentleman wearing an expensive suit were alone in a massive modern conference room. All of the newest machines for presentations were installed there, but they didn't upset its refined and composed atmosphere, and that alone was enough to make the business-like theme of the room abundantly clear. However, that didn't matter at all to Ange. She carelessly sat on a high-class chair that executives making a salary of several 10 million yen probably sat in, looking aloof from the world.
下の方の階で改装工事してて、転落防止ネットがあるの知ってましたし。
Ange talked about it like it was no big deal, but in reality it had been a miracle among miracles. To think that she'd shot through several layers of safety netting for the remodeling project, been caught in a multicolored banner adorning the atrium and slipped off, only to be softly caught by a final banner, land on the ground without a scratch, and then briskly leave that place. It put Hong Kong movies to shame.
いくらネットがあるの知ってたったって、高さ200メートルの超高層だよ。
Yeah, my only question is, who are you? Now.
もしも思い通りにならなかったら、今頃大変なことになってただろう。
What is your name, sir?
死んだら死んだで、それまでってことでもいいかなって思いまして。まあちょっとした運試しです。若気の至りってことで。
As though saying that she had enough of that topic, Anne shrugged coldly. Seeing that the old gentleman who was looking at the world below through a crack in the blinds cackled.
運試しときたか。いやはや、やっぱり金蔵さんのお孫さんだ。
So you know Kinzo.
天の流れに命を預けてもケロリとして。
Who are you really?
会長も博打に平気で命をかけられる人だったが、これも後ろ宮の血なのかね。
Maybe a certain
あんた
Renault.
将来大物になるよ。悪いことは言わない。家出ごっこはこの辺で切り上げて、須磨寺の家に戻ったらどうだい？
お母さん、 実家と仲が悪かったって聞いてます。お葬式で初対面の人の家になんて行きたくないです。
The Sumaderos are Mom's family. They're an old family from Kyoto, and compared to Mom's frank attitude, unbelievably strict. The only Sumadera I'd been on good terms with was Grandpa, who was living apart from his family under the guise of retirement. Mom kept in touch with him too, but she avoided the rest of the family completely, almost hostilely so. So I went out to play with the Sumadera family. It was always Grandpa's house I visited. When I was young, I didn't really understand it, but I hear that Grandpa was in an extremely weak position as a man who'd moved into his wife's family register, and his relationship with Grandma was also bad. You might even say that Grandma hated him and confined him to the house. It isn't hard to imagine that because she had a soft spot for Grandpa alone. Mom was also hated by the Sumaderas. Since I was her daughter, they probably hated me quite a bit too. And yet they appeared for the first time at Mom's funeral, shamelessly going on about how big I'd gotten, like they could actually act like family after all this time. When Aunt Ava died, I could inherit all the wealth of the Ushiromiya family. If that wasn't what they were after, there's no way they would have been able to say such disgusting words.
まあ、一人ぼっちになっちまって自暴自棄になりたいエンジェちゃんの気持ちもわからなくもないな。
自暴自棄とかじゃないです。こううるさいエヴァおばさんもやっとくたばったんで、久しぶりにのびのびと散歩してるだけじゃないですか。周りが大げさに騒ぎすぎなだけです。
Of course, everyone's after the vast Ushiromiya wealth I bear. They must think that's becoming my guardian means they'll be able to do as they please with that wealth. Just how many people have tried to get close to me acting like they want to be a substitute parent?
エンジェちゃんも辛いことがあったら俺でよかったらいつでも相談してな。
I would like to know a first name.
実の孫みたいに思ってるんだからさ。
はあ、当面はノーサンキューということで。それより話を戻してください。
エンジェちゃん、何度聞かれたって俺が隠してることは何もないよ。あの日の六軒島の唯一の生き残りが会長なんだ。その会長が何も語らずに言っちまった。俺だって何もわからないよ。すべては闇の中だ。
This old gentleman was one of those leaders who had been entrusted with the business group Ava had built up after she passed away. The one he called chairman was the former chairman, Ushiromiya Ava. His company once had friendly ties with Hideyoshi's business, and he'd had a close relationship with both Hideyoshi and Ava. For that reason, when Ava lost Hideyoshi, he became the only person to whom Ava might have let her true intentions slip. Whenever Ava's heart was torn by the loss of her family, whenever she took it out on Ange, he had acted as a buffer between the two, so although Ange didn't trust him, she found him a very easy person to question.
あの事件は、いや、事故か。事件なんて言っちまったら怒られちまうな。そりゃ俺も世間やワイドショーと同じ程度の疑問は持ったさ。
どうしてエヴァおばさんは事故当時、屋敷から2キロも離れたところにたった一人で、それも嵐の晩に。
当時、金蔵さんは次の跡継ぎに誰を選ぶかで迷われていた。表向きは長男のクラウスさんってことになってたんだが、クラウスさんはあまり信頼されていなかったんだ。
それで親兄弟4人の中から公平に跡継ぎを決めるため、非分の謎というゲームじみた試練を課した。
それは表向きだな。おそらく金蔵さんは初めからエヴァさんを当主跡継ぎにするつもりだったんだ。長男が跡継ぎだという自らのルールを撤回してでも、クラウスさんと違い非常に勤勉で優秀だったエヴァさんに家を任せたかったんだ。非分の謎を解いた者に家督を引き継ぐなどという新ルールは、クラウスさんから次期当主の肩書きを奪うためだけの茶番だったんだろうな。
茶番ってどういう意味ですか？
あの非分は誰にも解ける必要はなかったのさ。適当に刑事期間を経た後、本当に金蔵さんが後を継がせたかったエヴァさんを呼び出し、その答えを与えるだけでいい。つまりそれこそが当主継承の証ってわけさ。
それはワイドショーでは言われていない話ですね。
まあ当主継承がうんぬんなんて話をしたら 余計陰謀説が優勢になっちゃうからね。俺もバカじゃないからさ。誤解を招くようなことはわざわざ口にしないや。
I say screw it, she's dead. This was his theory. At that time, the Ushiromiya family head Kinzo, whose remaining life was announced to be short, was troubled by the problem of who was to succeed him. Normally, the successor would be fixed as the oldest son, Kraus, whom Kinzo had chosen himself. But in his later years, Kinzo began to think that Eva would make a more fitting family head. However, Kinzo, who was stubborn even against himself, was stymied by the title of successor that he'd already given to Kraus. And he searched for an official stance by which he could skip over Kraus and select Eva as his successor. That official stance was the riddle of the epitaph. The primary successor was still Kraus, but there was a new rule saying that if someone appeared who could solve the riddle, they would be chosen as the successor to the headship. Then, on what would probably be his final family conference, Kinzo told Eva the answer to that riddle himself. In short, it was the same as proclaiming that Eva herself was the successor.
エヴァさんはあの日、金蔵さんに呼ばれ、それを打ち明けられたんだ。
Then how are all of them dead?
そして、当主を引き継ぐため、当主だけが知る隠し館であるクワドリアンにエヴァさんを呼びつけたんだ。
で、一足早くその隠し館で待っていたエヴァおばさんは、そのおかげで事故の難を逃れたと。エヴァおばさんが全ての財産を奪うために
Was I right in the fact that the gold was in the fucking mansion? I told you the hometown was the damn mansion. I told you it was the mansion, that second mansion.
例えば
今エンジェちゃんが指に通してるその後ろ宮家当主の指輪だよ。その指輪は金蔵さんが特別に作らせた世界に一つしかない指輪だ。そして今エンジェちゃんが指にしているものは間違いなくそれだと作った細工師も認めてる。
The Urushiromiya family head's ring, that ring with the heft of gold and the one-winged seal on it, had a diamond arranged on a pedestal and felt both sturdy and reminiscent of the dark hobbies of the rich. Kinzo had worn that on his finger without removing it even for a moment. This man was saying that the fact Eva had it proved that Kinzo had acknowledged her as the successor.
その指輪を確かにエヴァさんが持つからこそ、そして実際にエヴァさんが優秀で、クラウスさんにはビジネスシーンでの数々の集大が知られていたことを加味すると、エヴァさんの話は全くの作り話とは思えないんだ。
その指輪を奪うためにおじいさまを殺害した可能性だってあるけれど、そしてエヴァおばさんは何らかの細工をして事故に見せかけて一族を皆殺しにした。
そうだな。大衆氏は財産の独り占めが目当てで一族を皆殺しにしたなんて言ってるようだな。
Yes.
確かにエヴァさんはここ一番では随分思い切ったこともしちゃう人だよ。あるいは後ろ宮家の財産を独り占めできるチャンスに生涯でただ一度の殺人を犯したかもしれない。
Yes.
俺はそうは思わない。
そう信じるに足るポイントの2つ目は、
エヴァさんのご家族だよ。秀吉さんにジョージ。
Yeah, that's the...
エンジェちゃんはにわかには信じがたいだろうけど、エヴァさんはあれでかなり家族を。
Hideyoshi killed George. No, Hideyoshi died before George. True, part of me didn't want to believe it or acknowledge it, but I did understand vaguely. And Ava certainly had been a person who highly treasured her family. But still, it's called insanity. She could have killed George and then went, oh no, George, who killed you? After all, the root of her twisted personality had been nothing more than the sadness of losing her beloved husband and son. After getting hit with her angry outbursts as she tried to distract herself from that pain, I have no feelings of sympathy at all. But it's not like I can't imagine how the incredible shock of losing her whole family must have changed her character.
家族を愛したエヴァおばさんが夫と息子を見捨てるわけがないと。
そうだ。もし本当にエヴァさんが犯人で一族を事故に見せかけて皆殺しにしたならば、夫と息子が絶対に生き残ってるはずなんだ。偶然 自分の家族だけが隠し館にいたとへりくつをこねてね。もし秀吉さんとジョージ君も無事だったなら、さすがの俺でもエヴァさんの陰謀を疑ったろうよ。俺は秀吉さんの葬儀で見せたエヴァさんのあの号泣を演技だなんて。
Well, give her an Emmy because it was.
どっちも状況証拠的ですね。エヴァおばさんの潔白を物理的に示すには至らない。
それを言っちゃおしまいだよ。生き残ったのはエヴァさんのみ。その彼女がそれが真実だと言うんだからさ。
でも彼女の潔白は誰にも証明できない。
ああ、そうさ。そして彼女の犯行も誰にも証明できない。そして信ずるべきポイントの最後が警察だ。何しろ派手な事件だったからね。陰謀説を騒ぐ世論に後押しされて、警察が
This is essentially telling me that Ava probably wasn't the one who actually did it. It was easy to feel something unnatural about the claim that Ava had avoided the accident by coincidence, because she alone had escaped to a hidden mansion. Furthermore, at the time, Hideyoshi's company had been right in the middle of a takeover struggle, and in order to buy off the big stockholders, she wanted a large sum of cash. It shouldn't be too hard to find a motive there, but as a matter of fact, there had been nothing at all that implicated Ava as she went to the family conference. Nothing unnatural was found on her that could have been used to brutally murder her family and make it look like an accident. Their servants who escaped harm by being off duty on that day also stated that they hadn't seen anything strange regarding anyone related to the event, Ava included. Putting all of that together, it could only be concluded that Ushiramiya Ava had headed to Rakanjima for a normal family conference without any change, and had encountered an accident. That's the importance of this scene, is essentially saying, hey, Ava probably wasn't the one who did it.
それは単に警察は事件性を発見できなかったってだけの話じゃないんですか？
それを言い出したらキリがないな。悪魔の証明になっちまうよ。
God, not these fucking devil's proofs already! Alright, where's Schrodinger's cat box?
消極的事実の証明は不可能だ。
You got it.
犯罪を犯したか否か、それを判断する材料が見つからないから、そのまま真相は迷宮入りということですね。
そうだな。エンジェちゃんの期待する言い方にするとそうなるな。エヴァさん自身にだって自分の無実は証明不能なのさ。あの島で不幸な事故があった。そしてたまたまエヴァさんが生き残った。しかもそれ以上のことは何もわからない。つまるところ、唯一の生存者であるエヴァさんの話を信じられるか否かってことになるわけさ。俺は信じたよ。指輪の話や彼女の尊敬できる家族愛、そして葬儀で見せた涙、それらを加味して考えて彼女の話を信じようと思ったんだ。
でも私は信じない。指輪なんて奪う気なら方法はいくらでもあるだろうし、家族仲が本当に良かったかなんて誰にもわからない。葬儀の涙が本物かなんて証明不能。というか、私はそもそもエヴァおばさんなんて大嫌い。だから私は彼女の話を信じようなんて思わない。
事件の真相をどう見るか。俺とエンジェちゃんで真っ向から対立しちまったな。俺たちに与えられて
Look, asshole! I can't move! Stop honking at me!
見解も持っちまう。こういうこと政治や経済でもよくあるんだ。
You know, that's it! I'm kicking your ass! I'm getting out this car! I'm kicking your damn ass!
わかるかい？
いいえ。
愛があるかどうかさ。相手に愛を感じてるかどうかで物の見え方は全く違うってことなんだ。好きな人が貧しい人に施しをすれば尊敬できるだろう。でも嫌いなやつが施しなんて始めたら売名行為だとかばらまき行政だとか非難合々さ。
何をしてもしなくても愛があれば感謝し、愛がなければ非難する。それが世の中ってもんなんだ。
エヴァおばさんのことを信じられるか信じられないか、それだけの違いってことですか？
彼女を疑う人間には、彼女が何をしてもしなくてもそれは実に不自然に見えるだろうさ。逆もしかり。俺はね、世の中には真実なんてものはよっぽどのことがない限り存在しないんじゃないかと思うね。いや、仮にもし真実が存在したとしても、それを信じるか信じ
We're
ない
back to this love bullshit of love being the only element.
絶対性の宿らない真実なんて真実と呼べるのかい？エヴァさんが物理的なアリバイを示したとしても、君はそれを信じられたかい？
Huh, I seem to be getting a message here that nothing is really true. I hate Aunt Ava, so I'll probably deny any information beneficial to her. It's hard to counter that. And interpret any neutral information in a negative way. In other words, the truth is already decided inside me. So just what in the world is this truth that I'm still searching for, unsatisfied?
そういうことさ。つまり、俺から何を聞こうとも、エンジェちゃんがエヴァさんを未だ疑っている以上、何を聞いても今更何も変わらないってことなのさ。少なくとも、今のエンジェちゃんじゃ、仮に未知の新事実を掴んだとしても、真相に至ることはできんと思うね。
Is that an insult?
真相に至れませんか？
だって、エンジェちゃんはどんな新情報や新証拠が見つかったって、エヴァさんが犯人だってスタンスは変えないんだろう？ならこれ以上何を調べたって意味はないじゃないか。君の中の真相はすでに決まっているわけさ。だがもし、エンジェちゃんがそれを真相と思わずに、さらに奥深くの本当の真相にたどり着きたいと願うなら、一個だけ方法があるよ。もう話したつもりなんだけどな。なんだかわかるかい？
愛ですか？よく意味がわからないです。
エンジェちゃんは今、エヴァさんを犯人だと仮定し、ものを考えている。でもそれじゃあ片目でものを見てるようなものなんだ。片目じゃどんなに目を凝らしてもものを立体的に見ることはできない。
So this is telling me to look at both sides.
もう一つ目がいるんだ。もちろん今の目とは別
I'll
の
pull my other eye out because I cannot love
あるいは
the GWB, brother.
物事を見ろと。
そうそう、その通り。物事を考えるときには異なる立ち位置から見るようにするんだ。そうじゃないと本当のことは何もわからない。新聞だってそうさ。
No, you listen here,
新聞だ
dude.
けじゃその記事を書いた記者の目線一つ
With the GWB, you don't get extra hoka use or hoka ruse, brother.
かつ冷静に分析ができることもある。愛がなければ真実は見えない。いいね。
Maybe he thought it interesting that such a flashy phrase would pop out of his mouth. For a while, he laughed, looking pleased. At the same time, he was telling me that he'd said everything he knew, and that it was about time to leave. I understood that and got to my
俺
feet.
にもエンジェちゃんの気持ちが分かったよ。あんたが納得するようにしばらく好きにしたらいい。当時君は6歳だった。わけがわからないうちに家族を失い、未だに心の整理がつかない気持ち、よくわかるんだ。真相はわかるかもしれない、わからないかもしれない。
I don't want to learn the truth if that means I have to enjoy dealing with the GWB, brother.
エンジェちゃんが信じる真実が見つけられるのを祈ってるよ。若いうちの旅も貴重な経験かもしれない。
ありがとうございます。お忙しいところお邪魔して本当にすみませんでした。おこのぶさん。
Finally, I get his damn name.
これからどうするんだ？
Tetsuro Okonogi. I'm on chapter 3 already? Damn. Oh, wait, and side. Huh. After being repeatedly hospitalized from psychogenic stress, she is already dead in the world of 1998 due to acute heart failure. The only survivor from Rakajima, she lived her later years in isolation with no one to understand her. The media gave her the name Queen of Suspicion. She continued on a path of reckless expansion like Kinzo had done in the past and made many enemies. In her later years, she seemed to do this repeatedly as if she found it funny, and at that point it was no longer for economic reasons, but simply to harass. And all of this was for the sake of Ange, who would eventually succeed her. A major player in the Ushiromiya group after Ava's death, and until Ange succeeds the group, he and the other ministers are the ones managing it. However, since Ange has no desire to do so, the group is on the brink of internal discord, putting him in a difficult position as well. He was previously the president of a foodstuff distribution company and had a very close relationship with Hideyoshi's company. Because of that long-lasting association, Ava particularly trusted him, and he was appointed to a significant post in the group. Threw herself off the top of a skyscraper and miraculously survived unharmed. Her mystical experience led her to abandon everything and go on a personal journey to discover her past. Will she, positioned 12 years in the future, be able to break through GWP's magical power, dude?
まあ適当に事件関係者やその道の専門家ってやつに何人かアポを入れてるのでそちらを当たるつもりです。
そうか。納得のいく答えが見つかるといいな。
Didn't I kick your ass enough already? At that time, company president Okanogi's secretary came in, handing him a memo over his shoulder. He read it, then looked back between it and my face.
旅に出てごらんと言った矢先で申し訳ないんだが、耳に入れといた方がいい情報だ。
I swear to God, dude, I'll kick your ass again!
私の金を狙ってる連中ですか？だからお金なんてくだらない。
だからって財産丸ごと売っ払って、全額を福祉に寄付しようなんてしたら、エンジェちゃんの財産で川残業してる連中が目ん玉飛び出しちまうよ。
ああ、スマデラの家ですか。あいつら、何を偉そうに保護者面して。
I haven't forgotten about Aunt Ava. There's no way I'll put myself in the care of the Sumadera family. They probably want to, as Aunt Ava often threatened in the past. Cut off my arms and legs, throw me in a warehouse, and suck the Ushiromiya family's wealth dry.
スマデラ家の使いがここに来るそうだ。君を引き渡せと。いやいや、保護したいと言ってるな。
使いって？
Good thing I know
キリエさんの妹さんだ。
the move to end all moves. And that is a swift
冗談。
dick kick.
せめて孫と言ってよ、あのババア。
文脈から見るに、君の意思は聞く気がないようだ。地下2階の駐車場に車が待たせてある。行きなさい。
スマデラの家から引き渡せって言われてるん
This guy
いいの？
is a bro right here.
エンジェちゃんはきっと将来
You're a Hulkamaniac anytime, brother.
その時の出世払いってことにしとこう。行きな、早く。
After bowing silently and deeply, Ange left that place at a dash. After watching her leave, the female secretary straightened her glasses and whispered,
スマデラ家からは足止めをしておくように言われていますが、行かせてよろしいのですか？
足止めならしたよ、十分に。それに間に合わないのはスマデラの過失だね。エンジェちゃんには逃げろと言ったし、スマデラにはエンジェちゃんが来てるよと通報したし、捕まっても捕まらなくても双方に恨まれる。
Now, brother, that's not very Hulkamaniac of you, dude.
世の中は
You know what? No side bread for you, Jack. No more pasta mania, brother.
何しろ追ってまくためにビルから飛び降りられるからね。
Okanogi looked down again through a crack in the blinds, muttering, nope, definitely couldn't do it. Ange wasn't a fool herself. She got off the elevator, but on the 3rd floor. A taxi in the 2nd level of the basement? That's so neat and clean that I don't like it. It's probably better to refuse for now. But my enemies aren't fools either. They're probably waiting in the 1st floor lobby as well as the underground parking lot. It's such a massive building. Instead of getting anxious and escaping outside, maybe it's better to stay inside and wait it out. No, that's useless. If they get their hands on a security room in a modern building like this, I'll have nowhere to run to. This entire building is like a massive dead end. The third floor is the business floor. A young girl like me will clearly stick out. Trying not to stand out any more than I had to, I walked at a brisk pace searching for an emergency exit. It'd be perfect if that staircase was an outside one. I found the door to the emergency exit. After opening that heavy door, I found the outside staircase I'd hoped for. I bumped into a man who looked like an employee skipping work and smoking a cigarette. After glaring at me, he quickly crushed out his cigarette and went away. It looked like there was no one below. If I'm gonna escape, now's my only chance. Just when I thought that, a black car slid right under me and came to a sudden stop with an incredible squealing of the tires. Insert deja vu. Judging by the sounds of the tires, it seemed they had several other allies and that one of them had come here to block this path.
かすみおばさん、やるじゃない。非常口から出てくる名にまで送迎車を送るなんて。
Bam, bam! The doors of the car were forcefully opened and three black-suited men jumped out looking up the emergency staircase. Crap, our eyes met.
12マルタイ発見。北西側非常階段3階。応援遅れ。園主様、そこを動かれませんように。ご無礼を失礼します。
The three of them began to clamber up the emergency exit. They've already announced that they plan to be rough. This is pretty bad. As long as I don't stop breathing, they're probably been ordered to grab me so no matter what, even if they gotta rip out one of my arms. Make sure you take the arm too! Clink, 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 clink. Their heavy wall of footsteps became a helix and began to rise from the lower floors, getting closer. In the entrance lobby of the building, a woman with 7 black-suited guards behind her advanced at a leisurely pace. Seeing this hold on, I'll get it.
Ostentatious.
Entrance, the security guards for the building ran up to them asking if they had an appointment.
これだから東京人は名乗らせなければ相手の格もわからない。
失礼いたしました。当社ではご来賓の皆様にはフロントにてセキュリ
下がれ、下船が。私はお前たちの社長に呼ばれてきたんだよ。
Oh, well then shit, my bad. I'll let you through.
おいで出迎えもないとはね。これだから東京人は。
これは失礼。ようこそ後ろ宮グループへ。須磨寺かすみさん。
With his secretary behind him, Okanogi dashingly appeared from the elevator. Even though both of them wore bold smiles, they were wrapped in a tension reminiscent of the smell of gunpowder. Her name has been said. Daughter of the declining noble family Sumadera, Ushiromiya Kairi's younger sister. She hates her sister Kairi so much that she loathes everything about her, so she also strongly hates Ange. She is the opposite of the freewheeling person Kairi was and holds appearances in high regard, possessing a strong ambition for philanthropy. However, that is nothing more than a manifestation of her complex towards her sister, causing her to crave the limelight. There are several opposing factions in the Sumadera family, and they're constantly engaged in a secret feud over who will control the vast wealth Ange holds.
エンジェはどこ？
Oh, she left.
姉さんのかわいいかわいい姪を迎えに来たのよ、私は。
後ろ宮グループでは時間厳守がモットーでしてな。時間を守れない人間は契約も守れないってのが先代会長のお言葉でして。
東京まで呼びつけてなんてざまなの？逃がしたわね。
逃げられたと言ってもらいたいですな。これでも随分足止めはしたんです。さすがに蹴取られましてね。須磨寺さんが時間通りに来てくれれば問題はなかったのですが、これだから地方人はルーズで困るんです。
今なんとこの私になんと
I called you an idiot. You couldn't sense any of Kairi's open frankness in Kasumi's face. She wore the arrogance of the ancient Sumadera family towards the ruined Ushiromiya family, as well as pride because she didn't want anyone to notice that their family was declining so much that they couldn't ignore the Ushiromiya family's wealth. Even at a glance, it was easy to understand why Anne hated her aunt so deeply. She couldn't stand even a slight insult, and though she still smiled, her eyebrow twitched. At that time, the black-suited man behind Kasumi whispered to her.
園児様を発見しました。対応中です。
あら、間に合ってよかった。ありがとうね、お好み。ようやくやんちゃな名誉連れて帰れそうだわ。私、あの子と一緒にゆっくりとお茶室で語らいたくて、お道具まで準備して待ってたんだから。
What do you mean by tools? Torture tools? As the violent sound drew a helix, it rushed up at me from below, threatening to swallow me up. Of course, even if I fight, there's no way I'll be able to win. And yet, running into the building would be like jumping into a dead end of my own accord. My enemies will increase in number with time. If I don't do something here and now, I won't have any more chances to escape. Then, 3 muscular black-suited men came into view below me. 1, 2, 3. 3 people. In other words, everyone who had gotten out of the car. If there had been just one of them, I might have been able to drop-kick them or something and smash them in the head, which might work out. Here's what you need to do, brother. You need to hit them with the big boot jack, and then while they're on the ground, you do your hot dog and you do your grandstanding that the Hulkster does, brother, and you drop that leg, dude. You hit him with that leg drop and then pin him 1, 2, 3 jack. But it really wouldn't be impossible. But it really would be impossible with 3 of them. Wait, 3? If there's just 3, I should be able to make it. I can do it. She jumped over the air. She's pulling the Matrix leap. She jumped onto the car.
01より12確保したか。応答されたし。どうした。応答しろ。なんてやつだ。くそ。
See, that worked out perfectly, didn't it? There was just the 3 of them after all. I've already tried that once from a higher place. I knew I'd be able to jump down just 3 floors. It's a good thing the car they came in was right beneath me. Even if it wasn't as pleasant as a trampoline, it broke my fall. A little gently, a little roughly. How rude. The roof of the car broke my fall, leaving a massive dent around my body. Car roofs are surprisingly delicate. I don't think it's because of my weight. Apparently, the 3 people on the stairs hadn't planned on me jumping down. It seemed they now realized that they'd been outwitted and they were rushing down the stairs. I've got to run and escape while I have the chance. Hop in the car and get the fuck out of there. I moved my body, making clunking sounds on the car roof. But I've been naive. Of course, they wouldn't all rush up the stairs without leaving one person behind. There was one black-suited man left in the driver's seat of the car that had broken my fall. He stuck his head out the window, and when he realized what had fallen on him, he jumped out. In a rush, I jumped off the roof, but the black-suited man's reaction was really fast. Either there was a massive reward for capturing me, or there'd be some harsh punishment for store if they let me get away. I was mercilessly held down against the asphalt. I was being crushed, face down, covered, and pressed upon from above. It was a hold without a trace of elegance, but it was extremely practical and left me no room for resistance. I tried to push back with both hands, searching for a way to resist, but I was being pushed down solidly and I couldn't even tear myself off the asphalt. Then another car came, squealing its tires as it slid to a sudden stop. Is it all over now? That man that had been crushing me let out a sharp cry. He was yelling straight into my ear, making my left ear ring. What in the world? Along with the black suit guy, I fell with a thunk. After landing face up, the first thing I saw was an arm stuck out right in front of my eyes. What the hell is this guy? What the He's got a do-rag, a train conductor hat, and outfit. I didn't mean to hit A. Oh, he's not introduced yet. Okay. Amakusa grabbed my arm, easily pulled me up, spinning me around with himself as the center of gravity. Just when I thought it was a little like a dance, he flung me through the open door into the driver's seat. I climbed over the handbrake and slid into the passenger seat. Pushing me in, Amakusa also got into the driver's seat. Since we suddenly accelerated while I was still on all fours, I had to kick and struggle around on the chair for a while, like a turtle that's been flipped over. Amakusa checked the rearview mirror for cars in pursuit, but he flew into the artery of the big city without lowering his speed in the slightest. Okay, what the fuck is actually going? This is the same game, right? I didn't, like, pick a different game. We sewed our way between cars one after another. Just like a chase scene in some action movie. I was shaken by this horrible driving and had trouble sitting back down. I swear to God. I'm stuck in this car still, and this guy's still honking at me. No, I keep on hitting A instead of Z. Who are you? Tell me! He smacked the steering wheel, guffawing. Need an explanation for this flippantly talking man? I would like one, yes. His name is Amakusa Juza. He was originally one of Ava's guards. Stop. I fucking hate... Stop hitting... I hate this music. I don't want this music anymore. I've heard enough of it. I've heard enough. We got a fucking square going on. A former guard of Ava's, an extreme thrill seeker who accepts dangerous jobs for little pay. He had served as Ange's bodyguard before, but after he broke Ava's strict order not to talk to Ange countless times, Ava ultimately took a dislike to him and let him go. Ange herself didn't find him all that bad because he was someone she could talk to. JSDF, Foreign Legion, private military companies, this man has traveled them all, and has skill in counter sniping and escorting VIPs. Didn't she start to hate him because he chatted too much? He was much younger than the rest of the guards, but contrary to his outward flippancy, he'd hopped from the 1st Airborne of the JSDF to the French Foreign Legion, placing himself in overseas private military companies and high-class security companies one after another, making for a pretty incredible and unique career. But I heard he deserted both the JSDF and the French Foreign Legion, and that he'll be arrested if he enters France again. Both of these flippant episodes were very typical of him. The guards were sternly told not to chat with me unnecessarily, but he came and took a pass at me, didn't he? Ava was apparently particularly put off by that and had supposedly dismissed him shortly before she died. This on the radio? Is that a Saints Row reference? This music doesn't fit, and it's too loud. Then I'm not trusting him now. I can only trust Ange and Badler.
大変だ。ボスに休暇の延長を電話しないとなりませんぜ。
私どうしてもあの日のことが調べたいの。
ああ、例のロッケンジ
I feel like I'm in a jazz band just going nuts in a jazz club
何があったのか
from like the 1940s.
納得がいくように調べたいの。
そんな昔のことを
I expect Cole Phelps to enter anytime soon.
新しい発見がありますかね。
And then one of his partners to be extremely racist towards a black man.
自己満足のための旅なの。それを終えたらネギでも背負ってスマデラの家に行くわ。かすみおばさん、私にお抹茶をご馳走したいとか言ってたっけ。角材の上に正座させられて石でも抱かされながらのお茶かしら。
そりゃおっかねえや。
I'm tired of hearing this honking.
見失いました。
Actually,
仲間と思われ
it's
る
annoying.
一人脱出を援護。スタンガン所持、運転技術その他から見て素人ではありません。
そう、ありがとう。残念よ、おこのぎ。これがあなたのお返事だということでよろしいかしら。
Answer for what?
逃がしたのはあんたのヘマだ。俺の知ったこっちゃないね。
あなたにもぜひ今度お抹茶をご馳走したいわね。京都においでの際にはぜひお立ち寄りなさいな。行くわよ。
あれ、もう帰っちまうのかい。お茶漬けでも食ってけばいいのに。
Now let me tell you something, brother. I can't tell if you're a Hulkamaniac or not, dude. So you better get your facts straight, Jack, and tell me straight up what you gonna do when the 24-inch pythons and Hulk Hogan run wild on you, brother. Oh wow, actually it's Z this time instead of A. Chazuki. Chazuki, known as Bubusuki, in Kyoto, where Sumadero Kasumi is from, is green tea poured over rice with savory toppings. It is said that in Kyoto, offering chazuki to a guest is often not meant sincerely, but is merely a way of indicating in a roundabout fashion that it's time for the guest to leave, and the guest is expected to know when to refuse. Effectively, in this scene, Tetsuro brazenly steals a phrase from Kasumi's own cultural roots to tell her not to let the door hit her on the way out. With her back still facing Okanogi, she laughs softly but with an increasingly shrill and hateful tone, using that as a substitute for a sharp parting remark. Just as she stopped laughing, her features suddenly changed to look like a demon's. But because her back was facing him, Okanogi couldn't see that expression. Okanogi watched her go, laughing coolly. His secretary whispered over his shoulder.
よろしいのですか。エンジェお嬢様は我が社の筆頭株主です。スマデラ家が後継人になれば。
知ってる。だがな、うちも天下の後ろ宮だ。なめられてたまるかってんだ。しかし、あいつうまく立ち回ってくれたようだな。あとは、エンジちゃんの好きにさせるさ。頼むぜ、天草。
霞様、逃走車両はレンタル。提示した免許証は偽装とのこと。明らかにプロです。おそらく車両は放棄するでしょう。追跡は困難です。警察に追わせますか？
No. Why? What? We don't need the police.
税金を納めてるんだもの。警察にもたまには役に立つ。
We don't need to get the cops involved.
母上に
Amaxa, I have a gun. The police are coming. Don't let them know, but I'm packing heat. I got like 10 Glocks on me, man. I sell them on the side.
地下のお茶室は狭いから順番待ちの行列になっちゃうかしら。
全力で捜索します。
ああ、本当に可愛い子ね。姉さんに本当にそっくり。自分勝手で自由奔放なあたりが本当にそっくり。ああ、もう姉さんにしか見えなくなってきたわ。本当に楽しみ。
I'm gonna ask a question now. My Japanese pronunciation. Yay, nay. Good, absolutely terrible. Because I want it to be more towards the absolutely terrible because I'm American. And shooey, I love me the English language. If you don't speak English, you better get out this fucking country.
スマデラ家、動きが早かったわね。私、おこのぎさんに売られた？
ご冗談を。俺のクライアントですぜ。お嬢を売ったなら俺を雇ったりはしませんぜ。
うん。それもそうね。
ああ、だから3階でエレベーターを降りたんですか。
地下駐車場に車が待ってるなんて手際が妙に良すぎたから、おこのぎさんに売られたかもしれないって思って。駐車場に待ち伏せがいたかどうかは今となっては証明不能だけどね。
なるほどね。
I would laugh if he went, I was in the damn parking lot.
お嬢に信用されてないらしい。その地下の車って俺のことです。
え？天草のことだったの？
着いたエレベーターが空だったんで焦りましたぜ。連中の無線を盗聴できてなきゃ今頃どうなってたやら。
つまり何？私が素直におこのぎさんを信じて駐車場に行ってれば、私は3階から飛び降りるなんて真似する必要もなかったってこと？
そうなりますな。ま、結果オーライですがね。
What the hell? If I had suspected President Okanogi, I could have easily escaped without getting caught in a tough spot. President Okanogi might have sold me out. No, since Paranoia told me that it was better to assume that he'd sold me out, I supposed and concluded that he sold me out. Because my inability to believe in him regardless of his truth, my truth became, he sold me out. I thought back on President Okanogi's words. Can you really call truth without certainty truth? Truth can change completely depending on whether you have love or not. In the end, perhaps truth itself doesn't exist. There are as many interpreted truths as there are people who speak of the truth. If I can't accept something that fluid as truth, where does the truth that I really want to find exist? And is it something I'll be able to see with my eyes? Even if someone sticks the truth right there in front of me and says it's the truth, I might not be able to see it. What the hell are you talking about over there? I'm used to the other one showing up. Not this one. This one I'm fine with. Still don't believe she's a witch, but at least she's not a golden witch. Bitch, brother. There's gonna be a lot of Hulk Hogan impression in this episode. Hey, Schrodinger's cat box. And we all know what else that could mean. Say it with me, kids. Schrodinger's pussy. So, I'm just gonna set my phone down and explain what I was trying to figure out. I was essentially going to look up Schrodinger's cat, or Schrodinger's cat generator, where it would be like, is the cat in the box or not? Open the box, oh, the cat's dead. You wanna know what I saw instead? I'm going to click on this. Schrodinger's cat Among Us. Apparently, there's a modded cat role in Among Us. So henceforth, Schrodinger's cat, Among Us. Okay, I have about 10 Glocks, so I'm just gonna shoot myself in the brain 10 times real quick, if you don't mind. I don't want to be in this world. Alright, let me see if there's an actual generator of this fucking thing. There's nothing. There's just a YouTube video about a dynamic answer to Schrodinger's cat box.
家族みんなが六軒島の魔女に囚われて永遠に12年前に閉じ込められているというめちゃくちゃな話すら12年前に何があったかわからない限り真実として存在できる。
Let's travel to Rockinjima and find out.
ベアトリーチェという魔女は12年前の六軒島に無限の想像の余地をこじ開き、そこを猫箱として全てを飲み込み、開かれぬ箱の中の全ては真実。
That's right. We don't know what happened on that island, so it becomes
閉
endless.
まったままならね。私がこじ開ければいいだけの話。でも
I got 10 Glocks for you to do it with. Let's just shoot the box until it's open.
仮に六軒島に訪れたとしても、私は荒れ果てた島で12年前の何を知ることができる。
You'll probably learn some good things. Go to Rockinjima. You have
い
to.
ずれにせよそれは1998年という12年後の未来を自由に闊歩でき、最後の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェにしかできないことだ。ベアトリーチェのゲーム版は1986年10月4日から5日の2日間、つまりそれはあなたが彼女のゲーム版の外へ自在に動ける駒だということ。そしてベアトリーチェですらこのゲーム版を超えた未来へは干渉できない。
そうやって言われると、私って
Yeah, so it sounds like I don't have a time limit of 2 days. I just have to make sure I don't get captured and my arms and legs don't get sawed off and that I get sold off into being a sex slave as a quadriplegic.
強い力を持つの。言ったでしょ。真実は観測されると姿を変えると。
そういえば、こんな話を聞いたことがあるわ。ある日突然、ケンタウルス座の恒星が爆発してしまっても、その爆発の光が地球に届くには 4.4 光年だから4年半
That's wild to think about. 4.5 years.
つまり、ケンタウルスの太陽がすでになくなっているとしても、地球
That is kind of
4
wild.
年半の間
That when something goes crazy in space, it's gonna take us so many years to actually see what happened.
存在しないのだから。
That's some science weird shit right there. When we learn that the sun Centaurus has exploded, we as people will paint over our history of 4.5 years ago with a new truth. We will revise history with the new fact that it exploded 4.5 years ago. However, for the 4.5 year period until we learn that, despite the fact that it has already died, the mistaken truth that the sun of Centaurus still exists will be able to exist as truth. The truth of the future wins against the truth of the past.
そうよ。もともと六軒島の事故はただそれだけならば、エヴァおばさんと後宮家の財産をめぐる陰謀疑惑でしかなかった。しかしそれが後年、オカルトによって脚色され、陰謀は魔女伝説として塗り替えられる。
even though it was clambered over as a conspiracy at the time of the crime. Later on, strange occult theories, which claimed that was the work of the witch, ran rampant and began to print over the truth of October 5th, 1986. The conspiracy theories will probably be forgotten over time, and only the more bizarre and impressive witch theory will continue to remain as superstition, eventually covering up the conspiracies.
恒星爆発の光が地球に届くまでの間の虚偽の真実が陰謀説という人間説だったかのよう、数年後に漂着した手紙入りのワインボトル。
You see what Kanye West said on Twitter?
それをオカルト説という魔女説に遡って塗り替え始めた。そうよ、魔女なんて1986年の時点では存在しなかった。その数年後にメッセージボトルによって私たち未来の人間に観測されたから魔女が六軒島を支配した。少し修正が必要よ。1986年の時点では魔女は存在できたわ。無限に存在できるあまたの可能性の中の一つとしてね。確かに観測されたら消えてしまう。猫箱の中に縮こまってね。だからメッセージボトルは悪質なのよ。魔女は箱の外に出ようとした。自らを観測させて魔女説以外の可能性を淘汰した。つまり自らを否定できないように魔女説以外の全ての可能性を否定したということ。
But now we're 12 years in the future, and we know more science than they did back in 1986. We have computers. It says here that witches cannot exist on Google.com if Google existed back in 1998. I'm probably on like Ask Jeeves.
本当はメッセージボトルのことなんて調べたくなかった。だってそれを読むことは魔女の言い分を聞くのに同じ。魔女説なんて妄言を無視している私には時間の無駄でしかないと思ってた。でもおこのぎさんに言われたわ。片方の目だけじゃ物事を立体的に見られないって。魔女否定の視点と同時に魔女肯定の視点も必要ということ。
I don't want to.
正しい考え方よ。視点の数は分母に同じ。視点の数が1では分子である謎はわずかほども減らない。しかし視点の数が増えれば増えるほど謎は割り算されていく。分かってるわ。事件の数年後、近隣の島に流れ着いたメッセージボトル。それは神塚の手に渡った。アポイントは一応取ってあるの。
I was able to hear Ava say from Okanogi-san. Next up is the witches say. Why don't I listen? To Beatrice's say. Well, you see, brother, I completely forgot. I wasn't saying the golden witch bitch's name, dude. Red truth, blue truth, one truth, three truth.
余命3ヶ月。南條先生がそうおっしゃったのは去年の話よ。
Wait, I teleported back in time. Why am I still here? I want to get out. I don't want to die by the witch person. Human.
年を越せるかも怪しいってことになってる親父殿は今も意気健康でオカルト研究に没頭されてるというわけだ。それでも余命3ヶ月ってわけかい、先生。
ですから金蔵さんの敬愛する親父殿がまだお元気でおられるなら素晴らしいことじゃないか。親孝行なお前たちは親父殿に挨拶がしたくて仕方がない。なので会ってもらえないので納得がいかないと。そういうわけだ。
日も沈まぬうちから遺産分配の川山用を始める皆さんのことを思えば、お父様の会いたくないという
That's called
分かろうというものです。
getting ahead of the curve.
それは誤解よ、夏日姉さん。ただ私たちはその
親父とて不死身じゃねえ。いつかは死ぬさ。死ねと言ってるんじゃない。いつかは死ぬと言ってるだけさ。 それに備えての話し合いだってだけの話。
Yeah, we're keeping ahead of the curve.
それが不敬だと言っているのです。
Oh, disrespectful, misrespectful.
また君の頭痛
If you were dying, I'd do the same to you. Cross told Natsuhi, who had risen from her chair in agitation, to sit down. Trying to smooth over the atmosphere, which had suddenly become filled with suspicion, Hideyoshi put on a forced smile and motioned for everyone to calm down.
夏日さん、誤解せんといてや。
I've seen this already.
立つ鳥後を濁さずっちゅうことわざがあるやろ。これはその見送る側の話や。やがては必ず旅立つお父さんをきれいに見送るための相談なんやで。
さすが秀吉さんだ。同じ話をするにしても実に知性的だ。
そうよ。兄さんと違ってね。
よせやい。話が進まねえ。それでだな兄貴。俺たちは遺産の話うんぬんは抜きにしてもだ。たとえ親父に殴られても構わねえ。早い話が親父に直接会って挨拶がしてんだ。親父が嫌だと言ってもだ。書斎に閉じこもってるなら源氏さんに鍵を借りてでもな。な、ローザ。
まあ無理やりってわけじゃないけれど、だってかなり長い間私たちはお父様にご挨拶していない。余命わずかだというならもう二度と会えなくなる可能性だってある。今日がお父様と言葉が交わせるかもしれない最後の機会だし。
そうそう、ローザの言う通りよ。余命3ヶ月ってことはいつ亡くなってもおかしくないってことなのよ。それなのに私たちに最後のお話をする権利さえないというの？それはいくらなんでもあんまりな話じゃないのかしら。
あなたたちのしたい話というのが本当に挨拶なら、お父様も喜んでお会いになられるでしょう。しかしお父様は皆さんがどのような不敬な話に及んでいるかすでに聞き及んでおいでです。お父様でなくとも会いたい気持ちになるわけがない。お父様がお会いになられないのは他でもない皆さん自身のせいではありませんか？
まったくだな。どうして親父殿がお前たちの顔を見るのも嫌か。自分の胸に手を当てずともわかるのではないか。親父殿は諸君らの逼迫している経済状況も全てお見通しだ。
それ何の話よ。兄さんが何の話をしてるのかさっぱりだわ。
私が諸君らの内情を知らないとでも思っているのか。
Finally, Ava and the rest realized they had seen through to the current lack of funds. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back at some point. Have fun listening to music. I'm just gonna leave that on. Is it still okay? No, it stopped playing. Had to do it to him. I had to do it to him. I had that thought creeping in my head. Just sitting there while reading them. I was just sitting there, being quiet. I was like, what if I just screamed into this mic? What if I just did that? But then I need to pee. I might scream into the mic randomly again. Ava and the rest realized that, read that? And alternating between bluffing and returning to the point at hand and arguing back. Oh, did that mute anything? That muted the desktop audio, or the desktop audio was already muted. Do not know. But it doesn't matter because nothing was playing. Now desktop audio is not muted, mic is not muted, we're still on the scene in space. They repeatedly pressed cross to let them meet with Kinzo. The sweet smell of the black tea Rosa had gone out of her way to buy had been completely wasted. The only thing she was glad about now was that the children weren't here for this. The fact that they'd gone to play at the beach right after lunch had been their only salvation. Eva made as though to tackle Kraus, and Hideyoshi and Kairi cut in between them, trying to calm both sides. Then Kairi took a deep breath and spoke. Now this I don't think we've seen. Not yet.
ごめんなさいね、クラウス兄さん。部外者だけれど、一言いいかしら。提案があるの。
なんだね、キリエさん。
まず、うちの人も含めてなんだけれど、私たちは長年、お父さんと一緒に暮らして、そのお世話をしてきたクラウス兄さんの苦労をあまりにも軽んじているわ。そうでしょ？
そりゃまあ、俺たちは外に出て気楽でいいが、何十年もお守りをしてきた兄貴はそりゃ苦労はしたろうな。それは認めるが、それが何だってんだ、キリエ。
私たちはクラウス兄さんがお父さんの世話人であることを認めざるを得ないのよ。だってそうでしょ？私たちはお父さんをずっと恐れてきて、その世話をクラウス兄さんに押し付けてきたわ。その苦労は誰もが認めるはずですよね、エヴァ姉さん。
だからそれが何？兄さんがお父様の世話に？あんた部外者のくせに勝手なこと決めないでよ。
まあキリエさん、あんた何の話をしてるんだ？
キリエ、続けてくれ。
私たちはクラウス兄さんと夏日姉さんにもっと感謝すべきなのよ。いつもお父さんの世話をしてくれてありがとうって。私たちにその感謝の気持ちがないから、こんな不毛なすれ違いになるの。そうでしょ、クラウス兄さん。
ほう、これは驚いたね。実の兄弟たちにも顧みられなかった私たちの苦労が、まさかキリエさんに理解してもらえるとは思わなかったよ。
後ろ宮家当主跡継ぎとして当然の務めです。そうね、当主跡継ぎとしての責任よね。お父様を世話しているからこそ、当主跡継ぎとして私たちは認めざるを得ない。
あんた何を勝手に話を進めてんのよ。あんた部外者の分際で。
待て、姉貴。そうだな、キリエの言う通りだ。親父の世話をしているからこそ兄貴は跡継ぎなんだ。お前の言う通りだ。
Rosa noticed, and then Ava did. Ava's barking demeanor towards Kairi for advancing the discussion on her own disappeared in a flash, and she instead stared at Kraus and Natsuhi. Natsuhi couldn't understand that sudden change and was slightly flustered.
クラウス兄さん、ほんのいくつかの条件さえ飲んでくれれば、私たちはお父さんが亡くなるまで二度と会わせろとは言わないわ。もちろん死に目に会わせろとも言わない。なんならお葬式にさえ欠席してもいいわ。
They scheming out here.
だが一応は聞こうじゃないか。その条件を言ってみたまえ。
一つ、当主跡継ぎとは現当主後宮金蔵の世話人を指す。
それから
一つ、世話人の責務は後宮金蔵の終生の世話をすること。早い話が最後を見とるまでが仕事ってことね。クラウス兄さんには元よりその覚悟はあるから問題はない。
当然だ。そこまでの条件には何の依存もないね。元より私が実行していることだ。
一つ、世話人が万一その監督責任を怠った場合、世話人の権利は剥奪される。
With that sentence, all slack disappeared from Kraus's face. Natsuhi alone was still having trouble figuring out what it meant. Oh, they scheming, my guy. Ooh.
世話人の監督責任とはどんなものかね。
お父さんが寿命の限りを健やかに過ごせるよう監督するということよ。もっと詳細に言うわ。お父さんが 自然死以外の理由で死亡した場合、世話人の権利は剥奪され、当主跡継ぎの権利を失う。
That's pretty paw, Kyrie.
次の序列であるエバネーサを選ぶこと。なんですって？そんなよまいごと、よくもシャーシャーと。
ほうほう。これはこれは。世話人は責任重大だ。しかし、人の死因はあまたある。例えば、老衰した老人が食事を喉に詰まらせて亡くなることもあるだろう。本来なら
That's exactly the example
の意味での老死となるに
that I thought. What if he starts choking?
これは事故死になり、私は監督責任を負わされることになる。これは私にとって不当に不利な話だ。
そんなへりくつをつけるつもりは毛頭ないの。私が想定しているのは、世話人がしっかり世話をして見張っていれば未然に防げた程度のレベル。
It's like not if he chokes, but if all of a sudden he's just
世話人の仕事
dead.
でしょうけれど、飲み込むことに関してはさすがに責任外。クラウス兄さんのケースでは、
If somebody poisoned the food, that's when it's like, okay, that was your fault. You poisoned the food.
キリエさんが想定する世話人が過失を問われる
Poisoning of the food, he gets shanked by the crackhead that lives in the cave down the river.
失踪よ。
ほう。
お父さんは今はお心もしっかりしているようだけれど、いつまともな思考や判断力が失われたって不思議じゃない。目を離した隙に徘徊して何か事故を起こしたり、あるいはふらりと森に迷い込んでそのまま行方不明になってしまうこともあるかもし
So
れない。
Nazi and Kraus are the culprit this time.
こういうケースは明らかに世話人
Kenzo's gonna disappear, it's gonna go to Ava. Ava doesn't need to find the gold anymore because she's already the head. Nazi and Kraus want to because... Well, Kraus wouldn't really care at that point, I don't think, because he's agreeing with this. So Nazi would probably be like, oh no, I need Jessica to be the head after me. So she finds it for Kraus. That is what I'm picking up here. That is my theory as to what's going to happen.
それをもって死亡扱いというのは認められないって言いたいの。お父さんが亡くなられた際には必ず検視を行い、常識の範囲内で想定される一般的な老死であることを確認すること。それ以外のあらゆる理由によっての死は世話人の責任とすること。ね？今日までクラウス兄さんがご苦労なされてきたことの範囲内。おかしな条件でも何でもないでしょ？バカにしています。屈辱的です。なぜ主人がこのような恥ずかしめを受けるようなルールを強要されなければならないのか、理解に苦しみます。私、実は去年から疑ってるわ。いいえ、多分ここにいるみんなもそう。エヴァ姉さんも秀吉兄さんもルドルフさんもローザさんもみんなずっと疑ってるけど、あまりに恐れ多い想像で口にしなかっただけ。
なるほど。お前たちはこう言いたいのかね。親父殿はもうすでに死んでいて、私がそれを隠しているのだと。
ああ、そうなんだ。これは前回のゲームの最後の謎を解く鍵として考えた俺の一つの仮説なんだ。
前回最後の南條先生を殺したのは誰かという謎のこと？
そうだ。確かに魔女は赤で宣言したさ。18人全員の名前を挙げて生死を宣言し、それ以上の人間は存在しないと言い切ってみせた。だがこの仮説ならその感激を縫える。
なるほど。その2つを矛盾させない回答の一つというわけね。
I literally had my mouth agape for a good while there, because I never even had the thought that they could already be dead before the events happen, or before something happens. I never even had the idea that right now, Kinzo could be dead already because we haven't seen him. And that Nanjo might already be dead by a certain time because he was with Jessica. Jessica was blind.
なるほど。俺の言ってる意味がわかるのか。お前、なかなか察しがいいじゃねえか。説明が省けて助かるぜ。
この島に19人目は存在しない。にもかかわらず、未知の新人物 X が混じりうるからくり。つまり、18名全員の名前と在当者18人が一致しなければいい。
そういうことさ。魔女は赤で18人の名前を次々に挙げ、生死を宣言した。さらにその上、島には18人を超える人間はいない。
So wait, Nanjo is just...
ここには一つの錯覚があった。
Wait, what? The fuck is this solution? It was never guaranteed that the 18 names equals the 18 people on the island. So wait, you're saying Nanjo wasn't Nanjo, just some random bumfuck guy they found on the internet or some shit? If this is the solution to this puzzle, that's fucking dumb.
犯人 X の名を伏せ、代わりにこの島にいない人間の名前を混ぜる。そうすれば犯人は島にいるにもかかわらず18人の生死リストからは逃れることができる。混ぜられた人物は在当しないのだから在当者の足し算には加わらない。よって在当者18
Okay, who was it then?
の中に加わりながらも名前が登場しないことが可能。2つの赤字宣言はそれぞれが単独なんだから、この仮説は矛盾しないんだ。
その犯人の名をごまかすために使う人物名にはいくつかの条件があるわ。まず、在当していないにもかかわらず、私たちが在当していると信じている人物。そうでなくては騙せない。そして、その人物
It would have to be Kinzo. But the servants saw Kinzo last time.
アリバイは存在しない。あの時点での謎は、18人全員が犯行不能であることに立脚しているのだから。そんなところ？
ああ、そうさ。そしてその人物がまさにじいさまなんだ。今キリエさんが言わんとしていることはただ一つ。実は部屋に閉じこもってて誰にも会わないと言っていることになっているが。
But he actually didn't. That's not a fucking solution when we know he was alive. That's right, grandfather was closed up in his room the whole time and no one saw his face. Maybe he was already dead, and Uncle Kraus and the others were conspiring together trying to trick everyone. Oh, this is dumb. This is dumb.
それを告知しなければ遺産分配は発生しない。
つまりクラウスおじさんはじいさまの財産をすべて独占できる。そうさ、動機は十分なんだ。
Maybe a 19th person X really doesn't exist on this island, but a person X existed, and that person was the 18th person.
つまりこの島の本来の人数は18人じゃなく17人だったんだ。そこに未知の人物 X が隠れ潜んでいて犯行を行ったんだ。どうだベアート、出てこい。前回の最後の最大の謎は今解けたぞ。
This solution is too dumb in my opinion. As Badler claimed that forcefully, the crisp sound of clapping came out of nowhere and their surroundings turned bright, becoming the usual witch's tea room. No, just no. There's no reason for you to be on my screen right now. I refuse this theory.
そなたごとき無能にしてはようやくの感は否めぬが、とにもかくにも一つの回答を出してみせた。思考停止ならコンクリートの塊でもできる。つまりそなたはようやく今、ようやく知性ある存在に進化できたわけだ。ただ涙 鏡しながらわらわの靴を舐めるだけの存在からようやく一歩を踏み出したと言えようぞ。
こんなくだらない言葉遊びで前回は翻弄されてたとはな。俺も自分の情けなさに腹が立つ。さあベアト、副賞要求だ。在当者18人の中にじいさまは含まれてると宣言できるものならやってみろ。ああ、できやしねえさ。
You celebrate too early. You're going to get fucking railed in 5 seconds.
これで終わりだ。
Look at her face right now and tell me you are not going to get touched in the asshole.
どうしたものか。赤き真実にて一刀両断に叩き割ってやろうか。いやいや、わざとここはじらして保留するのも良いかもしれぬ。突き落とすならより高みに誘ってからの方が面白いというもの。
As Beto, I already said her name twice. I said she got one. She tricked me into saying it more than once. So, fuck it. As Beto sneered obnoxiously, she looked like she was searching for an expression that would tick me off even more. I'm already mad. As though she was saying that the answer I'd reached was impossibly ridiculous. Compared to me, annoyed as I was with the witch's attitude, Gretel had a blank and composed expression on her face. Almost as though she'd expected the witch to act that way.
なるほど。バトラが学んで成長するように、魔女も学んで成長するのね。
どうしたよベアト、もったいぶるんじゃねえ。苦笑できるってのかよ。こさえ
よしなさい、バトラ。魔女は安易に答えないわ。自らが律すると思わない限りね。
何、どういうことだ。
これまでのゲームであなたが赤き真実とやらで翻弄。
Kenzo's gonna actually come down and reveal himself to everybody this one.
でも今や状況は違う。あなたは赤き真実を誘い出し、むしろそれを武器に使っているわ。そんな状況で魔女が緑に赤を連発するわけもないでしょ。
グレーテルとやら、そなたはバトラと違い、なかなかに頭が冴えるようだ。わらわも恐ろしい敵を迎えたものよ。その通り。バトラがわらわの赤き真実を期待する場面で、なぜに期待に応えてやらねばならぬ義理があるという。
Hashtag rigged.
ない。
If the witch can do whatever the fuck they want. Hashtag rigged.
そなたが喜ぶことをする義理など、今朝食ったクロワッサンのパンくずのひとかけらほどもない。
You mad that I was eating croissants? Is that what it is? The croissants?
その顔。わらわが赤き真実などという遊びを始めたのは、そなたのその顔を見たかったからこそよ。その表情が拝めぬというなら、わらわには
Hand me my 10 Glocks. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
負け惜しみだろ。俺の苦笑要求に応えられないからって適当なこと言ってごまかそうったってそうはいかねえぞ。
うぬぼれるな。その程度の答え、造作もなく切り捨てられる。だがそれをわらわはわざわざ赤で言わぬ。そなたが求めるから言わぬ。なぜだかわかるか。
さっき言ったわ。一番おいしいところで突き落としたいって。その性悪な魔女はね、あなたが求めるところではもう赤は使わないって言ってる。つまり副賞要求なんていうお遊びにはもう付き合わないってことよ。
その通りその通り。バトラと違い、この女は話が早い。説明がいらぬ。わらわは
So I don't have to write anything down.
わらわが好むように赤き
Oh, thank God. I don't want to write.
そうね。赤き真実とはつまり魔女が自由に行使できる。
Rigged. Rigged.
人間
Rigged.
側が望んだ時に行使
Rigged.
しなければならない義務ではない。ただし内容によるわ。
内容どういうことだ。
魔女はあなたの復唱要求に応える義務はない。ただしあなたの主張によって魔女説が打ち破られてしまう時のみ義務が生じる。なぜならこの裁判官なき法廷では反論されないことはすなわち真実だから。あなたが思考停止に陥り魔女の主張する魔女説を反論できなければそれが直ちに真実となってきたように。
じゃあ俺の今の推理に反論がない以上正解だということでいいわけか。
Yeah, I guess for now, until you can get one.
じいさまはすでに死んでいるという推理で正解だというわけか。
少なくとも魔女が反論するまではね。真実はより未来の新しい真実に負ける。厄介なのはその反論のタイミングすらも魔女に委ねられているという点よ。つまり今のあなたの推理が正解しているのか、それとも間違っているにもかかわらず魔女がその反論を保留しているのか。さもなくばそもそもその推理自体が魔女説を揺るがすことにならないため魔女が無視しているかのいずれかか。現時点では判断がつかないということよ。そんなところ。
ベルンカステル教名、つくづく厄介な駒を送り込んでくれたものよ。おかげでわらわの出番がさっぱりない。
魔女はあなたの復唱要求に対しタイミングをずらして答えることを覚えたのよ。ディレイとでも呼べばいいのかしら。
ふざけた真似を。じゃあ俺は間違った推理を掲げたとしてもベアとはわざと否定せずに俺を泳がせ、さらに壮大に
Do we expect anything less from her?
その根元をちょんと断ち切って全てをひっくり返してくる可能性さえあるってわけなのか。
A single piece of reasoning becomes a bridge to the next piece. By demanding that she repeat lines, I've been able to strengthen my position and advance bit by bit. But since that bastard Beetle learned this strange delay tactic, I can no longer confirm or deny my reasoning. This is like finally finding a staff that'll let me search around in the darkness, only to lose it right away. I'm just stuck now, right?
こらこらバトラ、そんなに絶望的な顔をしちゃわらわのよだれが止まらなくなっちまうじゃないかい。
How about you get your horniness out of this fucking room? I don't want you here. I don't want your horny, wet, something or other in this room anymore. Get out. Leave. This is a discussion between adults. You're not included.
その杖はもともと
Go sit at the kids' table.
わらわが与えたものに過ぎぬではないか。ようやくこれでハンデなしの対決になるだけだぜ。
でもだからといって復唱要求がバトラの反撃手段の一つであることに変わりはないわ。すでに言ってる通り魔女は魔女説を打ち破る致命的なものに限り反論の義務、すなわち赤き真実を語ることが義務となる。反論のタイミングこそ魔女の自由ではあるけれどもそれは必ず履行されなければならない。そうよね。
うん、そうなるであろうな。ゲームの終了時までにわらわがバトラの提唱する人間によるトリックを否定できなかった場合、バトラはそれを理由にわらわを否定し勝利を宣言することが可能となろう。
それは人間側が提示するトリック説、すなわち復唱要求は必ずそのゲーム内、つまりエピソード内に反論されなければならないという魔女側の制約という認識でいいのかしら。
そうなろう。バトラの目的はわらわがこの島で繰り広げる愉快なゲームのすべてを人間で説明しわらわを否定してみせることだ。それをバトラが成し遂げたならその時点でバトラはゲームの勝者となるであろうぞ。
ルール確認。ゲーム終了時とはゲーム内の六軒島時間で1986年10月5日24時00分という認識でいい？
問題ない。
そのゲーム終了時に人間側が全ての謎についてトリック説を主張できていて、かつ魔女側から反論がない場合、人間側は勝利を宣言できるものとする。問題ない？
もう少し厳密としよう。ゲーム終了時に魔女側には反論の機会が与えられるものとする。
時間を切ってもらうわ。1分よ。1分以内に反論が行われない場合、勝利は宣言されるものとする。
ならば同じルールをそちらにも課させてもらおうぞ。ゲーム終了時に人間側は与えられた謎に対し1分間の反論時間
But if there's a ton of mysteries, I can't do it in a
その
minute.
時間内にたった一つであっても反論されない謎が残った場合、魔女側の勝利となり、そのゲームは終了する。
Nope, don't agree.
兆候を理由にゲームを
Don't agree.
しては強行
Make it, increase it by a few minutes. I don't agree.
くそったれ。
I agree on that.
これを抜きで話が進んでやがるぜ。だが話は大体分かった。俺の不詳要求は即座でなくとも必ず反論されなくてはならないわけだ。
ええ、そうよ。そしてそれは10月6日0時01分までに必ずなされる。ただ注意して、魔女はあなたの復唱要求をたった一つ切り捨てるだけでいい。全ての謎を解き明かさない限り、あなたに勝利は宣言できないのだから。
わらわが赤を使えるように
This is telling me to get fucking ready.
今よりそなたには青を使うことを許す。
What the hell are you talking about?
わらわの魔法殺人を人間とトリックで説明する際に青で宣言することができる。わらわはゲーム終了までの間にそなたの青を赤にて反論する義務を持つ。
青、つまり俺は副賞要求を青で語るということだ。
What was this the whole time?
副賞要求はどんな些細なことでも可能だった。しかし青はもう少し厳しいぞ。それ自体が魔女を否定しない限り成立しない。
It's starting to get confusing, but it's more or less something like this. Would they literally have to go? It's a little confusing, but let me explain it real quick for you. For example, let's take one of the riddles in the past where I asked her to repeat something. The actual number of master keys is 5. That had been to confirm that there really were 5 master keys when she claimed that there were no more than 5. But since that by itself wouldn't deny witches, I can't say it in blue. So in order to speak in blue, I'd need to say something like this. The actual number of master keys was greater than 5. The culprit entered or exited the room with that extra key. Only then would the witch who claimed that this was a closed room murder made with magic be responsible for making a counter-argument. In other words, I can't demand that she repeat something that merely confirms the premises of my reasoning. That'll probably be a significant disadvantage for me. Crap. It's enough to make the red beetle used to toy with me until now look extremely merciful. Don't... I'm not agreeing to anything. I need my self-certified lawyer here, and I need Mark Sterling. I need both. Get them both in here right now. Well, I'm Sean's self-certified lawyer, and I don't see Mark Sterling anywhere, so we can't agree to anything.
一つの謎に対して青は一度しか使えないとは言われてないわ。それがどういう意味かわかる？
いや、どういう意味だ？
これまでのあなたは仮説を一つ立てては魔女の顔色を伺い、それがダメだったらその時改めて別の仮説を立てるという情けない戦い方だった。それじゃあ魔女は追い詰められない。
じゃあどうやって戦うんだ？まさか。
ええ、そうよ。謎に点で挑むんじゃない。面で襲いかかるのよ。あなた、以前のゲームで推理の姿勢はそうあるべきだと自ら言ったわ。
Assault with a wall. That's right. I said so myself earlier. What are we, Romans? Guessing and trying to expose the mystery is like trying to shoot a distant target with an arrow. Till now, I've just been shooting off arrow after arrow, asking the witch if I scored a hit, and then preparing my bow again once I'm told that I missed. There's no way I'll hit at that rate. Bullets might be a better example than arrows. If you take one shot after another at a distant target with a handgun, you probably won't hit it easily. So how can you hit it? If a handgun doesn't work, use a shotgun. Instead of a single bullet, beat her down with shot comprised of countless projectiles at once. Shot scatters so it impacts a wide area. That makes it optimal for shooting small, fast targets like birds. That's right, there's no rule that says I have to guess like a pistol, shooting one shot off at a time. Making a single theory and just hoping that it hits is no better than stopping your own thinking. Blast away with a massive number of bullets of guesses, and make them impact like a wall, so that only one of them hitting the target is enough. I don't. I'd rather take the katana. I'm a guy who watches anime. I would like the katana. I'd rather have a shotgun, to be honest. Shotgun would be dope. Somebody tries to attack me. I blew their fucking leg off. It probably would be splendid if I could shoot through the truth with a single guess, but that isn't realistic. Look at real wars. Do they really have everyone pull long guns out of the trench, aim really well, and take shots at each other one at a time? They don't, right? They fire rapidly. They fire all over the place. They pin down the enemy with a barrage. Reasoning is the same way. Because of that weird virtue, I've been stuck thinking it's better to take one line of reasoning at a time. We humans can fire off countless guesses and possibilities. The bullet is the power of imagination. Suspension of thoughts is a clogged barrel. The pathetic way I've been reasoning up until now is like a pea shooter. I've been so lame, weakly firing off shots, getting them denied in red, and then taking the next bullet and reloading. My blue truth, which claims that humans and tricks are what's real, will overpower its target, the illusion told by the witch, with its firepower and the force of what I can imagine. This is Ushiromiya Badler's fighting style. I think you're still pathetic. I thought for a second I would have to choose something. So 19 people. Technically. On a technical level. Her theory should be in blue just for the hell of it.
強制的にその生死を確かめることさえ可能よ。ねえ、エヴァ姉さん。
Ava's surprised at the scheming of Kyrie.
兄さんが第三者の立ち会いのもとにお父様を面会させなければならない状況になんて簡単にお膳立てができるわ。
でもそれは後宮家にとってとても不名誉なことだと思うの。だから私はこの提案をしている。世話人の義務と責任、万一の際のペナルティ、これを承諾してくれれば、私たちはお父様を無理やり引きずり出すなんて真似は控えることができる。
ああ、そうだぜ、兄貴。さっき言ったじゃねえか。兄貴は世話人として当然の義務を果たしてる。
How am I still live?
キリエの条件は大したことじゃねえはずだ。
Oh wait, oh no, it was because I didn't have any service. I thought for a second it was telling me I didn't have any internet on my phone. I can only make emergency calls. Somebody breaks in. Yeah, 911.
そんな心当たりなどあるわけもない。なるほど。私にも親父殿の気持ちが分かってきたよ。死に方一つ自由にさせてもらえないとは、実に気の毒な晩年だよ。
ええ、本当に気の毒な晩年ね。その晩年が実はもう過去のことじゃないのかと私たちは疑っているの。この疑惑は私たちをお父様に面会させてもらえるだけであっさりと解けるわ。ここまで私たちに侮辱されても、それでも面会は許されないんですか、クラウス兄さん。
Now, if you're hearing this, should I write down the blue truths? Not the blue, the blue statements? Or whatever the fuck you want to call them? My mic doesn't go loud enough to go into the red. I could turn it up if I wanted to, but man, the son of a bitch watching this is fucking asleep. Let me tell you that one. There's one person watching this live stream and he just straight up. Just It's literally what this guy is right now. He's sleep. He knocked out. He's zoinked. I'm just gonna write him down just in case. I'd rather make sure that if I should write these down, I have them written down. me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. He's sleep. He's out. There ain't no way.
お父様は多分すでに亡くなっているわ。おそらく遺体は極秘のうちにどこかに処分したでしょう。
The only reason why I know he's asleep because I clapped into the mic and I yelled into it. And right now, at this point, it is 12:42 on Monday, 12:42, right past midnight, 42 minutes after midnight. And the last time this motherfucker messaged, hold on, the last time this son of a bitch messaged was 10:06. That is over 2 hours. And I yelled into the mic and I clapped into the mic, and this guy, he has not been paying attention. Just that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Guarantee. Guarantee. All right, let's continue.
あなたにこの屋敷にとどまる資格はありません。即刻退場なさい。二度と当家の敷居をまたぐことを許しません。
I might say it again louder.
去年通用した手が
This guy
今年もまた通用す
in
る
this
と思ったのが
live
運の
stream right now
尽
in
きね。
this room.
お父様はご機嫌斜めだから面会できない。
His last message was
去年の時点
10:06.
で十分不審だった
Before I screamed and clapped into the mic. It is 12:43 now, and he is not mentioned once, including questions, including me clapping into the mic, me yelling and clapping into the mic. He is he's out.
君が何のことを言っているのか私にはさ。
でもお父様がご機嫌斜めなのは事実で、クラウス兄さんが世話人としての責務として私たちの面会を拒んでるのだとしたら、それはとても立派なことよね。
What do you think he's dreaming
な
about?
あ、私の出した条件を飲んでくれればこの場は収まるわ。何しろお父様のことをこんなにも大切にするクラウス
I feel like there's a germ a bit about
お父
this.
様に検視されて困るような死に方があるわけ
Just wake up while you're watching something.
いずれにせよ
I'm pretty sure it was that
お
one.
父様は病院嫌いなんだから書斎で亡くなるでしょうね。
Take the
いず
leap.
れにせよ
Jump off the cliff. Take the leap in the dream.
検視を逃れて
Take the leap in the dream, man.
失踪しかない。
キリエさん、
You need to piss bad.
いじめるのは
You're gonna piss your pants. Ava rebuked Kyrie. Ava rebuked Kyrie in a sickeningly kind voice. Considering the situation, that was impossible. Gonna piss your pants, man. Gotta get to that bathroom. You can feel it. You drink too much. Now you need to pee. Which is why it was sickening.
兄さんにもいろいろと都合やプライドもあるはず。兄さんにとって当
Now
然
you
の
need
義
to
務
poop.
であっても、それを文書化して、
I remember you shat yourself when you were 7 before.
そりゃ不愉快なはずよ。ねえ、ローザ。
I know you want me to leave this mic.
クラウス兄さんの長男としてのプライドを軽んじすぎたかもしれないわ。キリエさんの言うような世話人の責務
Your Domino's is waiting for you outside.
さすがに
Wake
決ま
up.
るかもしれない
Open the door. Go eat the Domino's.
兄貴はよくやってくれてる。
Make sure you tip the guy.
そこを汲み取り、
He drove all the way out to your house. The Papa John man.
ペナルティとか、そういう話を抜きにして、兄貴に
Dude, he's
全部
lit,
一任
like-
することを考えて
Nah,
もいいかもしれない
I'm gonna keep this as an update. I'm gonna keep that as an update.
お前ら
Not just Ava, but Rudolph and Rosa as well, with unnerving smiles on their faces as though they planned this beforehand, began closing in on Kraus. They now understood perfectly how Kyrie had cornered Kraus and exactly where she was prepared to compromise.
世話人の責務についての覚書。
I'm gonna keep you guys updated on this situation.
これにサインすることなく、私たちがお父様への
But yeah,
面会を
literal
生涯
clap,
認めない
literal
ことも
yell,
できるわ。
and me. He's just, nope.
クラウス兄さんが世話人にふさわしいという
10:06, it's 10:47, my god.
私にそ その保証金を支払えというのかね。これはおかしい。
保証金はエヴァさん、ルドルフさん、そしてローザさんの3人に1人30億円ずつ、手付金としてその1割の3億円ずつを今年度中に振り込んでもらうわ。
I might yell Fishy Aroma to see if I can wake him up.
そんな金はない。
Fishy Aroma!
お亡くなりになった後なら捻出できるはずよ。私たちもその程度には下調べはす
See
る。
if that did it.
手付金の9億円だってクラウスさんの財産状況ならなんとかなるはず。それこそお父様に借りることだって可能でしょ。白々しい演技は不要よ。
不愉快だ。実に不愉快な話だ。
まったくです。お父様の遺産の話だけでも十分不敬だというのに、お父様はもう死んでいる。主人がそれを隠していて財産を独占している。もううんざりです。あなたたち全員にもはや後ろ宮を名乗る資格などありません。
落ち着いてや夏井さん。みんなももう話はこれまでや。どうや、この場の話は一旦ここまでにせんか。規模がでかい上に唐突な話や。
Am I even like live? Is anybody even watching this? Hold on, hold on. I'll make sure it's muted. It's muted, as far as I know. He might have left. Oh wait, hold on. There, now it's muted. He might have actually just left. I forgot I made that my bio. Why is that my schedule? I'm gonna have to like fix some of that shit, because that's just bad in the bio. Am I just the only person here? Is there actually like 0 viewers? Is it just at 1? Have I been like talking about this guy for like, no, it says there's 1 viewer. Am I insane? Is there nobody actually watching this? I'd be live streaming this for no reason. That'd be great if I'd been trying to fuck with this guy this whole time, but he's not even in the stream. That would be, oh my god. I think I'm done. Not with the streamer recording this, but holy fuck. Wait, now it says 2. Wait, is this guy still in here? Oh, this is the best thing to try and figure out, if one of these motherfuckers is still in here. I'm just gonna continue, and I'm just gonna keep you people updated on whether or not this guy's actually still in watching my stream or not. Because I can't tell. I've yelled, I've clapped into the mic. If he's asleep, he's out. I swear, if by the end of my stream I fell asleep, tell me what happened, I'm gonna lose my mind.
頭に血が上ってしまったのもよーわかっと。クラウス兄さんかって合わせてやってもいいと思っとるんや。そうやろ。ただついつい意地になってもうたんで、今さら会ってもいいなんて言えなくなってしまっただけや。そうやろな。
確かに主人も皆さん同様、少々冷静を欠いてしまったところもあるでしょう。私たちはお父様の皆さんに会いたくないという意思を尊重して頑くなに断っていたに過ぎません。
そうだな。つい昔のような兄弟喧嘩になってしまい、私も意地になってしまった。頭を冷やそう。お前たちが親父殿にどうしても会いたいという強い気持ちはよくわかった。私もそれを伝える。なんとか面会してもらえるよう親父を説得しよう。それでどうかね。
そうね。
Except he's already dead.
時間を与えてもいいと思うわ。
そうだね。頼むぜ兄貴。俺たちに会ってくれるようよく説得してくれ。何しろ親父の世話人なんだからね。
その説得だけど、今夜中って制限を設けさせてもらうわよ。明日になったら私たちは書斎の扉を打ち破ってでもお父様の安否を
We can't just break it down now and see if he's still in there.
それでいいわよね、兄さん。
好きにするがいい。なるほど。説得すらも大して時間はかけられないようだ。夏日、行こう。せめて晩餐にはご一緒していただくようお願い申し上げよう。
はい。
Kraus left the parlor with Natsuhi. Once their footsteps disappeared, Hideyoshi took a deep breath, smirking and flopping onto the sofa.
キリエさん、
What?
あんた恐ろしい人やな。
Have you seen the smile in episode 3? I already know that.
当初の計画にはなかった追い詰め方だが、結果は上々だ。相変わらずお前ってやつには頭が下がるぜ。
でも9億円も用意できるのかしら。クラウス兄さんの財政状況ギリギリで 7.5 億が限界と私たちは計算したはず。9億はさすがにふっかけすぎじゃない？
無理なら無理でいいのよ。クラウス兄さんの顔を立てて 7.5 億に減額とかやれば譲歩したっぽく見えて収まりやすいでしょ。本当に9億出てきたなら大成功だし。
兄さん、今頃夏日さんと作戦会議中でしょうね。あのプライドの高い兄さんがどんな言い訳をしながらへりくつをこねてくるか、本当に見ものだわ。
お父さんを説得できるわけがない。
There's no way to convince someone who isn't even there. Don't laugh at me.
兄弟たちも年に一度の親族会議にそれぞれの都合を合わせてやってきています。
Wait, so Kenzo actually isn't there. Holy fuck. Kraus and Natsuhi could be seen in Kenzo's dimly lit study. Every once in a while, thunder could be heard and the dimly lit room flickered with light. It seemed that the island would be closed off by the storm very soon.
お父様、どうか今一度不敬な彼らに当主様の意見を。
Oh wait, never mind. Somehow they were just able to enter and Kenzo let them enter. Potentially.
ダメだな。
The large shadow of a person standing by the window, his majestic back facing them, answered quietly and forcefully. He hung his head and shook. Eventually, they could hear a mumbling laugh over his shoulder. So Kenzo is confirmed alive, still.
ダメだな。全然ダメだ。
3 months left to live? An almost finished geezer? To whom exactly are you referring? You going crazy here? As Kinzo churned and brushed his cape, it flashed forcefully through the room's stale air. Their air pressure truly signified Ushiromiya Kinzo's majesty and willpower itself. Why did I hear a that usually means that there's something here. He's okay. Let's make sure that I got, yep. Okay, I'm just gonna reread all this. Okay, yeah, it looks like all that has changed. Except probably that one. Kinzo's name as a mage is Goldsmith. His skills as a summoner are legendary for the modern age. In terms of summoning ability, there are times where he surpasses even Beatrice. However, he is very mismatched, and while he does excel in some areas, he was fatally lacking as a mage in others. He cannot even perform the trifling magic to reheat a cup of tea, yet he can summon demons capable of using magic to boil the oceans. His system of magic is his own and has its origins in mathematical miracles. Beatrice later reworked her own system of magic based on this. The witch's certainty who's lived for 1,000 years. She's using Beatrice's game like a birdcage to imprison Bernicastle. Her object is an eternal draw. It takes Beatrice aside most of the time, but supports Badler when he looks like he's about to drop out. Conversely, when Beatrice starts to get cornered, she supports Beatrice. Endless is merely infinite idle repetition. Certainty, on the other hand, indicates a far stronger absolute force of will. The Witch of Miracles, who has lived for 1,000 years, sent in a piece called Ange to defeat Beatrice in her game. The Voyager witches who cross the Sea of Fragments are far higher level beings than witches who cannot leave their own territory. In territory, they are equals, but fundamentally her magic power far exceeds Beatrice's. What is it? Does she have a tail? What is it that witches who voyage constantly and escape from boredom seek from their journeys? The Endless Witch, who has lived for 1,000 years, she is known for being sexually cruel even among witches. The weak and is capable of using, and she toys with her victims. The switches are creating certain patterns. There means that, yep, I read that one. Alright. A little mage who's inherited the black blood from Kinzo. Unlike Kinzo, she was gifted with natural talent and began to tread the path of the mage while still young. That said, her power is still weak, and she is no more than an apprentice. However, she is skilled with enchantments which bestow magical power upon objects, and the magical items she creates compete with those of the Meister class. The Endless Witch, who will live for the next 1,000 years, or the Witch Hunter to slay all witches. Without understanding witches, one will never slay a witch. After understanding witches, still never will one slay a witch. She understands witches and denies them. This contradictory power alone gives her the blade to slay witches. Human side should still be all the same. Says pack grimoires, harsh to criticize, enviable, asthma, take her family name, yep, medium cousins, his current wife, quick thinking, yep, family conference, first time, unperturbed, favorable, she's no, yep, not a real name. All that should be the same. Alright, let me make sure everything is tuned to the top. Even with Dead Ava. I guess we can continue. After being blown back by that wind, it wasn't strange that Kraus landed on his butt. As though showing consideration for Kraus, who looked as though his legs had been swept up from under him, Natsuki also crouched down. Then, with a thunk, Kinzo's footsteps approached with a heft that signifies his dignity.
カノンに聞いておるわ。貴様が弟たちにどれほど情けなく手玉に取られたかをな。
お父様。夫はお父様の名誉を守るために懸命に。
Without lending an ear to Natsuki's words, Kinzo extended his palm to Kraus's collar as the latter sat on the floor. No, he curled his fingers, leaving only his pointer finger out, then took that finger and pressed hard into Kraus's collar, twisted it, and slowly, with just one finger, picked Kraus up into the air. So it's not Kraus. It's somebody else. Kraus clawed at the air. Kinzo's brawny finger was choking him. He couldn't even open his mouth, much less talk. However, even if he had been able to open his mouth, as he was now, there is no way he'd be able to think up an excuse that Kinzo would accept. Still, how could this power be described? No one would call Kinzo an old man after seeing this superhuman strength. So Kinzo is Superman. Well, that's what I would like to believe, is that he's Superman now. He just gained immediate power. As thunder roared, Kinzo laughed heartily as though nothing could be more pleasant. And when he finished laughing, he threw his son away like he was scrap paper, slamming him against the wall. Is he dead? Did you kill him? Kraus slid down the wall, rubbing his throat as though in pain. Natsuki ran up to him and looked after him. But without showing any interest in the two of them, Kinzo returned to the space near the window as though he'd been there the whole time and looked up at the thunderclouds of misfortune. Fishy aroma again! I'm being pampered tonight, boys. So that is updated in real time, right? The viewers and stream elements? Because the second person just left and there's still just one. So I feel like if he would have left by now, it would disappear. So I guess he's still asleep there. Now it's 104. Well, 106. And he's still... me.
自らが解決してやる。
Kinda sound like Tom Kenny if he was laughing. Oh, it's already 6:07. Forcefully opening the door with a clunk, Rosa flew in with Maria. There was already a full-blown typhoon outside, and it was starting to pour down hard. Even though she had an umbrella, Maria had been in the rose garden amid all that wind and rain the whole time. She had grown ice cold. Maria had gotten into a minor fight with Rosa in the rose garden and had been told to stay there. She had done as she was told and had continued to wait in that spot even though rain was pouring down. Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry, but Maria's stubborn whim was probably more to blame. The cousins who had seen that exchange were relieved to see that mother and child were close to each other again. Rosa scrubbed Maria's head with a towel. She seemed overcome with worry that Maria had caught a cold, but Maria herself was nonchalant.
大丈夫？寒気とかしない？やっぱり一度戻って着替えさせた方がいいかしら。
全然平気。それよりお腹空いたから着替えよりご飯がいい。
I'm hungry too. I'm always hungry.
大丈夫そうだぜ、ローザおばさん。こんだけ元気なら
What chapter am I
大
on?
丈夫だよ。
5.
傘があって本当に良かったよ。ひょっとしたらずぶ濡れかもしれないと思ってたからね。傘を持ってたのは不幸中の幸いだったよ。
でもよマリア、いくら傘があってもこんな大雨になったらちゃんと雨宿りしなきゃダメだぜ。女の子は体を冷やしちゃ絶対にいけない。いいのよジェシカちゃん。ママがそこにずっといなさいと言ったのが悪いの。本当にごめんね。本当にごめんね。
マリアいい子。
I'm gonna let you know now at the end of the stream, I'm going to yell into this mic after turning it up as loud as humanly possible. As loud as I can to see if I can get this guy to wake up. I might. So just know, the end of the video is me gonna be screaming into this mic, wake the fuck up. And we're gonna see if I start seeing a message from this guy again, and if he wakes the fuck up.
ちゃんと雨宿りをするのよ。いいわね。ママと約束よ。
ママと約束。
He's got 40 minutes, or 50 minutes, as Rosa gently held Maria. They joined their pinkies together and promised. Badly, and the others realized that by touching her mother's pinky, the warmth had started to return to Maria's body.
カノン君、タオルをありがとう。助かったわ。それでは失礼いたします。
As Cannon bowed with a blank expression as though he'd done nothing that required gratitude, he left the parlor.
さあ、もうお夕飯よ。みんなも行きましょう。偉いマリアには後でママの分のデザートも分けてあげるわ。
本当ママ。デザートもらえる。ママ大好き、ママ大好き。
こらマリア、はしゃがないの。ママもマリアが大好きよ。マリア大好き。マリア大好き。
マリアもママ大好き、ママ大好き。
Whoa, 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 whoa! Rosa and Maria looked really close. Even the cousins who watched started to feel a long-forgotten warmth thrill up their chest. Hold the fuck up just a minute! Rosa doing the ooze? My life is a lie. Everything is different. I'm going insane. Like, actually, that is a shock that I didn't think would actually happen. That was timed with the music.
母さんとかいっつも勉強勉強とうるさかったな。
子供を愛していればこそだよ。親の愛は優しさや甘やかしだけじゃないんだよ。僕の母さんも厳しかったけど、僕を大事に思ってくれたからこそだって今ならわかるよ。
しょ。お手手つないで仲良くね。
What is this? I don't like this. Rosa, start slapping the shit out of her, please.
そうよ。ママとマリアは仲良しよ。いつまでもずーっとね。愛してるわ、マリア。
なんだよ突然。どうした？
The sudden sound had come from the teacup Gretel had been holding, which had fallen and smashed.
ごめんなさい。ぼんやりしてたわ。落としちゃってごめんなさい。
The cup on the floor had smashed to pieces. Would it really have made such a sound and smashed to pieces just by being dropped from that height? Even someone as thick-headed as Badler could realize that she was in a bad mood over something, but he couldn't understand why she had suddenly grown so displeased. When she made to bend over and pick up the fragments of the cup, Renova appeared out of nowhere and stopped her. It's because Rosa's being so nice. It's different than every other time.
いらないわ。どうも悪魔の紅茶は口に合わないみたい。
ほう。どの上の紅茶でも口に合わぬものがおったとは。そなたの肥えた舌には敬意を表するぞ。
退屈してきたんで、ちょっと席を外すわ。
退屈？おいおい、いよいよこれからだろうが。多分この時点でマリアはまた傘と手紙をベアトリーチから受け取ってるって言い出すんだぜ。ここからが重要だってのに。
失礼するわ。ごめんなさいね。後片付けをお願い。
お任せを。
Without saying anything else, Gretel disappeared of her own accord. Her form literally melted and disappeared into thin air. There was definitely a displeased expression on her face. But neither Badler nor Renove, and of course not Beto either, could understand why her mood had so suddenly worsened. All that remained was the scent of the black tea she'd spilled. I don't like it. No, to be more blunt, it disgusts me.
なんでエンジェはイラついてるの？
なんでって決まってるでしょ。
マリアにはわからないよ。
Even Maria One-chan, with that blank expression on her face, irritated me. As I held my hand, palms up in the empty air, from out of nowhere a single book landed on them. It was Maria One-chan's diary. Even though I didn't turn the pages were flipped through, despite there being no wind, and the door to Maria One-chan's world opened.
どうしてエンジェはマリアが幸せじゃないと思うの？
客観的に判断してよ。
客観的にエンジェの主観でだね。
真実は私にとってのものとマリアお姉ちゃんにとってのものと
What the fuck is going on?
真実は観測者によって形を変えるよ。そして未来の観測者が常にその形状を上書きする。エンジェはマリアの幸せをどうしたいの？
The pages of the diary were flipped through at greater and greater speeds. Then a brilliant light poured out from the depths of the diary, swallowing everything up and painting over everything with white. She's changing the fucking history.
ごめんね、マリア。ママね、緊急に片付けなきゃならない仕事が山積みで、ちょっと
No. No.
多分、あさっての深夜まで家に帰れないわ。
じゃあ日曜日の一緒に映画を見に行く約束は？
映画？
Judging by Rosa's tone, she had clearly forgotten that promise. But Maria's response to that was an apology for asking. I'm sorry. Maria apologized for troubling her mother by asking that question.
マリア、お留守番してる。ちゃんとお行儀よく待ってる。毎日お風呂 新しい肌着にするよ。お金の場所もわかってる。毎日違うお店に行くようにする。あんまり遅い時間に出かけないようにする。おまわりさんに聞かれたらママのお使いですって言うようにする。ちゃんとママに言われた通りに言うようにする。
そうね、ちゃんといい子にしてるのよ。そしたらお土産を買ってきてあげるわ。いい？夜は9時までに寝るのよ。ママが帰ってこないなんて先生にも大人にも言っちゃダメよ。いいわね。
うん。だからママ、お仕事頑張って、
The fuck?
頑張ってお仕事終わらせて、少しでも早く帰ってきてね。マリア、もう夜中に泣いて近所の人に迷惑なんかかけたりしないから。だから早く帰ってきてね。
じゃ、忙しいので切るわよ。いい子にして待ってるのよ。余計なことはしちゃダメよ。じゃあね。
Click. With a tone of finality in her voice, Rosa hung up the phone without waiting for Maria's answer. Maria politely sat down to the receiver and returned to the sofa. There sat the stuffed animal Sakurutaro, with whom she'd been watching TV until a second ago. Sakurutaro was holding the remote control to the TV. The TV had been turned off because of the phone call. He looked like he was telling her to push the switch because he wanted to watch TV again quickly.
サク太郎、テレビ見たい？おりゅ？マリアはもう見たくないの？芸人チーム全問正解したら逆転かもしれない。うりゅう。うん、もうテレビいいや。
Again, Mama was busy with her work and didn't come home. Mama works so much overtime that she doesn't come home until late. Because she has dates or something, she always comes home after drinking a lot of alcohol, even though she's not good at drinking. And with a pale face, she'll go straight into the shower and then to bed. And because she has overtime, even on the weekends or something, she says she has to spend the night there and almost never comes home. Recently, she started saying something about how she's got a big job she's working on, so this sort of thing happens a lot. The pictures I did my best on during drawing time were laughed at by everyone. But even so, I wanted to show them just to Mama, and once again, she won't be able to look at them for me. And I could talk about the time everyone pushed the job of cleaning up onto me, but I did my best by myself and was praised by the teacher. Or the time I went shopping and the man at the shop said I'm always such a good kid and gave me a free canned coffee. Then there is the time I wanted to encourage Mama because she worked so hard on her job, and hid a card for her under her pillow.
他にもいっぱいお話ししたかった。
This is depressing as shit!
ママはお仕事を
What the fuck, Sakutaro?
毎日のご飯のために一生懸命働いてくれてるんだよ。
40
お
minutes.
仕事やだ。ママ、お仕事なんかやめちゃえ。お仕事は大人の大切な仕事なんだよ。マリアにご飯を食べさせて、お洋服を買って、学校の給食費を払って、サマーキャンプの積立金を払って、それはみんなママが働いてお金を稼いでくれるからなんだよ。ご飯いらない。お洋服もいらない。給食もいらないし、サマーキャンプなんか行きたくない。どうせマリアをどこの班も混ぜてくれないもん。ウリュウ、ママはさっき電話でお仕事から帰ってきたらお土産を買ってきてくれるって約束してくれたよ。ママはマリアのことが大事で寂しくさせてることを申し訳ないと思ってるから、そういう約束をしてくれたんだと思うよ。そうかな。ウリュウ、めんどくさかったり嫌だったりしたらそんなことはしないもん。ママだってマリアのそばにいつだっていたいんだよ。それができなくてママも辛くて悲しい。ママが泣きながらずっとマリアの隣にいて夜を過ごしてくれた日を僕は覚えてるよ。うん。なんでママが泣いてるのかわからなかったけど、悲しむママが悲しくて、ただマリアは 黙ってママのそばにいることしかできなかった。あの時、最後にママが言ったの、僕は覚えてるよ。マリアに、ありがとうって言った。ただそばにいてくれるだけで、マリアだけが世界でただ一人の味方なんだよってママは言ってくれた。ウリュ、覚えてる？うん。マリアが世界でただ一人の味方なんだよってママ言った。
Sakutaro set the remote control on the table, crawled up onto the sofa, sat on my lap, and spoke to me, gazing into my eyes.
ママもきっとマリアと同じなんだよ。
What?
ママの
This is actually just crazy.
ママの会社だけが他の会社から面倒な仕事を押し付けられて、ママは社長だから自分一人で片付けなくちゃならなくて、ママの会社だけがいつも他の会社の仕事に混ぜてもらえない。ママの味方はマリアだけなんだよ。そのマリアがママにお仕事なんかやめちゃえなんて言ったら、ママの味方は世界中のどこにいるの？サク太郎。僕には世界中でただ一人マリアがいる。ママには世界中でただ一人マリアがいる。マリアにはママもいるし、サク太郎もいる。だからマリアは寂しくなんかない。うりゅう。ママはお仕事が忙しいからなかなかマリアと一緒にいられないけど、マリアはどうかそれを責めないで。その代わり僕はいつも一緒に、そしていつまでも一緒にマリアのそばにいるから。だから泣かないで。ウリュウ、僕が一緒じゃ悲しみを止められない？
From the corner of Maria's heart, which she had been doing her best to seal up, drops of sadness finally dripped down. Drip, drip. Drop, drop. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Even though weekends when Mama didn't come home weren't that rare thing, it wasn't as though that night was particularly painful or sad compared to other nights, and yet Maria's tears poured down.
僕はライオンの子だから寂しくても泣かないよ。僕だって泣きたいけど、僕は泣かないんだもん。どうしてサク太郎は泣かないの？こんなに寂しくて涙がこらえられなくても泣かないの？ウリュウ、だって僕が泣いたら誰がマリアを慰めるの？だから僕は泣かないよ。だってマリアに元気を出してもらいたいから。元気を出したらママは帰ってくるの？ママが帰ってきた時、元気なマリアで迎えてあげたら、ママはきっと喜ぶと思うな。ウリュウ、ママは喜ぶ？ウリュウ、そしたらきっとお仕事の疲れもきっと癒されると思うよ。そしたらきっといつもより早く元気になってくれて、マリアともいっぱい遊んでくれると思うな。マリアがママの待ってるお家へ帰ってきた時、ママが上機嫌で台所にいたらすごく幸せな気持ちになるでしょ？ママもきっと同じだよ。マリアがご機嫌でお留守番してたらママも幸せになるかな。うりゅう。
Sakutaro nodded deeply with his big head. The tears couldn't keep falling from Maria's eyes. If she greeted Mama with a tear-stained face, Mama would probably get sad too.
マリアは知ってるよ。笑顔を呼ぶ魔法は自分も ねえマリア、僕から楽しく過ごす提案があるよ。ウリュウ、聞いてくれる？何？ママが日曜日の深夜まで帰ってこないから、だからママに内緒のパジャマパーティーをして遊ぼうよ。パジャマパーティー？今夜は眠くなるまでベッドの中でお菓子を食べたりジュースを飲んだりしながら僕と遊ぶの。パジャマパーティー？うん、楽しそう。9時に寝なくていいの？寝ないとママに怒られない？ママがいない時だけの僕とマリアの秘密だから、今夜はマリアが眠くなるまでずっと僕たちで楽しく過ごそう。ジェリービーンズを食べながら次は何の色を引くか当てっこして遊ぼう。ピーナッツを割ってどっちがおじいさんか当てて遊ぼう。クローゼットの中を宝探ししよう。
When peanuts have been removed from their shells are cracked in half, one half has a nub on the end with small leaves protruding from it. In Japan, young children are sometimes told that the half with this nub is the grandpa because the leaves look like a mustache. The other half, obviously, would be the grandma.
他にもオレンジジュースとメロンジュースを合わせたらどんな味になるかな？いっぺんやってみたかったけど、ママにやっていいって聞いたらダメって怒られた。ウリュウ、ママに内緒で実験してみよう。今夜はいっぱい遊んでいっぱい笑って涙を元気で吹き飛ばしちゃおう。大丈夫、僕と一緒だから絶対に楽しいよ。僕が絶対にマリアを幸せにしてあげるから。サクタロと一緒なら絶対に楽しいよ。絶対に幸せになれるよ。ありがとうサクタロ。もう泣かないね。とびきり楽しく2人で過ごして思いっきり元気になって
30 minutes.
おかえりなさいって迎えちゃおう。ウリュウ、今夜はいっぱい遊んで
I've been warning him this whole time. He will wake up, and I will make sure of it, that he's not going me anymore.
僕たちが賑やかにしてたらきっと鏡の国や不思議の国からたくさんの友達が遊びに来るよ。そしたらもう僕たちはお友達でいっぱいで退屈なんかできなくなっちゃう。ウリュウ、ヘリュウ。
Then Maria began her pajama party all alone with Sakutaro, having fun until late into the night. She played by sticking her hand into the bag of jelly beans without looking, trying to guess which colors she'd pull out next. Sakutaro had good intuition, got it right a lot. Maria also had a brilliant streak where she guessed right 4 times in a row. The game where she split peanuts open and tried to guess which was the grandpa was easier than guessing the color of the jelly beans, so she got it right a lot. Sucking her salt-covered fingers was impolite, but that was the yummiest part. She liked both cola and melon soda on their own. She hoped that by mixing her 2 favorite drinks, there might be a flash of light like alchemy, and a new drink that no one had ever tasted before would be created. She got excited about how if it turned out really delicious, she'd call it Sakutaro soda and sell it, but unexpectedly it had a weird taste that she hadn't hoped for, and the color was somewhat dull and thick. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that black and green mixed together would make this. Too bad. I imagined that it'd become a sparkling pineapple color. But it was an awesome, incredible, fun night. If it's this fun here, maybe Mama will feel like coming home and drop by out of the blue. So I got the feeling that Mama might suddenly come home and went to the front door many times to check. But there was no way Mama would be able to come home when she was this busy with work. But rather than a feeling of loneliness, it felt just a little disappointing that Mama couldn't join in on this fun late-night party. Sometime soon I'll do this when Mama is around and let her join in. Mama likes some things I don't think are yummy. So maybe she'll really like Sakutaro soda. When Mama comes back tired, I'll serve her some. And more than anything, I want to at least write about this fun night in a letter and tell Mama about it, so that these feelings of happiness will reach Mama too. Her work is always so tough and she comes home so tired, so I hope I can share this happiness with her. Mama will almost certainly come home tired late Sunday night, and I hope I can brighten her day even just a little by sharing this happiness. I gently placed that letter on Mama's desk. To Mama, good job with your work again today. Let me share my happiness with you. From Maria. Then I decided to give a present to Sakutaro for proposing this wonderful party. It was a small red muffler I found when searching for treasure in the closet. When I was still very young, Mama knitted this tiny thing. Maria was embroidered on it with knitting wool. I softly wrapped that muffler around Sakutaro. It really suited him, accenting his yellow with red very well. Thumbnail, fucked up Union Jack as well. Sakutaro looked embarrassed as he wore his first present ever. Yeah, it really looks good on him. I can remind you, your mom's not coming back. After playing so widely, Maria's room was a mess. Maybe she played a little too much. But I'm tired for today, so let's sleep together. And tomorrow we'll clean up together and welcome Mama with a clean room. Alright, Sakutaro. Uryu? Why would I say that? Why did I say that? That was just sad. What was I supposed to say? I'm starting to notice that the sprites have like little pixels around them that aren't supposed to be there. I don't think. They aren't clean cuts. There's no way that's a minor issue. After all, when Aunt Rosa answered movie on the phone, it was obvious that she'd completely forgotten her promise. And when she heard that, Maria Onechan's mood definitely darkened. I can understand your true feelings, man.
マリアお姉ちゃんはローザおばさんの愛に飢えていた。そしてローザおばさんは自分の仕事や世間体ばかりを優先していつもお姉ちゃんを後回しにしていた。だから虫唾が走るのよ。ローザおばさんのお姉ちゃんのことを愛しているという言葉がどれほど上辺だけのものか知っているから。お姉ちゃんだって知ってるはずなのに、なんで自分は幸せだなんて言えるの？マリアお姉ちゃんのそのあたりが私にはわからない。この年になってもさっぱり理解できない。どうして悲しくないの？どうして不幸な現実を知りながら自分は幸せだなんて言えるの？私にはできない。わからない。
エンジは悲しい子だね。
わけわかんない。どうして私が
I don't get why you're happy.
私の日記にはこんなにも楽しくパジャマパーティーの事実が記されているのに、
When I'm really bored of a scene, I don't have anything good to say.
異なる姿になってしまうんだね。
I remember talking about something like this with Bernkastel. Truth is unfixed and changes its form every time it's witnessed. By the way it's perceived, in other words, depending on the person who perceives it, a single truth becomes different truths. And truths of the past are painted over by truths of the future.
マリアはこの日記でこの夜の出来事をとても楽しかったと記した。
マリアお姉ちゃんはこの夜の出来事をとても幸せだったと記述した。
なのに日記を読んだエンジェはこの夜の出来事をとても悲しかったと読んだ。
マリアお姉ちゃんは幸せだと記述したのに、私はそうではないと読み解いた。
やめて。これは幸せな夜を記したもの。
20 minutes. He will wake
こ
up.
の夜の真実。お願いだからその幸せな真実を新しい、そして異なった真実で塗りつぶさないで。
マリアお姉ちゃんにはこれで幸せなの？
うん、幸せ。だから同じ境遇の時、幸せに感じられないエンジェがかわいそう。
Right now, I'm like she was then, just as isolated, with no friends. Ange had accepted her isolated reality for what it was, but Maria painted over her isolated reality with a reality of happiness. Ushiro Mia Maria took a sad truth and changed it into happiness. That was the only, and yet very large, difference between me and Maria Onechan. And even though I'm unable to accept it, I'm also jealous of that power.
そうなの。それは力なの。その力があるマリアは幸せになれて、その力がないエンジェは幸せになれない。
その力は何なの？
マリアもその力を何と呼ぶかわからなかった。この時点ではね。やがてその正体を教えてもらうの。後に話すよ。後のページで。そして日曜日の深夜、ママは約束通りお土産を持って帰ってきた。
ただいま。
ママ、おかえり。うりゅう。ママ帰ってきた。ママ帰ってきた。
Waiting to greet Rosa as she returned home all tired out was Maria in an unbelievably good mood holding Sakutaro. Most likely Rosa's worn out expression was partly because she really was tired, but partly because it would be a pain when Maria, who should have been grumbling after staying home alone for several days, would cling to her sobbing. However, when she was welcomed by an unbelievably happy Maria, and found that her tears were unbelievably needless, Rosa couldn't hide her surprise.
どうしたのマリア。とてもご機嫌ね。誰か来ているの？
It was strange enough to make Rosa think that a friend had come over and that she'd come home right when they were having a good time playing together. But there were no other shoes by the entrance. Even though Maria was in such high spirits, she had been home alone. At first, Rosa was suspicious that the cause of this unexpected good mood could be nothing good, but that really was a needless fear, and in any event, Maria really had been in a good mood while she watched over the house. Even if Rosa's heart had been as cold and hard as a rock, after being welcomed with a smile like this, Rosa started to honestly accept that smile, and a smile rose to her own face automatically. In that smile, you could no longer see any of the wariness of someone who'd been unable to return home for several days. Maria kept talking about what a fun time she had playing with her stuffed animal Sakutaro. Rosa really hadn't imagined that the stuffed animal she herself had given would be so appreciated, and she couldn't hide her pleased surprise.
そう。作太郎と一緒に仲良くお留守番していたのね。偉いわ、マリア。そんな偉いマリアと作太郎にお土産があるわよ。
うりゃお土産お土産なんだろうねなんだろうね。
Both Maria and Sakutaro started jumping around. There were two presents. One contained an assortment of Western sweets. Inside was a Scotch cake. It looked to be of very high quality, but Maria was more interested in the other one. The other one was an even bigger box, and it was pretty heavy.
開けてごらん。マリアと作太郎の新しいお友達になれるかもね。
はあ、なにこれなにこれ。
Inside, laid there like chess pieces, were about 20 small ceramic figures shaped like animals. Squirrels, rabbits, small birds, dogs, and cats, and they were all holding musical instruments. In addition to them, there was also a panorama-style background. A forest scene was drawn on it. The small forest animals were gathered in a plaza and looked like they were having a good time. Rosa set it up on the table, and when she then lined up the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it, it became a band of forest
素
animals.
敵でしょ。お店のショーウィンドウで見て一目惚れしちゃったの。これをいい子でお留守番してたマリアにプレゼントするわ。
ありがとうママ。すごいね作太郎。お友達がこんなに増えちゃったね。作太郎の言う通りだった。楽しく賑やかに過ごしてたらお友達が増えちゃうって本当だった。ね、言った通りでしょ。ほらね、お友達が増えた。ほらね、お友達が増えた。
Rosa goes, "Did you say noisy?" Time for your daily beating. Relieved that her gift had been appreciated, Rosa remembered that she'd been filled with several days of weariness.
ママ、本当にお疲れ様。シャワー浴びてくるといいよ。あったかいの浴びるときっと疲れが取れるよ。湯船にする？マリアが今日は入浴剤を選んであげるね。
ありがとう。でももう遅いからマリアは寝る支度をなさい。ママも疲れたからシャワーだけ浴びてすぐ寝るわ。明日も早いし。
うん、わかった。はいママ、コート脱がしてあげる。
大丈夫だってば。ありがとう。
ママのコート、お外の匂いがいっぱいする。あ、ごめん。何か落とした。拾うね。
When she took Rosa's coat, a receipt or ticket stub or something fell out. It had been in Mama's pocket, so it was probably important. Maria hurriedly picked it up. It looked like a ticket for the green car, the Shinkansen or something. Atami? Wasn't that a place famous for its hot springs? At that moment, with a razor-sharp sound, the warm atmosphere shattered. Instead of the Rosa who had been there just a second ago enjoying the gift with her daughter and recovering from her weariness with the long-awaited return home, there stood a person who looked exactly the same but who had a completely different, terrifying expression on her face. In her hand was the ticket stub that Maria had picked up. She had stolen it from Maria's hand in an instant. Just a few seconds too late, by the pain of her hand that had been hit and her mother's expression, Maria realized that she must have done something wrong. But she didn't know what she had done that had gotten her in trouble. It was probably because of that ticket stub-like thing. Was she not supposed to touch it? Even though she had tried so hard to welcome Mama with fun and happiness, she had touched something important to Mama without asking and had ruined that pleasant atmosphere. So Maria apologized immediately.
ごめんなさい。
Even though she must have heard those words of apology, Rosa's expression actually darkened. Maybe those weren't the words she had been hoping for. Maria didn't know what to do and stared at her mother's reaction. Then, even though it should have been such an important ticket stub, Rosa crushed it up and hurried off to her room. Maria didn't really understand what she had done wrong.
マリア、きっと喜 お仕事の大切なものだったんだね。それに勝手に触っちゃったから。
She didn't stay the night at work. She's staying the night at men's places and fucking.
だから今夜だってこんなにも幸せ。
Hmm.
幸せ。
That's exactly what she's doing.
ママだってお風呂に入ってすっきりしたらいつもの優しいママに戻ってくれるよ。だから気にしちゃダメ。うりゃ。そうだね。ママだって疲れてるんだもんね。気にしちゃダメだね。今夜だってマリアたちはこんなにも幸せ。うりゃ。
もうやめてよ。見てられない。
エンジェは幸せの見つけ方が間違ってると思うよ。
間違ってるのはお姉ちゃんでしょ。これのどこが幸せだってのよ。もう痛々しくて見てられない。
何が？ママが急に怒り出したこと？人間疲れていればそういうこともあるものだよ。一時の感情のすれ違いだけで相手を全否定するなんて。
Okay, apparently you're the bigger adult here then. Damn, using all that phrasing.
9歳のマリアお姉ちゃんに言われるとはね。
Exactly.
でもそんなことじゃないでしょ。問題なのはお姉ちゃんが拾ったあの半券、明らかにおかしいじゃない。
何が？何もおかしくないし、今夜の幸せと何も関係ないよ。
ローザおばさんは仕事で会社に泊まり込むって電話してきたんでしょ。なんで熱海？それって旅行でしょ。マリアお姉ちゃんを置き去りにして旅行に行ってたってことでしょ。しかも普通旅行って言ったら一人では。
あれが仮に熱海行きの件だったとしても、だからってママが嘘をついて旅行に行った証拠にはならないよ。
電話で嘘をついてあんなにも形相変えて奪い取って何よりの証拠じゃない。
昔の仕事で出張した時のものかもしれないよ。あるいはゴミか何かをたまたまポケットに入れちゃっただけかも。部下の人が出張した時の領収書かもしれないね。だったら仕事の大切なもの、おもちゃじゃないんだからママが取り上げたのもうなずけるよ。エンジェの言う証拠なんて単なる状況証拠、想像と妄想。
10 minutes. It's almost time.
わからないよ。
どうしてお姉ちゃんがそこまでローザおばさんの都合がいいように解釈できるかの方がわからない。
やっぱりエンジェはかわいそうな子。君を幸せにしてくれるかけらはこんなにもたくさん身の回りに落ちているのに、それを見つけられない。なのに不幸せなかけらばかり見つけてしまって傷つき続けている。だからエンジェは傷つくことに怯え、傷つけるものが身の回りにないかどうか、それを確かめ終わるまで幸せ探しすら始められない。
お姉ちゃんと話をしてるとおかしいのがどっちかわからなくなってくるわ。
あのね、幸せのかけらも不幸せのかけらもどちらもいっぱいあって世界を満たしてるの。だから身近の幸せが見つけられない人はどこまで探しに行っても見つけられない。チルチルとミチルが青い鳥を探したみたいに。
そうね、そういう教訓の話だった。
エンジェはその正反対、不幸せなかけらが全くない世界を探してる。
Is that a story in here? Because I don't know that story. It's not. I don't know what the story Mitteltitel is.
でもそれだって青い鳥と同じなんだよ。だから永遠にエンジェは自分の幸せを見つけられない。バトラはヘンゼルなの？青い鳥なんじゃないの？
もういい加減にして。いずれにせよ幸せな夜がコートから落ちた1枚の紙切れで台無しになったことはよくわかったわ。
怖いね。1枚の紙切れで。なら幸せを取り戻す力も1枚の紙切れに宿れるかもしれないよね。
Just when she'd finally been able to communicate with Maria after so long. Rosa's face twisted with a mixture of anger, sadness, and a fierce self-hatred as she flew into her room and closed the door. Maria's sorry had sliced into her chest sharper than a knife. At that time, she noticed a cute envelope placed on her study table. It was probably something that had come with a girl's magazine. To Mama. Let me share my happiness with you, it said. She took it, and after hesitating, opened it and read what was inside. Then, after dotting the surface of the paper with 2 large tears, she flew out of the room, hugged Maria from behind as she headed for the bathroom, buried her face into her daughter's back, and cried. And realizing that she was the one who should truly be saying sorry, she apologized. Why is Mama apologizing? There was no answer to that question.
ほら、もう仲直り。あんなのママとマリアの仲良しの前には全然気にすることないんだよ。
私にはマリアお姉ちゃんの幸せは辛すぎる。
エンジェの気持ちも一応は理解するよ。マリアだってこの力に気づくまでは今のエンジェと同じで不幸なかけらしか見つけられない気の毒な子だったから。
その力って何？私になくてお姉ちゃんにはある。そしてそれがないから私は不幸でお姉ちゃんは幸福だというの？力という抽象的な表現でしか理解できない。それは一体どんな力なの？
うん、エンジェはそれが知りたいんだよね。だから私の物語をここまで読み進めてきたんだもんね。もちろんだよ。教えてあげる。この力の秘密を。そして私
5 minutes. Be prepared, because I'm turning this mic all the way up and I'm yelling to wake this man up. If he's still even in here. If not, it was a waste of time. But this might be the greatest single bit that happened, and I will blow out his eardrums if I have to.
わらわがそれをマリアに代わって教えよう。
ベアトリーチェ。
マリアにはあってそなたにはない力。
うん、マリアにあってエンジェにない力。
It's magic. Maria and Beto said it together, and then they start giggling because they said it at the same time. It was an innocent reaction, one that didn't seem like Beto at all. Why am I back here? Black tea was arranged on a table in a peaceful garden, and Beto, Maria, and Taro, who was sitting on Maria's lap, were having fun chatting.
ほう、そうか。作太郎と申すか。そなたの一番の友人とな。
ウリュウ、はじめまして、作太郎と申します。おう、作太郎は人見知りするから緊張してるの。大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェもマリアの素敵なお友達なんだよ。ウリュウ、マリアの友達は僕も友達？うん、ウリュウ。じゃあ僕も
Can we murder people yet? That's been one death.
マリアにとってはこのようなことは日常においてよくあることなのか？
何が？
このように無機物に魔法の魂を込め生を宿らせることはそなたの日常においては左半時なのか？
おお、作太郎は無機物じゃないよ。ライオンの子だよ。うりゅー。
ぬいぐるみはよりしろとして優秀だ。
Yeah, just ask the cone from Bleach.
無垢な子供が話しかけることによってそれに応えようとする精霊が宿ることは少なくない。
According to Beatrice, every time a child plays with dolls, the dolls actually gain a will and converse with them, sometimes even moving by their own will. However, because of their innocence, the power imbued into such a vessel is very weak. If they get struck with even a tiny bit of the toxin from a human's common sense, which says that there's no way a doll can talk or move, they instantly revert to being non-speaking dolls.
そなたのその作太郎というぬいぐるみは違う。
2 minutes until the death of a man on stream.
サク太郎はライオンの子だけどまだ子供だから時々ガオって言えないの。うりうりうりうりうりうり
Gazing at Maria, who was playing around with Sakutaro by the table loaded with tea, Beatrice let out a sigh of admiration.
なんということか。作太郎とやらはその布地と綿のよりしろを書くに完全に人間界に権限している。自らの人格を持ち召喚者と自在に対話をし、しかも自らの意志で動いている。
T minus 1 minute.
それが異界の人物を名指しして呼び寄せたものではなく、マリアはゼロの海から生み出したものと言っていた。
It's gonna be no more me, 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 me. After that, Maria boasted to Bito that Sakutaro was an only friend and that she had made many more of them back at home. It seemed that there were other similar stuffed animals and dolls who could talk and move at their own will like Sakutaro. He's not gonna go me anymore soon. It was something natural for Maria. It was natural for stuffed animals to talk, move, and become friends of their own will. When she saw that Maria accepted this as something natural, as a witch, Beatrice felt a respect bordering on awe.
マリア、そなたのその力は紛れもなく魔法である。
魔法なの？マリアはまだ魔女見習いだから魔法なんて使えないよ。
It's time.
いいや、魔法だ。
This dude
それを
gonna
手
die.
として使えぬから
I'm gonna wait until we get to the next part.
それに
Next
しても
speaking part.
大した魔力。そなたの友人、作太郎の権限こそが
And then I'll do it.
立派な証であるぞ。
権限って
そなたの場合は想像と呼んでも良いであろうな。他人の手にあっては何の魂も持たぬ無機物がそなたの魔法によって魂を吹き込まれている。しかもそれを強力な力で人間界に留めている。これほどまでに魔法を否定する毒気に満たされた現代において、一個の生命体足り得るほどに権限できる魔力はわらわとて容易なことではないわ。
It isn't hard to give birth to any number of soulless beings. And this is where we're gonna end it. So, I'm gonna hit save. But that was because the last stream I didn't have to save it. But here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna leave it on this screen while I do my outro. Then I'm gonna turn up my mic and I'm gonna scream, "Wake the fuck up!" And I'm gonna see if this guy wakes up. I'm gonna see if he doesn't go me anymore, okay? I've been your host, Sean Tyler. This has been Umineko. Follow all my social medias in the description below. Follow me on Twitch and subscribe to me on YouTube. Both have the same exact logos as each other. So if you follow me on Twitch, you can go on YouTube and it'll be the same logo here. If you subscribe to me on YouTube, you can follow me on Twitch and it'll be the same profile picture over here. Twitter.com/SaberleafST, Instagram.com/SaberleafST. And my Discord server will be in the link in both descriptions down below, Twitch and YouTube. And with that, it is now time for the main event. Be ready. I'm going to kill this man. Wake up! And with that, folks, I am out. Stay golden, Pony Boys, LLP, Outsider, whatever the fuck you want it to be, reference. But mostly the Outsiders, because it's good. I am out.